Boy Ghost. Where I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Okay, we are live, testing. Okay, let's get some music going. Let's see. Maybe some good old. Let's see. Oh boy. Things are gonna get interesting. What's up? Okay, sounds good, Lily. Welcome. Tonight should be fun. I'm gonna play WoW, stream the election as objectively as I can. I'm gonna try to remain neutral. I have my own opinions and stuff, but it's okay. I'll see you soon. What's up, Fiona? Redeemed highlight. Oh, wow. What's up? Welcome. What's up, Fiona? How's it going? I'm just still getting set up. I'm trying to make sure that everything's good on the screen. I guess I could go to the WoW section, right? Or should I say just chatting? I am playing WoW, so I kind of feel like being in the WoW section. That's one too. We should be good. Yes. Okay, let's just reactivate. That's awkward. I'm reactivating the game right now. Music. I'm gonna remain unbiased while we watch it though.
You are a soldier of the Noble Alliance. A coalition of kingdoms upholding the...
Oh wow, I have Stream Manager on my phone. That's crazy. My title hasn't updated, so let's see if I can update it now. No, it's just not updating for some reason. Let me update it then. Let's see. Election. Let's see if that's saved. Streaming is so difficult. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. So now that updated. This is starting in 20 minutes. I'm subscribing to WoW. I'm trying to do too many things at the same time. So I can... Okay. Let's now go over here and subscribe to WoW. Okay, I'm gonna do this over here like this. Alright, we need some different energy in here. This is not gonna work for us right now. We need like this type of energy. Let's see which energy. I'm almost done getting set up. Okay. I'm almost done getting this subscribing to WoW, which is so funny. Oh yes, okay. Alright, 1 second. I'm gonna check chat here in a second. Let me just have enough screens. On my own, here we go. do you guys think is going to happen tonight? It's going to be interesting. Talk about the greatest show on earth. Talk about the greatest show on earth. I feel like I'm done. So. 2 minutes away from being done. Yeah, that's my rogue. Okay, what's up, Lily? This is World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft. Yep. Yep. And I have the election coverage here on the screen. I'm gonna remain as unbiased and objective as I can. I'll refrain from my own opinion and commentary on the politics too much. I don't want to divide. But I think we can still watch it together. So. Shit, my match is locked in. See what I'm trying to do? What was that? Well, okay. Well, this is starting in 13 minutes, so let's go. Oh, it looks so different for some reason. Oh, really? Oh, well, it's the newest expansion, so maybe you've only seen the. Oh, my monitor's very. Sorry, 750. 80. All right. Well, here we are. Lily, can you do me a favor? Actually, offered to teach me WoW, so I might be getting it soon. Oh, okay. Do you mind checking my sources on X and on YouTube, seeing if the title matches? It should just say election, or what this one is here. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Trying a new thing here with. I guess I got our chat, and I created a new screen here for this site. Let's see if maybe it's a little too dark in here, huh? It looks grainy. Let's see if I can fix that. See if that's as grainy as it just looked. Oh, that's better. Maybe even a little too bright. So sweet. Looks pretty cool. Yeah, I'll check for you. Okay, thanks. Give me a sec. to get on my PC. Okay, yeah, no problem, no problem. No problema. MS is 48 MS. I mean, not bad. Be worse. Also be better. This looks like. I'd rather not have the light in my face. Oh, that looks weird. Dang. Okay, let me fix it. Yeah, that balances out somehow. Well, so well that we can lower this. Okay, 8 minutes, right? You guys see what I see? Yep, 8 minutes. Okay, I don't know if, well, the chat's interesting, and this is YouTube, so it should be censored. So we should be safe here in that regard. The mic works, test. Music is a little loud, maybe. Okay. All right. Wow, I do no damage outside of my cooldowns. Or a lot less. About half. Oh gosh, you know, I just realized I don't have this window, this chat box. Oh, give me a second. Probably missing YouTube chats. Probably not, right? Calm down. Look at this. Look at this. I do no damage unless I do this. Okay. Look at that, man. I'm lethal. When I pop cooldowns, this character's lethal. Oh. Of course, as soon as I say I'm lethal. Wait, guys. Just kidding. $20. Oh, now it says not 7:45.
Resources nearby.
It was 7:30.
Before you have to fight over it.
Okay. How is this not an option to move? Extra abilities. Oh. I guess I can have them there, huh? All these here instead. But I don't know. I like having them there. Oh no, I have to fight this guy now. Yikes, and he's not even there. Easy. Oh, I need this guy, dude. Oh, no, I'm stun locked. Oh my gosh, I got it. Did you see that? The last second I got a hit off. That was so close. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That was insane. I don't know about insane. Wow, this is a cool trigger. Alright, cool. Let's not do that. Let's just do these two here. We're off. Well, that is helpful to know. You can add abilities there. Let's do that. Let's see, what ability would I add? Let's do... I could always just stealth. Let's say I want to actually have an ability.
Canvassing week, bullies week, just one thing left to do.
Guess this one.
No take anything, I no take.
Something does seem a little off. Is it because this is better? Is that why? Let me make sure that... Okay. Oh, the gamma, here we go. I guess the contrast is off. Yeah, it was off.
Friends have food, but
You have my focus.
yep, you got this. You remember,
Alright, be right back. Okay, cool. Oh yes, I was gonna get this going. Let's see, where is the chat box? Here we go. Boom. Did I close the other one? No, I didn't. Let's close this. Okay. I'm just gonna do a test here. If anybody was chatting on YouTube, I didn't see it until now. If you don't mind. I'm posting it again. Okay, I'm gonna sneak all the way back there. Oh boy. Oh boy. Jeez. So close, dude. So close. Well, I got cheat death. Yeah, I would have died. Cheat death got me there. Yeah, well, now you heal me. Oh, wow. That's cute.
too big.
Need to leave the dark flank left.
Bring back snack.
Okay, so this is starting in 12 minutes now, it says. Nice.
No get too close to kobolds. Sneak in, take back crown.
Oh, fun. Look at this. This is like Zelda, dude. This game. Oh. Let's see. Fun. And this has been a very fun expansion to play. Just throwing that out there.
Just dark. Dark can't hurt you if you keep light
Back, welcome
inside.
back.
Just dark. Dark can't hurt you if you keep light inside.
All titles and everything matching are good. Sweet. Thank you for checking. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's cool. I was able to just add like a new screen, you know, for the other chant for this live that Tucker's doing. I was gonna check out New World, and I probably will. Thankfully, this class that I'm taking right now, like I said, Sunday, it's a lot easier. So today, you know, I did dedicate time to school, but thankfully, I was able to, you know, have time now, and I figured why not. It seems like a fun thing to do. Watch this and play WoW. Stream. Seems kind of fun. And I didn't want to. This game is just more fun than New World. You know, as much as I want to check out New World, and I do want to see the changes and everything, but
What is that?
generally speaking, this game is a lot more fun to play. Oh, jeez. I'm supposed to kill this guy with all of these trolls? Ow. I'm gonna die instantly. And what the heck?
The candle's melted.
Ooh, I
We
did
go
it.
Deeper.
I'm excited to play with Brooke. Oh, yeah? That sounds like a fun time. Yeah, she's a veteran. She's a veteran. That's cool that, has she been streaming, or how did you guys... You've been streaming? She's been streaming? That's awesome. She's, probably the most OG, at least to this stream, in the sense that when I first started streaming, she found me on the WoW channel, no less. She plays classic, so I'm going to start there, and if I like it, then... Ooh. Oh, fun, fun. Sounds fun. Oh, sweet. Fun community we have going here. Love it. See that? Into the throne room. All the way over there. Or actually, maybe I don't have to stealth. Oh, okay. Never mind, I do.
Just ahead. Almost there.
How cool is this, though, right? How crazy is that Elon Musk is in the top 20 for Diablo? Did you see this? Have you all seen the latest, I need this key. Why are the candle keys from here? Okay.
No get too close to kobolds. Sneak in. Take back crown.
She's absolutely just pillaged that guy.
Quick! Grab key. Take crown.
You need to grind Diablo? Is there a new season out, or... And I'm not going to, but if I did play Diablo, I would wait for a new season.
Candle
Just
King,
not
no take
first.
it from us. Now we escape. Let's go. My candle, not lit.
Yeah. Shove.
We're friends, right?
You spirit born? Pretend I know what you mean. Alas, 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 I do not. Well, today's been a good day. Work went well, school went well. All watch the election, pretty fun. Chocolate?
I see some valuable resources in the area. Get ready to grab them.
Stay out of dark.
Actually, man, sometimes chocolate does a weird thing in my throat where I feel like I could be allergic to it. Should probably be more careful with that. Oh, this dagger, okay. So this dagger is better than both of my daggers. I need the most. I guess I gotta equip it on my main hand. Because my burst damage critical is based off of the main hand, I believe. Chance for extra effectiveness on attacks and heals. I have a 16% chance to crit. Okay, not bad. Good.
Directive? I am sorry for what
Risha?
has happened to your people. I understand what it feels like to watch your home
What's a player?
slip away.
Bye.
At least we're friends now, yes? Not all is doom. More friends means less doom.
This one's far. All right, let me put the laundry to dry, and this is starting in 2 minutes. So grab your popcorn, ladies and gentlemen. We are off to the races. When are you guys planning to play WoW, by the way? I played a lot of Classic, and well, I'll tell you between Classic and Retail. I think starting with Classic is not a bad idea because I think Retail is probably more fun because it's more updated and modern. Like if you just started playing Retail, you'd feel more comfortable given all the modern games you've played. You jump to Classic and you have to kind of adjust. The pacing is different, you know, things are just a little different. But it may be a good place to start though, because if you don't like Classic, you're not gonna like Retail, you know. Well, well, well. Waiting for Tucker. Dang. Let's refresh the page. Okay. Comments are already pretty funny here. Alright, well, should start soon. Not to mention, like, the flying in this game is just so much fun in retail.
The Candle King may still hold power, Skitter, but your people have a home in Gundergaz.
We help new friends. Many hands make light work.
The machines must be preserved. Back to work.
By Candlelight. That was a very cool. I enjoyed that quest a lot. It was pretty cool. Dark Revelations. Okay. Continue the campaign by accepting wrench in the works.
My knife, not very sharp. You'll be back, right?
Looks like the High Speaker is addressing his workers. It seems something has finally shaken them from their complacency, and their time away from the Awakening Machine is affecting them. Perhaps this would be a good opportunity for everyone to hear what they have to say? We should convince a few of these machine speakers to speak up.
You may think sometimes diplomacy means stirring the pot. Let's see what bubbles up.
Do you need something? Why haven't we heard more about Taylock?
We're currently investigating. You would be wise to avoid the
Are we preparing for more Nerubian attacks?
Earth and above us have fought the I see Speaker Brinth has returned. As long as she knows her place,
The number of working machinists is insufficient.
all the more reason to restore our awakening machine.
No further questions. Return to your assigned duties. Praise the High Speaker.
You need a hammer? Or an open hand?
So we're hearing more rumors about Taylock. The town and its mine are responsible for ore production. Apparently, we haven't received shipments in weeks, and the town's foreman has disappeared. Now the High Speaker is discouraging anyone from traveling there. That tells me we should investigate. And of course, if people are hurting, then we should help them.
I'll speak with the council in Dornegal. They need to hear about this.
In the meantime, I want to investigate Taylock. Something about those missing shipments.
I'm coming with you, lad. Brinth, we'll be back soon.
This is the main quest? Okay, sweet. And he is starting late, 30 minutes, almost 30 minutes late now. Disappointing. Oh, here we go, starting soon. Jeez, so cool.
Intruders, the beasts inside.
Did he just shut down?
Look, I'm not dead yet. Keep fighting, champion. This troubled machine speaker was here to do something. But what? It looks like something really did some damage to him. We shouldn't dally. We need to head into Tyloch and look for the foreman. Can you clear the entryway into the town? Someone could get
Why are
hurt.
these creatures here?
If you're looking for a challenge, someone out there needs to be brought in line.
Wow, these mounts are old school, these shell wings. Feeling particularly stubborn. Wow. Oh, they just blocked it completely. Which is weird because that guy's over there, but... Magnian, okay.
This looks like the foreman's office. But where's the foreman?
This rug looks disheveled and out of place. There must have been some sort of a commotion here.
Did you find something? There's not much to see in the
Get
foreman's
my,
office. If we want
stool.
answers, we'll need to search the town.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's getting like DDoSed or something. Or maybe YouTube is throttling this. There's 47,000 people on here. Hmm. Maybe I shouldn't do the chat, huh? Because the chat is being biased. Or I don't know.
Oh, are you headed out?
Zuzi.
I'll contemplate what we talked about.
Dagran, lad, I'm concerned about you.
What's wrong, Grandad?
Oh, it does my heart good to see you so excited about this. But I'm concerned about your safety. Oh, you've got a good eye for solving problems, lad, but not for danger. You've got a brave heart, but you're reckless. Sometimes I think you're so distracted figuring things out that you leap before you look.
I'll be careful. And Grandad, I'm also worried about you.
Me? What do you mean?
You also seem distracted. Sometimes you're angry. Like it hurts. Like it's all too much.
Let me see if this is also
I've had a
happening on
burden
X.
to bear for too long. I just don't want you to get hurt, lad.
That's how
Live on
adventures
X.
work
Oh wow,
sometimes,
Tucker
Grandad.
has S-Fan.
Not just in books.
Okay.
I tell you what.
This is like
I'll
a
learn to be more
one.
cautious.
Oh, I got a couple viewers on Twitter. This is
And you'll
cute.
try
Welcome. Nice.
to enjoy
Nice.
an adventure now and then.
Let me see.
Aye, lad. I'll enjoy them even more when I'm with you. It's a deal.
Okay, now he's having the
There's
same
a
issue
cache of resources
on
nearby.
here. Wow, so he has
Find it
41,000 on
before you have to
X,
fight over it.
and he has 43,000 on YouTube. 43,000 on YouTube. And okay. Let's just close out of that one then. But yeah, it's having the same issue, so he'll probably just start soon. Oh, he has more people on X. Oh, a lot of people are coming over to see though. Maybe I should watch it there instead. Oh, countdown. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We get a countdown over here. I did. Oh, actually, is that streaming the same window? It is. Nice. Let's go. All right, here we go. Seconds. Okay. I have no idea what's going on. I mean, oh, here we go.
We're in an anteroom at Mar-a-Lago on election night. Marjorie Taylor Greene sitting directly across from me. We are moments from getting another tranche of election results. It looks like Kamala Harris has won the state of Vermont. is it over?
It's over.
She won Vermont.
They are as full.
But
of
really
this
just
as
Burlington, if you come right down to it. I mean, there's just no chance she won the Northeast Kingdom. There's no chance she won the pretty parts of Vermont, just the urban slumming. How do you feel with the limited data we now have about the selection?
I feel optimistic, but I'm cautious because, you know, for the past 8 or 9 years, we've watched the left and the media totally destroy Donald Trump's character, defame him, slander him, impeach him twice, try to lock him up, try to bankrupt him, try to kill him. So my thoughts and questions are, why would they
It's
let
better
him
without the
win?
chat.
It's a good question, and what I'm always struck by, we were just spent an hour or two with Trump just a minute ago, I think you were there, is the distance between the Trump that you hear about and the Trump that you actually experience when you're with him. And the first thing that I always notice about Trump, other than the fact he's truly hilarious, he's just so instinctively moderate. I mean, that's like the least radical person I think I know.
Right. Yeah, he's not radical.
At all.
Well, and let's be honest, they actually know him. They know him just as well as we do, Tucker.
Well, that's right.
Everybody's known Donald Trump for years. They partied with him, they hung out with him, they supported him, they praised him, they loved him.
That's
Democrats took his money. They love Donald Trump, you know, and I think maybe it boils down to this. They're really angry and jealous that they don't have Donald Trump.
I'm speaking
that's
for no one.
That's
part
true.
of it.
They do have Tim Walz. We'll see if
No
that'll be
rest
enough.
for
Trump
we
has
heroes.
won
Hey,
the state
champion.
of Florida by looks like about 1 million votes so far. 30 electoral votes, not surprising. That state seems to be just like a solid Republican state at this point.
Yeah, big red wall. Well, so many people moved there after COVID, rightfully so. The Democrats shut down the country. They made life miserable for people. Suicide rates were the highest at all times. Suicide rates in children were higher than they've ever been, as if any child should ever commit suicide.
Yes.
Such a horrible thought. But yeah, a lot of people definitely moved to Florida to escape all those COVID
Well, then can I ask,
lockdowns.
I mean, maybe a controversial question, but a lot of people moved to Georgia too, and yet it became more liberal. What is going on with Georgia? Why would Georgia, of all states, a state I always think is reliably conservative, I've never met a liberal from Georgia.
Yeah.
Why is it even up for grabs at this point? What would happen?
Well, a lot of people moved to Georgia, but people have been, or businesses have been recruited to Georgia. So we have the tech corridor. We have Hollywood because somebody thought that was a good idea to give them tax credits. But we've had a lot, you know, electric vehicle battery plants.
Wait, they brought actors to your state on purpose?
On purpose.
Why would they do that?
Apparently they thought it'd be cool. I don't know. I really liked Georgia back when we didn't have
Another
the
puzzle
Hollywood
to
theater.
solve?
A lot of actors in your state.
Where are all the
Real
people?
who weren't pretending to be somebody.
What happened to everybody?
Oh, so that was a product of like intent. They were lured there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Republicans said that. It sounded like Democrats would be the ones to do something like
Not
that.
surprised.
Yeah.
So right now we have Donald Trump at about 55% in the state of Florida, Kamala Harris at 44. What do you think is going to happen in your state tonight in Georgia?
Well, they called my race at 7 p.m. Literally when the polls closed, and I
Oh, I
take
was
that
just
as a good
thinking.
sign.
So you lost? No,
I
you're elected
won.
for the third time.
For the third time, yeah.
Last time I checked, it's interesting. I think of you and Trump as very similar in the arc of your public careers. You both came from outside of politics into politics. You were both
I don't think I've ever heard her talk
dangerous to the country
much.
almost immediately. You were for a
I don't know
period
her
of
at all.
like a while, months, the most reviled person
much
in
to
the
discuss.
world. You were a danger
anyone
to
home?
democracy. I'm surprised you didn't.
I
get
know you want to help,
arrested.
lad, but
And
this
then
is
you
a ghost
became, you
town.
kind of endured. You stuck it out. You weren't intimidated. You didn't leave. The Republican Party tried to kick you out. You hung in there. And then you became one of the most influential people in the party. It does kind of feel like Donald Trump's story.
Absolutely. Well, I haven't been arrested yet.
No, you. Fair.
And I'm still alive, even
Yes.
though several have tried. But you know, it's pretty interesting to me, Tucker, and I'm actually enjoying it very much. I get to listen to all these Republicans that denounce
Fewer
me
workers,
and voted
it
to
would
kick me off
seem.
committees
Is it
and
because
talked
the
bad
Earthen
about
are
me and
shutting
slandered
down?
me and distanced themselves from me.
Shutting down?
I get to listen to
Or
them, and they
disappearing?
very much sound like
Or
Marjorie Taylor Greene. As a matter of fact, they say the same things that I say.
I noticed that.
isn't
You did.
clues.
Have any apologized to you?
Quite a few have actually.
Oh,
yeah,
good.
Quite a few. Not all of them, but quite a few have apologized.
Well, good for them.
Well, when they get yelled at when they go back home by their own constituents and
That's
they
right.
get asked, why can't you be more like Marjorie Taylor Greene? I
These
think
mugs are
they
still
figured it out.
It's just so
The
funny.
Trump's
It,
not
here's
fresh.
another similarity between you and Trump. He was, I'll never
We
forget
should
it,
see if anyone's in there.
attacked on the front page of every newspaper in the country for saying that white supremacists in Charlottesville were good people.
Ridiculous.
He never said that.
No.
You were attacked for
Hello?
using the phrase Jewish space lasers,
there?
which you never,
Never
used.
said it.
This is bold
No, I
enough. Right.
attacked PG&E actually, which ironically has been in the news
Yeah.
past couple of days for shutting power
So I
off.
want to go to the betting markets really quick. Who will win the presidential election? Pretty straightforward question. Donald Trump 66%, Kamala Harris 34%.
Jeez. Betting is
with
off.
about $282 million on the line so far. I think that's current. That's pretty overwhelming.
I think, and aren't those bettors? They're not rich people, right? These are just average bets. I really don't know enough about the betting market, but I would say most of them are not betting massive sums of money
Right.
trying to swing the numbers. I think they're legitimately betting that Donald Trump's going to win.
I couldn't, after over 30 years of trying to follow this stuff and getting more confused every cycle, I feel like I know less about politics every cycle. I can't make any sense of the polls, and
It's a
don't
really
think I'm being
honest
like a
thing to say.
superstitious villager when I say I think they're just all manipulated. Is that you're in the business?
Mhm.
What do you think of the national polls in
Well,
this season?
I know I've never been polled,
lot
and
of
I know
names.
most of my family and friends have never been
Everywhere we
polled.
go, we find
So
the names
my
of
common
people
sense
lost.
says, how can the polls be correct if everyone I know doesn't participate?
Right.
A
Well,
lot
that's
of
right.
tools are
But
still here.
is there
So the workers can't all be
possibility
in
that
lines?
polls are used not to measure public opinion but to shape it?
Mm,
Think that's possible?
interesting.
100%.
Okay. So we had this outlier poll that got a great deal of attention in Arizona that showed Donald Trump losing Arizona.
Did you hear something, Granda?
I don't know a single living
Sounded
person
like
who
it's
thinks that's going to happen.
It's
But that poll was
changing.
everywhere, scared the crap out of all these Republicans.
What was that?
Was that the point of the poll?
It came from that
Probably.
building.
I think Republicans are easily
Enough knocking,
misled.
champion.
well,
We're breaking
yeah.
the line down.
We're kind of dumb a lot of the times, actually.
Changing.
I think.
I have been.
It's changing.
Well, I mean, it's easy to get scared,
Whoever
but
you
I think the
are,
reality is
get
that
in
we've
here.
seen mass
knocking.
disinformation, by the media, by Democrats,
you.
by Republicans, by
We're here to
consultants,
help.
and it is used to sway the
We heard you. We're here to help. What's happening to them?
A Scarden transformation in progress. Fascinating.
Stay back, lad. Get away from him.
Granda! The surge of energy! The Scarden's reaction! How did you do that?
I don't know. We'll figure it out later. I can hear more coming.
To lay responsibility for the destruction of America at any one person, I think it would be Barack Obama, the most deceptive president in our history and most anti-American.
Even now, I'm
He
bound
just
to
tweeted,
serving Azeroth.
we may not know for a long time, days.
I'll press on
That's
till Azeroth
normal.
is done
In
with
what
me.
sense is it normal? India, the biggest democracy in the world, gets its votes counted by sundown.
off with
Why,
you.
why can't we do that?
Right. Well, we should be able to do that, and everyone knows it, and they know it too. They're just liars. And the reason why he's
I
saying
read about
we
this.
may not know for days is because they plan on stealing the
I
election.
need some time to think.
I know we're not supposed to say that.
Why not?
Well, I'm an election denier, so I fall in that camp. But honestly, they don't.
You're an elected official, and so you have the right to comment on elections and say whatever you think about elections.
Absolutely.
You were elected.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true.
If you can't give your opinion on elections, then who can?
That's a fair point.
Yeah, I think it is.
Can
So,
I-
I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Yeah, can I give my opinion on voting machines
Yes,
as
ma'am,
well? We
please.
should not be using them. They're very faulty. They're
course
a
not.
horrible product. I
Give me
talked to
something to
people
figure
in
out.
my district that voted on these voting machines and that switched their votes. But because our country is so disgusting and attacks people that come out and
Did you
tell
guys
the
hear that
truth
too, or was it
and
just
try
my
to be
headphones?
whistleblowers about what's happening, these people are scared to go on record and say what they experienced.
As someone who spent like 12 hours in depositions from voting machine companies, not even named in the suits, no, I'm very aware of their efforts to intimidate the rest of us in the South. So let me read Barack Hussein Obama, as Trump says, quote, from his tweet. It took several days to count every ballot in 2020, and it's very likely we won't know the outcome tonight either. So please keep a few things in mind as you make your voice heard today. He speaks only in cliches. 1, thousands of election workers around this country are working hard today. Respect them. Thank them. Oh, shut up, you pompous douche. 2, don't share things before checking your sources. Really? You liar? You lecturing me about accuracy? Stop. Sorry, my hostility's getting in the way. 3, let the process run its course. It takes time to count every ballot. 27.6 million views on Elon Musk's X. So let me ask you, we have electronic voting machines because they are supposedly they're sold to us as faster and more accurate. Leaving aside whether they're more accurate or not, there's a lot of evidence they're not accurate at all. And they don't leave a reliable record. I think that's a fair criticism. They're not faster.
No.
Countries with hand-counted paper ballots get their results in faster than we do. So what could possibly be the point of spending money on a technology that's slower and less accurate? I don't understand.
Was that them, y'all? Did you
Well,
hear
they
that
get
too, or
contract and they make a lot of money. That's
just
one
heard?
thing.
I guess it's
But
just my
actually,
headphones.
I think
It keeps
there's
cutting out.
multiple layers there.
Yeah.
The government is great at handing out contracts to their friends, right? Friends and family.
noticed.
So you have to remember that these companies make a lot of money off of providing their product to be used in our elections. I think that's wrong. I think our elections belong to the American people, and the American people largely and overwhelmingly on both sides of the aisle don't like the voting machines. I mean, if I say I don't like Starbucks coffee and I don't want to drink Starbucks coffee anymore, Starbucks is not going to sue me about it, right? They can't sue me for saying that. But yet, for some reason, these voting machine companies, when you say, I don't like the voting machines, I don't want to use them, I think they're bad, I think they can steal elections, all of a sudden we all get threatened that we're going to be
Right.
sued.
Some left-wing oligarch will pay the voting machine company to haul you into court. They stole my text messages and gave them to the New York Times. I was not even named in the suit. So,
Which is a complete violation of your right to privacy.
well, they're very sinister. I'd say Dominion's a very sinister company. And,
Well, they make a lot of money, so if they lose their contracts, they're out. But here is something, talking about Barack Obama's tweet, there was a message in there that I read when you were reading it and I was looking at it. I think something to take away from his tweet to me is he was saying, number one, be nice to the election workers. He's telling people, do not harass them, do not push back. We have election workers pushing out Republican poll watchers today. I'm sorry. We're not going to be respectful.
But it's also an inversion of the way things are supposed to work. It's like they work for us. They should be nice to us.
That's right.
I mean, I think you should be polite to everyone. That's including Barack Obama, by the way. If he was here, I would be polite to him. I'm polite to everybody. I try.
Let me check out Fox for a second.
But the onus is on the people who work for us to be nice to us, since they're our employees whose salaries we pay.
Exactly.
So shut up, Barack Obama, once again.
And then the second one was check your sources before you share information. Back to the whole lecturing of
Well, he's a liar, so I'm not going to take accuracy advice from him. Okay, so we have more information. This is from Glenn Greenwald, one of our favorite journalists, one of the few good journalists left. Trump is up 11 points in the heavily Latino Miami-Dade County with 80% of the votes counted. Biden won it by 7 points in 2020. Hillary won it by 30 points in 2016. That's crazy. So
that's wild.
With 80% of the votes in, Trump is 55 to Kamala Harris is 44%. That is
That's amazing. For a man that's talking about securing the border, and this is a heavily Latino county.
Hillary won it by 30 points in 2016, and now Trump is up 11. I mean, that's my math isn't great, but that's a swing of 41 points in 8 years.
Wonder how many Puerto Ricans live in Miami-Dade.
I don't know. That's a great question. This is, to me, the long-term, the most significant number to come out of tonight, which is what percentage of the Hispanic vote to Trump went.
Huge.
Right.
Yes, this is huge.
So, for some reason, this is not discussed much in public. But for a guy who's very famous for being a Klansman or a racist or a Nazi, he seems to be doing pretty well among Hispanic voters.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Well,
let me ask you one last question.
Okay.
If Trump wins tonight, he's on track to win. What will the message be? How will you feel? Has there ever been a greater vindication?
not yet. Not yet. I think winning tonight will be the beginning. To me, it'll be a celebration, but actually it means a lot more because it's time to get to work. And that's when the hard work really begins.
Oh, yeah.
If he wins tonight, the most dangerous time in our history will start. We have thought the most dangerous time had been the past 4 years or so. That's not true. If President Trump goes back in the White House, it truly will be, in my opinion, something we've never experienced.
In what sense? Why?
They cannot let him win. They can't let him achieve what he has promised to the country. They can't let Republicans support him to achieve the agenda that he's promised to the country because it destroys everything that the entire world, the globalists, the elites, climate change, that goes away. If America stops supporting the climate change lie, China stops supporting the climate change lie. All the other dominoes fall and that one goes away. That's been one of their biggest false gods that they've worshipped for a long time. Going even further, what have they been trying to do for, I don't know, 20 years or more, even longer? They've been supporting migration, invading look at Europe, totally invaded Europe.
Destroyed.
America, they're trying to destroy us. That will stop. And if we really secure the border and shut it down like we're planning to do, that's going to change everything. That ruins their whole migration plan. So if President Trump goes into office on January 20th of 2025, I honestly don't know what they're going to do to stop him, and I can't fathom it, but I think it's going to get worse.
You have a keen appreciation for the ruthlessness of the other side, having been its victim. So that's something to take seriously.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, if Trump wins, pretty great.
It's gonna be awesome. I swear it's gonna be great. I'm gonna go find some fake news person and just punch him straight in the nose.
Another Trump supporter calling for violence.
Yeah, I don't mind a little bit of violence like that.
Marjorie, thank you very much.
Oh, I wonder who's going to have it next.
Thank you. And congrats on winning.
Thank you.
Ah! Thank you. All right, so we are bringing up next a friend of mine, someone who, without getting into too much detail, was one of the rare members of the first Trump administration who, in my estimation, stayed true to the vision of the candidate from the first day to the last.
Does this have no
Not
audio?
Everybody in the first Trump administration did that. There were some mercenaries involved. There were some people of low character. Trump himself has said this. But there were some people of high character and clear vision. And at the very top of that list would be our guest, Cliff Sims, who sits across from me now, who's will be involved in the president's transition efforts if he wins. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me. This is awesome.
It's so great. So what do you think we're looking at, to the extent we know?
The truth is, we don't know.
No, we don't.
I mean,
we
there's
don't
so-
know. Don't
there's so
admit
much-
that.
This
You're
is
breaking the fourth wall, Cliff.
Well, we just have to be honest with the people here. Tucker, right? Come on.
You're
Fake
right.
news is some other part of the complex. This is
I've
the real.
sat on so many sets on election night and kind of bullshit on it. Well, it looks like Macomb County reporting,
Yeah.
whatever. You don't
yeah.
know.
You really are. It's funny, you know, as a political operative,
Yeah.
you get all these texts throughout the day saying, what are you hearing? Well, I'm not hearing freaking anything.
I
I'm
know.
like hearing what you're. I mean, and it's like the same. I think about the same thing in the White House when you work there. You realize how often you experience events through the television, even though you're sitting in the building. You know, so it's really the same thing. I mean, I don't pay any attention to the polls. I don't pay any to.
You really don't?
But I really don't. But I do think that there
Interesting.
is something to this betting markets stuff because there's like real money. People are like laying
so
down
since
money.
you brought it up, Kalshi, am I pronouncing that correctly? Okay. We're looking at it right now on the screen. Donald Trump, 65%.
Yeah.
Kamala Harris, 35%. Dropping like a stone.
Yeah.
He's ascending like a rocket. That's meaningful, you think?
Well, maybe. I mean, the one thing I'll say about it is these are not yet mature markets.
Yeah.
And so we're at a point where if somebody gets a wild hair and it's like, I'm going to drop $1 million down on this right now, they can swing it quickly. But I just think there's always something to be said when like people are willing to put their money behind something and say like, I believe it's going to happen. I'm going to actually put some skin in the game.
$284 million of skin in the game.
That's right. That's right. So I think there could be something to that. I mean, we are seeing a little bit of data starting to trickle in here and there, and I will say it looks favorable. But we're still at a point now where it's really hard to say what's going to happen.
Why do you ignore the polls?
No advice?
Well, I mean, how many times do they have to be wrong before you're just like, you know, I don't even read them anymore.
No,
I mean, I've one of the things that I took away from the time that I've spent with you in Maine
What's the difference
was
here?
when
Agility.
you're in Maine, it's not that you're completely cut off from the world, but
Pretty
you
cut
are
off.
very selective about your consumption of information.
Yes, I
and
would say.
and I have found that there is an inverse relationship between the amount that I pay attention to the news and my personal happiness.
Yes,
And
so
so-
and the accrued wisdom, actually.
That's right. That's right. So this is something you and I have talked about. I mean, there are reasons that wisdom that has stood the test of time. There's a reason it has stood the test of time. There's not a lot of what happens on cable news that ever stands the test of time.
No.
And so there's probably something to that we should probably eliminate some of that. So I feel the same way about polls. I mean, my gosh, they were wrong in 2016. They were wrong in 2020. I think they're wrong now.
What do you
I
think
mean,
it feels like to work in cable news for 25 years and realize that nothing you've said on TV matters at all, or will be remembered by anybody, or affected anything in any meaningful way?
It's got to be a miserable existence. I mean, look, Tucker, you know these people better than anybody. There's a reason.
No, I'm talking about myself.
Well, no, not you. There is a reason why these are the most miserable people on earth. I mean, they are. I've known a lot of them personally now, and they are miserable, sad, depressed people who have a very difficult time finding any meaning in what they're doing, and so instead they chase. There's almost a drug addict element to it, where they're chasing the next little dopamine hit. So like, oh, well, I got a mini scoop. What is that? I don't even know what a mini scoop is. A scooplet? What is a scoop? Oh, I posted. You know, and this is like the people that do like Politico Playbook and these.
They're the most unhappy people
They are miserable
ever.
people.
I mean, I could
people.
name the number of happy ones on one hand. I lived next to Andrea Mitchell for years. Unhappy.
Damaging
person.
abilities
Anna
againse
Bass, I
enemies
worked with
with
her,
a
unhappy
chance to
person. It's
apply
like,
for
you can just go down the list.
primary
Like,
false
who's happy?
Well,
I don't know.
They're also the least self-reflective people I've ever met
Well,
in
that's
my
right.
life, and that would actually do them some good to like have a little bit of self-reflection about this, because that's where you find meaning and happiness by like reflecting on the things that you are doing and have done, and trying to extrapolate meaning from them. Like, what should I think about this? And there are a couple that I will say is very interesting, and you and I know them. I won't say their names. Who are wrestling with that right now and have been like in an existential crisis that they're like, why does nothing I'm doing matters?
That's right.
And the people I work with are miserable. And I look at the people who are 10, 20, 30 years ahead of me in this career track, and they're all miserable. And maybe this isn't what I should do with my life. I don't know. I mean, there's something to be said for you and what you've done.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I just interrupt.
Do it.
I'm shocked and thrilled. Florida voters reject ballot measure legalizing recreational marijuana use. I did not. So the pro-drug people spent more money in Florida on this, I think, more than any ballot measure in the history of Florida. They were everywhere, and in general, voters tend to sign off on legalizing weed. Why do you think they rejected this?
I do think that there is this. There are these patterns in public life. There are backlashes to certain. The pendulum swings.
Yes, that's right.
And it always swings like a pendulum. It swings hard and it swings hard, and then it kind of there's some stasis in the middle. And I think we've experienced too much of a swing too fast, dramatically to the left. On this issue and many other issues.
That's right.
And you're about to see a serious backlash to that.
I'd like to see us go full Singapore on the question. I mean, it's really destroying the country. And I smoked weed every day of my childhood, so I was always for marijuana. But watching what it's doing to young boys right now, I feel like people need to go to prison right away. I mean, it's really destroying them. Like, actually, ask them, by the way, if you're around 18-year-old boy, college freshman, how many people you know who've been wrecked by dab pens?
The ringing.
And they'll tell you.
Oh, wow, I
they're
didn't know
rich
that.
from it, and they're criminals as far as I'm concerned. Well, that's crazy. Did you expect that?
I haven't been tracking it. I haven't been tracking.
Sorry, this is something I'm fixated on as an anti-drug person, but I really think the Saudis get it right on drug policy. I really do.
Well,
Sorry.
Trump has talked a lot about death penalty for drug kingpins and that kind of thing. So I think he's on the same
Yeah,
page too
I
on
mean,
some of this
it's
stuff.
okay. So Trump wins Florida by double digits.
Ringing.
Again,
The
probably not shocking, but
ringing
if you take 3 steps back,
will
pretty big
lock
change
away
from a few years ago.
Yeah, and the thing I also
cavern
think about there is you're seeing
15 million votes in for
people are
Trump.
leaving
That's
places
going to
like
be
California, they're leaving these- and the
last
concern
time
has been
they each
people are
had
gonna leave
around 70,
California,
80 million.
Texas, and
So
Florida, and they're going to vote like they still live in California.
Right.
And this is suggesting that people are not just leaving the places the left has decimated, that they are leaving the left. That's the way I read that.
Well, it feels like there, to use an overused phrase, there has been a big vibe shift.
There has.
In that, I notice it everywhere I go, just from the number of people who scream at me at airports, which is like down to almost zero. It's almost no screaming at airports now,
People
which
need
is
to
kind of
step up.
crazy. I was
What's
at
going
Logan
on?
Airport this morning early, waiting to be screamed at. Not one screamer.
That's a little disappointing. Come on.
I'm kinda. I'd steeled
What's going
myself
on?
for screaming. I'd had 2 Dunkin' Donuts large coffees because I was ready. Nope. Just a nice nurse came up and thanked me for my service. I said, I work in television, not really service, but thank you. But I do feel like Elon getting involved is a big factor.
There's no doubt.
Sure.
One thing that I have noticed in the last, I mean, I haven't been doing this a long time. I really, 2016 election cycle was the first time I was involved in a presidential level, even remotely close to that. And the thing that I have noticed, and it's specific to Trump, but it's also, I think, even broader than Trump, is the stigma that was attached to Trump personally,
Yes.
and that was attached to being a conservative,
Yes.
is entirely gone. And in fact, being a conservative is now a full-on countercultural movement because the left is, if you want to be a rebel now, you're a conservative.
Oh yeah.
If you want to be a part of the establishment and you want things to stay the same and you want to be one of these elite, whatever, then you're a leftist. If you're on a college campus right now, which used to be like the bastion of the left, is a college campus, and granted, still in our elite universities, some of them are. If you go to most college campuses around the country right now, they are voting for Donald Trump.
Oh, for sure.
They've got the red MAGA hat on, boys and girls alike. It is completely shifted, and Elon, I think, is a huge part of that because he exists in a similar way to Trump, outside of politics, in the cultural zeitgeist in a way that politicians couldn't even imagine.
No.
And when a guy like that says, "This is screwed up," and I'm for the guy that they're trying to kill.
Yes.
I think that's moved votes in a really meaningful way. I even see it in my pickup basketball games in my hometown in Birmingham, Alabama. People used to think I was kind of a novelty. That he worked for Trump. Like, what's up?
It's
What's that
weird
all
that
about?
Fox News
And
over here
now
has
I walk
no-
in, literally, I walk in. They have ordered the Trump shoes and would like for me to get DJT to sign them for them. And this has all happened in the last couple of years. It's a huge vibe shift.
I believe that. A lot of black guys in your game.
A lot of black guys in my game.
So that is a real
It's a
shift.
real thing.
And I
Wow,
never really believed Republicans were like, "Oh, we're
180
gonna win the black vote." No, you're not. But
on-
I have just in my life, just every black guy I know is like not against Trump, kind of.
Yeah.
184,000 are watching
100%.
Amir.
Well, it's now, you don't want to be stereotypical about people, but if you
Of
look
course
out
not.
across a mass of people,
I'm gonna
and
hear.
you think you can't have like, I wonder if that person votes for this person or that person or
Right.
whatever. Now,
97,000.
if you see,
Jeez.
a middle-aged, unattractive white woman. They probably voted for
100%.
the Democrat.
100%.
And if you,
100%.
and if you see a young black male who has been a historic constituency of the Democrat Party,
Yes.
that's a Republican now.
Captive of
That's a
the party.
Republican
Oh,
now.
I totally agree.
And working class voters, same thing. If you saw a working class white voter in a trailer park, historically, they would say the Republicans are the party of Wall Street and they don't
course.
care about me, and they probably voted for Democrats. That's our base now. That's where I grew up. That's you see a time right before us. Those people are Republicans now, and I think it is a huge. It's a great thing for our party. It is a great thing for our party.
Of course, I couldn't agree more. Thrilled by it, and I think Trump has forced the party to pay attention to its own voters in a way that Mitch McConnell was never going to do. One downside is, though, that the money is with the Democrats.
That's
75%
cool that he's at
of
Mar-a-Lago.
wealth
Trump is there with
held
him.
by Biden voters. They're
Gosh,
the
I
upper
wish
class.
they were streaming the room where he's in.
Republicans are the underdog. Just a fact.
Too late.
Kamala Harris, one of
times
your finance
have I
guys
been
told me
too late?
today, spent 3
On to
times
adventure.
what the
Wait,
Trump
Grandad.
campaign. It was 3 to 1.
Yeah.
Oh, all in, independent expenditures
I
included.
think that's a memory, Jim.
If Trump beats that, like, what's the lesson? You're outspent 3 to 1 and you win? Like, don't we have to rethink? So, I mean, that just seems like the biggest story
Interrupted
ever
to
told in
Sir
politics.
Earth's,
There's so many things about Trump that if you try to think about someone not him doing them, it is hard to imagine because
Right.
he's a larger than life personality.
Yes.
That were
Oh
he
my
not
gosh, dude,
that,
right
he
at the
would
last
not
second.
have been able
So
to break
sorry.
the machine the way that he has.
Yes.
But I think because he has broken the machine, it has shown a new way. It has shown a new path, a different way of doing things where you don't have to play by the same rules. And
Interesting point.
you know, for better or worse, this is a communications game, right? And he's a communications master. Anybody who's going to try to replicate what he has done and beat that system is going to have to be an incredible communicator.
That's for sure.
But they're going to have to be able to be willing to do it in a way that is not what is. So, like, let's think about the difference between Mitt Romney and Donald Trump. There are obviously a zillion of them, but one of them, just practically speaking, as a campaigner, one of them tried desperately to do no harm. I want to make no mistakes today. Whatever I do, oh my gosh, I just don't want to make any mistakes. The other said, I might make 10 mistakes today, but I'm going to say what I actually think. I'm going to say what I actually believe. And I'm going to bet that there are enough people out there that are going to say, I like the authenticity, that it's actually okay if I disagreed with 2 of the 10 things that he said because I knew he actually meant it, as opposed to the politician who tried to do no harm and it was a total fraud. That's the ultimate takeaway from Trump: is authenticity is the currency now.
So, if
I agree.
Last question, and you're the person to answer.
goes with,
since you're lifting government at a high level.
Everything nowadays with
in some of the more complicated parts of government.
AI.
I think it's fair to say. Trump gets elected tonight, let's say, inaugurated January
something to figure
20th.
out.
How does Washington respond?
Speak your piece.
How do the agencies respond? I mean, every signal they've sent that I've picked up is,
Sorry,
we
I
won't
got
allow this. We
distracted.
will not tolerate this.
Zalatar
We can't
gave
have
the High
this. The body
Speaker
will
the means to
reject the
restart the
transplant,
machine.
period. So, like, what happens?
Creating Scarton.
It's hard to imagine it not being that way. Certainly in the parts of the government
Does
that you're
seem that
talking
way,
about, I
right?
think it's going to be a very.
I'm talking about the meaningful parts, you know, the more secretive, the more significant parts,
Sure.
not the Ag Department.
Right. Right.
DOJ,
Right.
CIA, et cetera.
Yeah. I think it's going to ultimately come down to when Donald Trump wins tonight, which I fully believe that he will. The people that he chooses to go in and represent his interest and the country's interest in those places are going to have the biggest stones of anybody who's ever walked into those places before.
Like crazy.
And not be captured by the building, whatever the building may be. Because I saw this even the last time. Like, a lot of people go in there with the best of intentions,
yeah.
and then you realize how easy it is to just be like, you know what, I got the title now, and I'm a big shot, and it's actually just better if, like, if I walk out of here the day that I leave and it's the same as the day I came, that's not the worst.
Or
thing
their
ever. You just
constituency
can't do that
become. I
anymore.
mean, my dad worked in government. I saw this even as a child. The agency head's constituency becomes the employees of the agency.
That's exactly right.
Rather
That's
than
exactly right.
the voters,
That's exactly
than the
right.
country.
Yeah.
And they're loyal. Like, we don't want to besmirch the reputation of whatever stupid agency he's running, right? FBI, CIA.
Yeah.
Like, how do you find people who are ballsy enough to go against that very, very natural
I
trend?
think the good news is we now have a little bit of a track record. In 2016, we didn't know what certain people are going to do. Now you see who's been through the fire. You see what people are going to do. The other thing I think that we have learned is often making a change that is, let's call it a 75% change, produces the same backlash as trying to do a 10% change.
That's exactly.
And so why are we going to be
a good
incremental
point.
about some of these things?
Right.
They're
Jeez,
going to
that's a
come for our throats no matter what on this stuff. Well, at least
smart
we can,
person
like,
this is.
make it a meaningful change and make it worth it. And I think that's the mindset that we got to have if we get the opportunity.
I mean this. You know that I mean this. The fact that you're involved in this effort makes me feel a lot better about its chances of success.
Well, thank you.
I mean that. So thank you, Cliff Sims.
It's great to be here.
Great to see you. Thank you.
Yeah,
So
you
one
can
of the
tell this is a
big
very
things
smart person.
I think that's different about this run, Trump's third run for national office, is that he's not doing it alone. There is an army of people around him. Of course, there in some sense always has been. There have been a lot of disaffected voters who felt they're not being represented by their leaders who clustered around Donald Trump. But there weren't a lot of really, to be blunt, successful people from, say, business around Donald Trump. Almost all of them are too vested in the current system to join him publicly. And that has just changed in a huge way, most famously with Elon Musk. But I would say right behind him is his friend who got there first, David Sachs, who joins me now. David, thank you very much.
Oh, wow.
Good to be here, Tucker.
Never
for
heard of
coming
this
on.
guy.
So you have been a pretty, and I should say David Sachs is like a huge figure in tech world on the West Coast, San Francisco, South Bay, and you've been a pretty consistent voice for conservatism, well, since you were at Stanford, I think. But you have, I think you were the first person at your level in your world to come out and say, I'm voting for Donald Trump, and here's why. First of all, why did you do that? And what was the experience like? What was the reaction that you got?
Well, I guess, one of the things that I did starting a few years ago was I started doing this podcast, the All In podcast.
Yeah.
We started doing it pretty much at the beginning of COVID. I guess this was in early 2020. Just me and a few friends from the tech world, fellow investors. And so we started doing this weekly pod. And when you do a podcast like that, you just kind of have to say what you think. Otherwise, you got nothing to talk about.
I never understood. First of all, I
Yeah.
want to say I didn't get its significance until I went on it. And then
Playing
every
zombies.
person I'd ever met.
I just don't want to buy a
watched it.
$60 game right
I
now.
just didn't
I would play
understand
Warzone or something else. But
If you want to reach successful people, you do the All In podcast. I learned. But why did you do that? You've already got a lot going on. Why did you start that podcast?
We just sort of did it for fun. There wasn't really a huge plan behind it. It was just, we were all kind of locked in our houses at the beginning of COVID. It was really extreme in California.
Yeah.
We couldn't do anything. And so we just decided to do this podcast. So it kind of happened organically. A couple of my friends, we all played poker together. And the original idea was it'd be kind of fun if we were just to have cameras recording us playing poker. That wasn't practical, but we just started, recording our conversations over Zoom and putting them out, and then the thing kind of caught fire and became a little bit of a sensation.
Well, it certainly did. And a sensation in a very specific way. Like you were speaking to an audience that was not reached by Trump, basically.
Yeah.
And I sense a lot of your audience had heard of Trump. They knew they were supposed to hate Trump.
Yeah.
But they're kind of absorbed in their business. I mean, that's my sense.
Right.
of it.
Yeah. No,
And
it's first and foremost, it's a podcast about business,
Right.
markets, technology, and politics. But really, it's about whatever the big issues are that week. And
you're
so it's
probably the first person your audience respects they'd ever heard endorse Trump. I guess that's what I'm saying.
I think, I was a gateway drug for a lot of people.
Wait, can I just interrupt you
yeah.
really quick? So we're just looking at these Virginia numbers. Virginia is basically a Democratic state, thanks to the federal government, thanks to Northern Virginia, which is a wasteland, I should say, with a Republican governor. And yet, Trump is tied as of right now, with 41%
I'm listening.
in Virginia. He's down by 0.1 of a percentage point. He's basically tied with Harris. This is kind of amazing.
Yeah,
Plus
I
one,
think
too.
Virginia was a +10 state for Biden. Wasn't
Yeah,
it?
right. Was it actually +10?
I think it was +10, and then I remember that number because when Youngkin won the state, it was such a big, upset that he could overcome, what had been a 10-point deficit. So yeah, look, if Trump is running even-ish in Virginia, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, it's 41%.
So who knows?
And I don't know where they're from. I mean, that's one of those states where, its components have nothing in common with each other. Southern Virginia has nothing in common with Central Virginia, or certainly Northern Virginia, nothing in common with Southwest Virginia, et cetera. You can see what a weirdly shaped state it is. So you come out for Trump, and you just basically say, I'm for Trump. And you say that to a bunch of people who, I suspect, think they hate Trump.
It's one.
What's the response?
Well, I think that it hasn't been as negative as it was, I think, in 2016 or 2020. I think that, in fairness, there were a couple other folks who were trailblazers going back to 2016. I mean, Peter Thiel, in particular,
yes, for sure,
really was kind of far out there when
well,
he
he
endorsed.
spoke at the RNC in 16.
Yeah, that was a big deal, and I think he took a lot of slings and arrows for that. I think by the time that I did it, I probably was one of the first people this cycle to do it, but a lot of people ended up kind of following, and ended up, at one point I tweeted a list of kind of major figures in the tech industry who had endorsed Trump, and it was like 20, 25 people. So there was a lot of people who came on board, and then obviously Elon coming on board was a huge deal, and he's gone all out. Yeah, yeah. I think, look, I think that one of the reasons why so many people have come on board is because the last 4 years have just been so bad. It's just been so egregious. I mean, Biden and the Democrats came into office promising a return to normalcy. This is what they called it. What did we actually get? They opened the borders. I mean, just totally inexcusable. There's no justification for that. They gave us trillions of
Are you playing something, Lily? Or what are you up to?
Spending, you know, and they wanted more. Remember, Build Back Better was originally supposed to be something like 6 trillion, then it was 4.5 trillion. Eventually, they got it, I think, 750 billion plus all the other trillions, the Inflation Reduction Act, and all the rest. So we had that massive inflation. We had it's the lawfare and the censorship, I think, alienated a lot of people in our world. You know, because it's just so fundamentally un-American to prosecute your political opponents. I think this is the thing that kind of made me want to kind of go all in. Well, I mean, yeah, I was conservative before, and I would have supported Trump or whoever the Republican candidate would have been, but it made me want to do so much more to see that Trump was getting prosecuted. They were trying to put him in prison. They're trying to bankrupt him. They're going after his kids. I mean, it was just beyond.
A rapist when he didn't rape anybody.
It's just beyond the pale. And then, you know, they started going down the line. It wasn't just Trump. You can see what they're doing with Elon. They're prosecuting his companies now, or the government's got all sorts of investigations into his companies, mainly because he restored Twitter X to being a free speech platform. So political retaliation is just now part of their playbook. And if you let them get away with it, if they win this election, they're going to keep going with that. The only way they stop is if they lose, and then they have to reconsider whether these tactics are alienating people. But if they get away with it, they're like, okay, this seems to be working. Let's just keep doing more of this.
And they have the temperament of animals. Like they don't believe in sportsmanship or fair play. And so once they start winning, they get blood on the tongue, and it makes them more vicious. I have noticed that.
Yeah. I mean, it is vicious.
So, last question. I know you think about this a lot since you're in the tech world, but like, can they social media? If Trump wins, it'll be because of social media, new media. Yeah. There's no doubt about it. You know, doing Rogan's endorsement is more significant than any other endorsement other than Elon's, I would say. Can they allow social media to stay open in the way that they are, particularly X, to stay open?
Well, it is a giant loophole in their control of the legacy media.
Yes.
And it's such a big loophole that it kind of threatens that whole like superstructure that has been created or has been revealed. I think one of the things that's been most interesting about the last, I don't know, let's call it 8 years, has been that, you know, initially when Trump first won, it was because of issues. You know, it was you know, kind of, you could call it the old Pat Buchanan issues. It was the border, it was trade, it was the forever wars, and Trump sort of pulled that sword out of the stone and used it to slay the Bush family dynasty and then the Clinton family dynasty. And if Washington had just taken the note, if they had just said, okay, we need to make an adjustment here in our policies, then the whole country would have been different. But that's not how they reacted. They said, we have to stop this no matter what, even though what did Trump really wanted to do? He just wanted a wall, and he wanted to pull our troops out of wars we were losing anyway. But that was just totally unacceptable to them. And they reacted with lawfare, with hoaxes, the Russiagate hoax, the Scandemic. And it was a collaboration of not just the Democratic Party, it was the Democrats and the whole legacy media running, you know, the Russiagate hoax, and the administrative state and the security state. So, you know, what I think happened is that the opposition to Trump revealed itself to be something much greater than just, you know, a candidate. It's kind of like, you know, you talked about in one of your speeches how this was like the hero's journey. I mean, Act 1 was sort of him, you know, winning the presidency. Act 2 was The Empire Strikes Back, and it revealed something about our government, that our government is not just the you know, it's not just Trump versus Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. No. It's about this larger, they're really just a avatar for this larger superstructure, this marriage of sort of the of government, the permanent government, the administrative state, the legacy media, the Democratic Party, and then all of their various, affiliates, whether it's, the big tech platforms that are engaged in censorship or the Hollywood celebrities who are always endorsing. So we kind of learned that I think we learned something about the nature of our government that we didn't know before. I think, and this is why I think it's so important about this election, is it's not just about Trump versus Kamala Harris who's going to be the president.
No.
It's going to be about how we're ruled. I mean, are we basically ruled by these entities, these corrupt entities, who are pretending to be a fair media or a neutral administrative state, but really are in cahoots together to they're kind of a ruling class or ruling party that is it's really the enemy of democracy. I mean, it's not. They claim to be democracy, but they're kind of the enemy of it. It's basically a bureaucracy. Elon tweeted a really funny meme today where there was someone took a clip of all the legacy media types talking about the threat to democracy and had AI replace the word democracy with bureaucracy.
Yeah.
And it made perfect sense.
Well,
it made perfect sense.
They've just redefined the term.
Yeah.
If Kamala Harris can claim to represent joy, a woman who kissed her own husband with a mask on, then the Democratic Party is about democracy. David Sachs, I think if Trump wins, it'll be in part due to you and your bravery. So I just want to thank you.
Well, thank you.
And I hope if he does that, I'm still around. We can go celebrate.
Yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tucker.
Who was that?
So among the many members of this new coalition, sort of look ahead, who's going to run the Republican Party in 10 years
14
is someone else from completely outside of politics who I don't think
I appreciate that.
into politics,
Appreciate that.
and who joins us now.
Thanks for saying hi.
Swami, who's really, you almost
Means
never
a lot.
see, this is not flattering,
I hope
it's
you
real.
enjoy your
You almost never see
Philly
anyone
steak.
run for president, lose, and become enhanced.
Yeah, I hope
it's like everyone who runs, Jeb
streaming
Bush,
this isn't
who was
too
widely regarded as a really smart guy until he
I
ran for
did,
president.
man.
He
I
realized he's
did. I
actually
did
kinda
survive.
stupid.
Yeah, it's taken a while to get back into the
Everybody who
groove of
runs
things,
and
but
loses. Ron DeSantis, poor Ron DeSantis. I'm not attacking him, but he was diminished.
But yeah, here we are.
You were enhanced. I'm not quite sure how you did that.
Yeah,
but it was
I'm just
amazing.
streaming,
Well, thank you, man.
like
I
use a little bit.
It's true.
I also hope that
Playing some
I'm
WoW.
not running the Republican
Yeah.
Party 10 years from now because
Thanks
our
for stopping
country's
by.
in shape in about 4 years.
Yo, good
Maybe
night.
about 1 year.
I'll probably be here for a
we
few
can all
hours,
Find
so.
other productive things to do beyond this world
Lord,
of politics.
feel free
But
to
that's,
stop
I
back
think,
in.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but it's feeling pretty darn good.
Well, it
that we
is,
got
and
away there.
I hate to turn to. Well, I guess now that I no longer work for a TV network, I can turn to whatever I want. But I hate to turn to fake numbers.
Yeah.
But in the absence of real numbers, let's dive into the fake numbers for a moment, if you don't mind.
Fine.
Here are the Wisconsin betting odds. Did I really just say that? I feel so low.
I think betting odds are a better place to look than
It's
these
probably
early
right.
poll numbers.
The,
yeah.
the ABC Ipsos poll.
Yeah.
Okay. We are
You
now
ever get
on
to
the
check
question
out
of
that?
who will win the
I
election. in
did
Wisconsin for
actually. I have to
president,
refresh
where
my memory, but
Donald
around the
Trump,
time that you
56,
linked it, like a few
Kamala
months ago, I
Harris,
did listen
Kamala
to a
Harris,
lot of it.
44.
And I remember enjoying it.
Oh, and it's changing even as we speak. 56-44. Well, it's readjusted.
Whatever.
Whatever.
But it was like that was as of like 10 minutes ago or something, right?
It's so funny we're turning to betting odds.
Seconds ago, yeah. So, you think he's got a shot at Wisconsin?
Yeah, I think so, and I think we'll know Wisconsin probably before Pennsylvania based on how
Very
long they're
soothing.
actually saying the ballots are going to take to count. So it
It
might be
takes
that we
an
like.
awful because
It was very soothing. It was. It's
Yeah, I
it's
know,
as
that
good as you.
doesn't seem like a very
as you- I
satisfying
remember thinking.
explanation.
It was
Oh,
as good as
okay.
you
In the year
mentioned it was.
2024, we're able to catch
Tennessee
rockets.
is also a long state too,
Yeah, it
right?
kind of is too, right? We were able to catch rockets falling out of outer space.
Yeah, man. I pray you're having a good night.
Some votes
It's
that are submitted in the same
It's
rate
so
that we did
third
about 40
world.
years ago.
Actually, it's
There's
such
a lot
an
to
insult
have,
to the third world.
Yeah, it actually kind of
say
is.
hi. Yep.
Because the
See
third
you
world as
later.
well. You know, actually, for all the stuff about Puerto Rico recently,
Yeah.
I went to Puerto Rico. I actually like Puerto Rico. I spent a lot of time there. And they do their elections really well. Single day voting on election day. It's a holiday for the entire island.
Yeah.
Paper ballots, and they actually make you, like that glass of water, it's like a die. You
Oh,
stick
yeah.
your finger in, you make sure that they check it like an amusement park to make sure you don't vote at multiple locations. People trust the elections, they're secure, they get the results quickly.
Oh yeah. Everyone's got a purple finger. I've seen.
I think that we can learn something from Puerto Rico and how they run their elections, and I think that we are the ones actually doing it the
If a country
third
that
world way
can't
right now.
produce reliable electricity can have free and fair elections, then I think we can too.
Well, I think we're going the other direction. They're trying to also make sure that we're not also able to produce electricity here, right?
Oh, I'm laughing. It's
just messing up our elections was the first step to getting to also not running our electricity by shutting down our coal mines and not fracking for natural gas. But we're maybe about 7 hours from changing that for the country.
So why would Barack Obama, and I'm sorry to be cynical, but I spent all 8 years of his presidency in the United States watching carefully. Why would he tweet out like it's a great thing that it's going to take days to find out who the new president is? Election workers are heroes. Respect them. Thank them. Don't share things before checking your sources. I'm trying not to use the F word on YouTube, but like, how dare you, Barack Obama, you liar, lecture me about accuracy, and then let the process run its course. It takes time to count every ballot. Well, not in India, it doesn't.
Oh, this came out today, though.
Yeah,
I think it's clear why this is coming out today.
Yeah, so Obama's telling us, like, it's going to take forever to, we may have leaks in the pipes in polling stations.
If Kamala actually was surging, this tweet would not have gone out. So whatever. We all know it. Politics is a game of self-interest. They don't want to look like fools at the end of this. If it goes longer, there's some probability that things could change in their direction. So yeah, I think he's tweeting according to his incentives. I think that's
again,
pretty predictable.
He is. You're exactly right. And I don't mean to feign shock. I've watched this guy for 8 years. But have you ever seen an election go into overtime and the Republican win?
No, not that I can remember. You've been around long. I don't think so.
No.
Yeah. I don't think this one's going. I think that Trump used this expression. I think it was smart. Too big to rig. I think we are. It certainly feels to me on our way to get there.
So here's Chris Wallace. Here's someone I've never quoted. Chris Wallace is one of the most loathsome women in television. But let me just quote this headline. CNN host Chris Wallace argues Kamala Harris would be, quote, a miracle given exit polls.
Well, I don't think a miracle is coming for her tonight. And, look, I think that one of the risks, I feel really good about tonight, and that's great. And hopefully we wake up tomorrow morning, maybe even, and, we know that Donald Trump's the next president. That's the start line, right? And so if you look at just every way this machine, we just trace the last year, right? What has this machine tried to do? Civil suits first.
Yep.
Then criminal suits.
Yep.
Then extrajudicial attempts to remove him from the ballot. Then more extrajudicial attempts on his life. Not one, but then two. So they've tried every trick, and that hasn't worked. And he is still going to win, it looks like, I don't want to count on chickens here, but resoundingly. What's the next remaining step is to impede the administration. And there's multiple ways to beat it. You can impede it through the front door. You can impede it through the back door. And so I think that in some ways, this idea, and I think the little bit of the feigned retreat, the psyop, self-consciously in all of this, even if we're not aware of it, is that somehow November 5th is like, yes, then we've done it. Or November 6th, we wake up tomorrow morning, we think we've done it. And I think that's just us getting started. And I think the real fight, some ways, either begins or continues.
That's totally right.
And so that's kind of, I think, the check that I want on all this.
Can I ask you a personal question? We're on the internet, we can say whatever we want.
Yeah.
How did you wind up, you and Trump have such an easy relationship. He seems to like you, you seem to like him, you ran against each other. But you don't do the ass-kissy thing that a lot of people do.
I can't.
Well, okay, but I watch, like, Mike Pompeo is just, like, giving Trump a tongue bath every time. Oh, Donald Trump, your hands are so large, or whatever. It's just, like, repulsive and it's transactional and false, obviously, as Mike Pompeo is. But you don't do that. You never kiss ass. But you're direct and nice. You just seem to get along. How did you
so far
get
so
along
good.
with the guy you ran against, I guess?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I committed myself to in the race is the easy thing to do would have been to slam Donald Trump for something that he said that you disagreed with.
Yeah.
And for me, he actually was objectively the best president of the 21st century. And people said, how could you run against him and say that? Well, first of all, that's like the easiest thing you could possibly say. You got George Bush, Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump. So it sounded really great, but it's like the most obvious statement I could have made, and people said, "Oh, is he running as some type of, Trump ally as in the race?" So to the contrary, I think we started from a good place.
The hottest Supreme Court justice. Yeah. The best caterer in Tajikistan.
Yeah, but that understates actually how good of a job he did. And I think it's our candor that allowed us to build a pretty good friendship afterwards as well. I knew him for a while, but we've only gotten to know each other really well after I left the race this year. And yeah, I'm not a natural sycophant, and I think that Donald Trump actually appreciates having people around him.
You know what? I agree with that.
Speak, and I respect him more because of that, because that's not the media narrative that you get about him. But what I've seen is he's somebody who wants to be challenged. He likes to actually You know, when he asks you for a question and you're just giving some sort of nodding response, that's not helping anybody versus sharing what your actual opinion is. Now, you know, he'll bust my balls sometimes for. He'll say, you talk too fast or give me a headache. But he's joking around with me, and you know, I think that's part of what's made us have a
No, I think that's absolutely right.
You're talking too fast, you're giving me a headache.
Trump does love butt kissers, but he likes the people who don't butt kiss even more. Actually, I think that's true. I think that's true.
Yeah,
and good for him.
It's so interesting to see people talking.
So
this
when do
genuinely.
you think? I'm sorry to ask you about politics, but you ran.
Yeah, I know.
When do you think we know?
You know, I mean, so I should tell you, there's a lot of things that I think I have authority on. Horse race politics stuff is absolutely not it. But I think probably tomorrow morning. I think Wisconsin, we know by tomorrow morning. So I think basically it'll go Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, Wisconsin, and then that's basically game over. So Pennsylvania will still take a long time, and I think we're going to win Pennsylvania. Credit to a lot of Elon and Scott Prestel and a lot of people who have laid a lot of groundwork there. Not necessarily the traditional party machinery, but the outside of party machinery that's laid a lot of groundwork there.
It's not the traditional party.
I mean, if you look at Arizona, I'll give a lot of credit to Turning Point. I think they've done a really good job out there. Incredible.
Definitely.
I mean, I visited them recently. The analytics
Me
were
too.
really. I mean, just like as like a business person looking into the rigor with which they're running it there, and to some extent in Wisconsin too. I'll give Turning Point a lot of credit for those two regions as well. But who cares about who gets the credit for what? It's the objective.
Well, it's interesting. No, it does
But
matter
you
because
learn
it's
for
not
the
the
future.
party that did it.
You
It's
learn
not,
for the future. Yeah.
It's not the RNC. It's Charlie Kirk, who's like 30 and doesn't have a college degree, and it's like turns out to be better at
Kind of a
running.
genius at this,
Kirk
actually.
I
doesn't have
absolutely
a
agree with
college
that,
degree.
and I think a really good guy. But
See?
so that's meaningful, though. So if the biggest players in all of this, you had no background in politics at all, right? Elon Musk,
Totally.
Charlie Kirk. I mean, these are just people like Donald Trump himself.
Totally.
Who came from outside and have really. Do you think the Republican Party has permanently changed?
Yeah, I do. I think that this is a redefining
It's a new
election. I think that's
party.
what makes this win even more exciting, is that the Republican Party, to use a Kamalaism, we ain't going back. You know,
Yeah.
I think that's true here, and that will be one of the parts of this victory where, like, I'm just thinking about. I mean, we're again here talking. Let's just talk frankly.
Yeah.
Right? I was on the stage with a lot of people who were of an old garden variety, stuffed suit, Republican mold from the past.
Yeah.
And that's not taking anything away from them. I mean, people who come in the range of politics, that's what their career has been. I think the Republican Party of the future is going to be defined by people coming in from the outside who have a fresh perspective, who are able to speak hard truths
Let's get
to
down to
Democrats, but
business
also
then.
to yesterday's Republicans as well.
The
And we become, I
three
hope, this party of
Stand
just
as one.
practiced evolution, right? We're just repeatedly evolving in a way that it doesn't become
May your
stultified,
hammer strike
doesn't just
true.
become tied up to dogmas.
Are you here
And
to
this is something I've
shout
actually
or-
been, this is not to
dare
get too
challenge
philosophical,
the
but
will of the
I don't want
High
to see the America
Speaker.
First movement do what the
Suffer for
neocon
your
movement did for
hubris.
20 years, which is,
Right.
and I see some of this, right?
how
We're
brave
the
you
party of the
are
working
when your
class to some guy who, like,
protective shield is
10 years
gone.
ago was saying something else, but
Flag
doesn't know
and
why he's
rust.
saying it today.
This
I don't want
is
people saying
over.
things out of
The
habit.
High Speaker
Like,
will
we want people
hear
who
of
understand
this.
why they're saying them. And, you know, people like Elon and people like Bobby Kennedy, who I respect, and JD is an outsider. Donald Trump
Have
is
you
the
heard
ultimate
anything I
outsider
need
in
to
this.
know?
I think that it's going to take people coming from the outside who are thinking people, who, by the way, all of us who I just named, don't agree with each other on 100% of issues.
Right.
And that's cool. But that, I think, is going to be the character
We will survive.
of the new Republican
We
Party.
always
And
going
it is
forward.
new,
I
and
think
this
it's good.
really is going to, and this is a concern for me, wreck Mitch McConnell's retirement party. I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I just wasn't around in
We've
politics
got
enough
him.
to know
Champion.
enough about
Take
that
him out.
legacy to even care
Those
about it.
are
So
Like,
let me
it
just
it
bottom
doesn't matter to
line
me.
it by saying
Yeah.
that's a good thing.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter to me. Like, yeah,
Vivek,
Yeah.
I think we're gonna have a long conversation later this week.
I'm looking forward to it.
When we're gonna know, I really am too.
Yeah,
About
yeah.
what comes next. Thank you.
Take it easy.
Good to see you, man.
Thank you.
All right, so nobody has done more live events. No one's been on the road more. No one has asked for less credit than our next guest, Donald Trump Jr. Don, how many events have you done?
I actually don't know. I know October 2020 I did 104. So I imagine I matched that, maybe did a little bit more this time around because that was like peak COVID and no one was willing to do stuff. So I can't tell if I did more or if I did a little less because it was more than just me on the road. But no, it feels really good right now, Tucker. I mean, I died 2 days ago, but It's just
you're like Joe Biden right now.
It's caffeine, nicotine, testosterone,
Yes.
and adrenaline. That's all I got. That's all I got. I don't have a pulse or a heart rate.
Drugs.
It's fun.
SSRIs or
Yeah, screw that.
you have the drugs you just mentioned.
I got the drugs.
So how does it? I'm sorry. I've asked every person the same stupid question, but it is election night, so I can't control myself.
I got you.
I mean, where do you think we actually
are? Listen, I've done this 3 times now. I feel this is by far, the most comfortable I've been on election. I'm never comfortable. You know me. I sort of function like I'm always 3 points behind, whether I'm 10 points behind or whether I'm 10 points ahead. Some of it looks really good, man. When I see, the rural vote, turning up. When I see, we just won Miami-Dade by 10 points. It's never been ever been read. We won it by 10 points. So Florida, just a landslide.
I think you lost it by 30, right?
Yeah, we lost it by 30 in 16, and we won it by 10, a 40-point swing in 8 years. That's pretty significant. Now, that's a different demographic. Those are people who came from Cuba and Venezuela who are like, we don't want to revert back to that. I don't know if that translates, to the Hispanic population throughout the rest of the country, but something's definitely going on. It feels like, North Carolina, where we can actually have reasonable and fair elections, where we have rules that aren't insane. Florida, North Carolina, we can do really well. I mean, Georgia's looking good right now, and so it's going to come down to, one of the blue walls. I mean,
do you think it's fair to say that you're going to do better in states with voter ID laws?
I think without question.
So what does that tell you?
Well, because listen, there's a reason the other side doesn't want these things. I mean, it's not to preserve democracy; it's to preserve their ability to cheat more easily.
Of course.
No one doesn't believe that. I mean, I imagine in their heart of hearts, even Democrats understand that. They're just okay with the results. I mean, not exactly preserving democracy, but that's always been a soundbite anyway, right?
So, at what point will you know the outcome? Do you think?
You know what? I don't know. I just want people to stay in line. I want them to vote. You'll know tonight if it's decisive, if people stay in line, if our guys show up. What I don't want to do is give them an excuse to say, well, we're going to count for 2 more weeks, so we got to double check this, and then they show up with a trailer full of ballots that are only filled in for the president because that's all they had time to fill in some warehouse outside of the district. But like I said, I mean, it's by far the best I've ever felt going in. We just got to finish this thing.
Looking back, I mean, it's not over yet.
Yeah.
But let's say it's 3 days from now,
let's
and
regroup ahead.
Donald Trump's the president again. What were the moments, do you think, the pivotal moments in the campaign?
Man, there's so many.
Yeah, there are.
Honestly, the pivotal moments
It's the
have been...
craziest thing I've ever... Oh, he takes Ohio.
Okay, well, see. I mean, now I'll be curious to see what that is. Hopefully we can grow, because, the reality is I want to also make sure we bring, in Ohio, Bernie Moreno over the finish line there, because I don't want the presidency without the Senate and the House. I've been there. I've done
also, Sherrod Brown in Ohio is the biggest fraud in the United States Senate and really just a loathsome person.
Well, actually, it's probably John Tester in Montana.
Well, he's done.
I hope so. And if Tim Sheehy pulls that off, I think that's great. But yeah, I mean, all these clowns, they're running, hey, I'm with Trump. I'm like, well, no, you voted to impeach him twice. You voted with Joe Biden 99% of the time. Like, you're not with Trump. But, they understand where these people are. And in those, state races, they're basically lying to them on TV on a daily basis. I understand it's politics, but it's just a flagrant lie.
Moreno was up. There's the Libertarian, who I think his campaign was paid for by the Democrats, of course.
I'm sure it was.
Always.
It always is.
So, by the way, if you say you're for workers and then let in 15 million people into the country...
You're not actually for workers.
No, you're not.
Or Americans or anything other than, candidly, abject chaos.
Oh, totally.
And that's the reality. That's what I don't understand about the Democrat Party, because they've shifted so far from their working class roots.
Yes.
Now it's like, I don't know, rather than cater to, I don't know, like those working class people or like your citizens, it's like, no, we're not going to do that. We're just going to replace them.
Yeah.
And I know, a few months ago that was really controversial, but it's like, what else could it possibly be? Like, why, when they let in 20 million people and 600,000 of whom are criminals and 13,000 are murderers and 16,000 are rapists, like, they know that. These are Joe Biden's, and Kamala Harris's.
Texas has been called. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, and it looks like Ted Cruz is going to win big down there, too.
I don't know why. Texas made me nervous. I mean, there are just so many illegal aliens in Texas right now.
The problem, the real reality is we've just flipped Hispanics over there. They're the people that are actually, and I've done events down on the border and all of this, and
56% reporting Ted Cruz at 51.3. Colin Allred more money spent for Colin Allred. Like every actor in Hollywood sent money to Colin Allred.
Well, and that was the same thing. I was with Ted Cruz, back the last time he ran 6 years ago, and I was with him on the bus. They're like, hey, can you help us out? And, this is, when it was still a little bit, rougher, and but we had a good relationship by then, and him and I sort of got along pretty quickly. He was sort of quick to come around, actually, after sort of a rough primary.
It was bitter.
I know, and at 16, that was brutal. And then, Tommy Hicks, my good buddy, and I, because of hunting, basically, all my friends, half of my friends are Texas, and they're basically like, hey, you want to come? What the hell was it? It was that Bill Kristol, I don't even know the name of the group anymore. They're so irrelevant. The hell is the name of that group that they have? Bill Kristol's group. I don't know. One of those rubber chicken think tank like Washington, D.C.
Just like Hudson Institute or AEI.
AEI. It was their dinner, and I was like, I don't want to go to this. Like, I have no interest. They're like, no, you got to come. And it was Ray Washburn and Tommy Hicks. And they basically stuck me at a table. And I'm looking around, and everyone's sort of laughing, and I'm like, I'm like, why are they laughing? And I look down, and the place card next to me is Ted Cruz, and this is like, a month after that rough primary. It was pretty brutal. And so
the funniest primary ever.
Oh,
Rafael Cruz killing JFK.
It was wild. It was wild. And we sat down, and it's awkward at first, and we started talking, and at the end of this dinner, I was like, hey, Ted, we're all going back to the Trump Hotel back at the time when we had that in D.C. You want to join us for a couple drinks? And he was like, yeah. And you know what? Honestly,
really?
Ted Cruz with a couple of beers in him is a super funny guy. Like, we had a great time. He took every selfie that was asked of him. We had a good relationship from that point. But I was with him, I guess it was 18.
And that was even before the election.
Oh, yeah, that was before the election. And so, we became pretty friendly. And then 18, he was like, hey, can you come down? And we did like 5 or 6 events one day, like a week from, his race. And he gets his fundraising numbers. And it was like $13 million. He goes, we just set the record ever for like an in-state race. Look at this. This is amazing. And, Beta O'Rourke got his numbers like 3 hours later. And we just got done with another event. And we get the reporting like Beto just did 33 million. And it's like,
oh, yeah.
And like he set the record and they tripled it plus, kind of thing. And it was like, oh, man. I mean, that's what we're up against. And when you look at any one of
up
these,
against right now, it's 3-1.
Oh, I believe it.
Finance guys
then it was 3-. And when you think about it, this is not like some unknown race. This is a Texas senator in a Republican state getting outspent 3-1. Some of these are 5-1. Some of these congressional races, they're 10-1. It's almost hard to believe, we can compete, against some of that insanity. And none of it's from in-state. None of it represents the values of the people who are actually voting.
I think the presidential race is 3-1.
Oh, 100%. I mean, she spent $1 billion. That's why when people were doing they moved, $2 out of North Carolina, I'm like, did they really mismanage their funds that badly that they got to pull out $2 million out of $1 billion from North Carolina?
But if a candidate's being outspent 3-1, and all the money is coming from Hollywood and finance, then that candidate, the one who's being outspent 3-1, is the underdog in the race.
Oh yeah, this whole notion that Kamala Harris is the underdog. They're trying. I'm like
3-1. Really?
What are you talking?
I don't think I've ever read that though.
Oh, I've seen people push that, like she's the underdog. I'm like,
no, but the fact that the Trump campaign is being outspent 3-1 and is still winning is pretty crazy.
No, it's
oh my gosh,
it's amazing. What I'd love to see, because the country is a business in a way. Give someone here's $200 million. And come up with a lower number for the Senate. But they're going to spend $200 million against Tim Sheehy in Montana, like Chuck Schumer. 200. You know what $200 million is in Montana? A state of 1 million people with a cheap media market. That's billions. If you were spending it in a bigger state, it's insane. I'd love to see, the presidential race. Here's $300 million apiece. Run it like a business. Do it efficiently. Come up with, make sure people actually know. Because when you have unlimited funds, it's sort of like Ukraine, right? When you have unlimited funds, why would you ever get to the table? Why would you ever work? Why would you ever do something smart? I'd love to see something
it's
like that.
It's inherited money. It's why they're all drug addicts, right?
Yeah, it's disgusting. And when I think of the money that's blown on these things, and then the special interests, and this, and then everyone gets man, it'd be nice to cut some of that out and just be able to do what Americans actually want, not what the guy that bought you for the last 2 years while you're running a presidential actually wants you to do. And so yeah, I guess that's why they also hate Trump, is he hasn't been bought.
He definitely
he doesn't care. When he goes to these fundraisers, I've seen him yell at these guys that are big donors. They're like, I won't even mention names. You'll know them because I'm sure you actually loathe some of these people, because I know I do, but I mean, I saw a couple times where, they just sort of went really anti-Trump and then try to come back around, and he doesn't even open the door, just talks to them like you would a petulant child, and I'm just like, well, there's $25 million out the window, but man, it was worth listening to that.
Well, I just watched that about an hour ago. I don't know if you were in the room with your dad, but there are all these big donors in the other room right there, and he was joking with one of them, very famous, one of the richest people in the world. And he starts making fun of him.
Yeah, no,
like ridiculous. Like, I don't think anyone has spoken to this billionaire that way ever. And it was, it was joking around, but it was
this example that I'm talking about, was not at all joking around. It didn't it didn't matter. You just see this guy that's, for 12, 15, 20 billion dollars, just walk away with it, his tail between his legs. Now, he doesn't give you the money which you need to combat some of the stuff, but I was like, you know what? We probably could have deployed that capital, but man, that was worth it. That was the best 25 million I've ever seen just burned.
I love
sit with lighter fluid and set it ablaze. It was sort of so. Yeah, man, it was interesting. Last night, just being in Michigan at 2 o'clock in the morning, watching an entire stadium still energized and invigorated, and just being sort of, I think we win. I think we do great. Whatever it is, but it was man, that was sort of an end of an era. Trump on the campaign trail.
I know.
I don't think we'll ever see that again.
No.
There's not enough personality in politics. There's not enough sort of.
It's so overwhelming. I mean, I met all these people who've been to, I've been to 40 Trump rallies, and it's why? And the answer is because they're so fun.
Yeah. No, I mean, there are people that have been to over 100 that I've met, and I'm I'm not sure I've been to 100. My theory on that when they're I'm not the guy looking for credit. I'm not the guy trying to.
No, you're not. It's true.
I'm not the guy trying to be in the selfie. And politics. There's all these people well, why are you here? You could actually do something if you were out of, in all fairness, you're adding, if Trump's in the room, virtually no one else adds any value, right?
No,
it's
I've
fine.
been there. Yeah,
Give him the mic,
true.
he'll be fine. He doesn't need your help. He doesn't need your, sage advice of, bullshit. But, you still see a lot of that where they're just there to be in the background, to be seen there. And I'm so I'm the opposite. Yesterday, I did want to do the last day.
Protect Dahlgren while he solves the rune lock
in the entire
combination.
cycle
Where
that I
is
spent
he?
with my father.
Was it fun?
It was great. But I'm kind of like my dad that way. I rather have the mic also. So it's I'm sitting there at the end of 4 rallies. It's 5:30 in the morning, and I'm exhausted. And you know what it's like.
Very
you
well.
get up on the stage when we did our great event up in Jacksonville, and there's 17,000 people there,
Yeah.
and I'm you get done. It's okay, it's bedtime. It's yeah, I'm not going to sleep for hours. I'm just.
I know.
You absorb some of that energy when the crowd gives you that. You absorb that energy,
Yeah.
and you're not. So it's, I'm looking at my dad. And I'm honestly, I'm always impressed with him, and whether it's getting shot in the face and coming back defiant, or just, but his overall energy. It's it's 6 a.m. He's been going since 6 a.m. 24 hours. He's had thousands of people that he's been entertaining. His it's not like a Kamala Harris speech, which is 7 minutes off a prompter. I mean, you can have a 45-minute speech in the prompter, but he's up there for, 120 minutes. It's
No,
I'm
it's
for the love of God,
spoken
we did the first rally in North Carolina. We got there relatively on time, and by the time we got done, we're well, we're already 2 hours behind schedule. I'm I'm not going to get to sleep tonight. And I'm going to be on TV and radio all morning. So, I pulled an all-nighter, but the guy's
Jeez, how did they do
78.
that?
Pulls an all-nighter, is doing TV all day, doesn't go to sleep at all, and I'm I don't even know that. I don't have that at 46. It's I'm
Well, tonight he was in there. I don't know. You're probably working, but he was in there, and the returns are coming up. The first tranche at 7. All his biggest donors standing around, and he's doing this play-by-play.
Yeah.
In front of everybody, just for 40 minutes, and it's hilarious.
And he remembers everyone, and he remembers when they got on board, especially the guys that got on early. But the recall, is actually amazing. When they start doing the most offensive stuff I see is when they're well, Trump's in the later stages of dementia and Alzheimer's. I'm the same people that told you that Joe Biden is alive and well. I'm yeah, I don't, it's been a weekend at Bernie's for 4 years, but he really, he gets it, and so.
Yeah, no, he's not in the later stages of dementia.
No,
I think it's fair to say. I mean, you don't have to like him, but he's not suffering from dementia.
Yeah, well, you combine just the full weight and force of the mainstream media. $1 trillion industry. You combine that. You add in, big tech. You add in, 3-to-1 outspin, and it's like, it's hard. Like, I feel like if I was a leftist, like, we'd win elections by like 99.9 to like 0.01, and the 0.01 is like people who just filled in the wrong circle or something like that. Like, it's actually hard to believe we can even be competitive, but that's how insane the Democrat Party is today.
I gotta say, for me, there are lots of things I'm looking forward to if he wins, but Nicole Wallace's response has got to be right at the top of the list. Like,
a couple of those, I want to like juxtapose them to like 2016, who Martha Raddatz, the very, very unbiased moderator of the Hillary Clinton debate. She's there in tears on TV. I'm like, you think she's really like unbiased? You think there's even like a little bit? And you look at the way they've analyzed the coverage.
I'm not sure I'm doing this quest right, to be honest. I think I am.
Trump, like 276% positive for Kamala Harris. I'm like she hasn't even given you guys your policies. Like, it'd be one thing if like, hey, you excuse just overall, lack of charisma, but like she wouldn't even tell them their policies. It's fine. Like we'll figure out the policies on January 20th.
They have no self-respect.
It's brutal, right? Like it's hard to believe that you can even have a close.
Wallace is just, there's something about her. It's just, When I was a kid, I was a magazine writer, and I went down to Florida to interview Jeb Bush on his education policies. He was like an idiot, but I was required to think he was impressive. And Nicole Devenish, she was then called, was the little gatekeeper. I remember thinking, this woman's really stupid and really kind of nasty and self-important. And then the next thing you know, I wake up and she's got a show on MSNBC, and she's like the most dishonest, weepiest, just like sanctimonious. Don't you think that her like melting down on MSNBC will make all of it worth it?
100%. Like, even 50 hours of congressional testimony for treason. Like, they're like, why'd you work so hard on this, Don? It's like, well, because I don't want to end up in the gulags next. I mean, you and I would have fun if they put us next to each other, but they probably separate us. But it's insane. But no, it's interesting when with the media, with politics in general. I came from the business world. Like, like you don't just get lucky. In business, you can get lucky once, but like the guys that have 40-year careers, like they're impressive people. Politics, media, they're actually incredibly unimpressive, and it's sort of amazing. It's sort of what I love about what's going on right now. When you have like my father, and you have a Vivek, and you have a JD, who in all fairness, I think I should probably get a little credit for just kind of taking on the billionaire donor class that wanted their puppet VP and
If only people knew how much credit you deserve for it. That was a heroic.
I don't ask for much, but I was like, I'm all in on that. Like,
that story will never be written, but that was one of the great moments in any politics I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of politics.
You definitely exerted. I exerted 10,000% of my political capital. I may get a favor from my father in like 2076. I used it all, but it was great after the debate
and it actually worked out. He turned out to be amazing.
Listen, if I go all in, it's usually like I feel really strong. I don't go all in often. There's not a lot of things.
I didn't know he was responsible.
I'll work around some of the bad stuff, right? This was one that was like, it was really important to me, and like.
But there have been like no hiccups. It's
no,
crazy.
well, honestly, it's sort of interesting. I've had like a lot of these like sort of Republican donor class people come up to me, which is really stupid of them, by the way. But they're like, Don, like I was MFing you for like 3 weeks about that decision because I really wanted X, Y, Z, and then like, you really shouldn't tell me that you were doing that behind my back. Like I appreciate the candor now, but I'm like, that like I don't know, like I'm gonna remember that. Like it's like, but they're like, but you were right, and then and the only one that mattered, I wanted my father to be happy, but it was after the debate. My phone's blowing up in my pocket, and I figured it was press, or I'm doing the spin room for like 2 hours after the debate, and doing all this. My phone I'm just like turning off my phone, and it was like I had like 12 missed calls from my dad. I'm like,
jeez,
oh boy, that's usually not great. And he just gets on the phone. He goes, Don, I did that for you, Don, but that was a 10, and that like a huge win in Trump world is like a 6. So when he was like, that was a 10, that's as close to a 10 as you're going to get. I was like, okay, we got it. But, it was watching him, even that first week, as the narrative, they were trying to crush this guy. They would have tried to crush anyone, I understand that. Yeah. But, they were trying to crush him, and I just watched him on the Sunday shows do 3 in a row, just absolutely dismantle the narrative. Because our problem on our side is like, they want to be loved by these people who literally hate their guts.
Oh yeah.
We joke about the gulags, but they would gladly put any one of us in if they could just snap their fingers and make it happen. And it was watching that where JD didn't just take there, January 6th was an insurrection. Okay, it was an insurrection, but, it wasn't as, like, it's like, no, this is ridiculous. Like, what are you talking about? And just absolutely crush these people. And it's because no one's ever pushed back.
I know.
It's not that they're smart. It's like people want to get invited back on the show, so they concede so much ground. So, you're starting a negotiation with already less than you're even
There he
hoping
is. He hasn't been there this whole
and it's
time.
Like, well, why would you do that? And he's been
But
one
we
of the first
figured
people
it
to really
out.
break the mold on that and just sort of, not just accept the narrative blindly and push back. So it's been awesome to see. Like, well, he can explain himself, and for me, again, politics has not been like an upside business for us. It's not a business for us at all. It's cost us billions of dollars.
Yeah.
But like, I believe in this stuff, and so to know that there's also someone, like, we have a bench. There's a future of the Republican Party. It's not like now it reverts back to Mitt Romney and whatever it may be, and like, that was fun. See you guys later. America First is alive and well, and seeing a Vivek and seeing some of these other guys come up there and now step out and just absolutely dismantle that establishment class day in and day out. You can just see like truly impressive people actually on our side for a change, and I'm like, this is the way.
And I gotta say, I feel personally vindicated because I've told you this many times, but I remember 5 years ago, like, oh, Donald Trump's so stupid. I was like, no, actually, Don's the smartest guy in the orbit and actually understands politics on a gut level way better than anybody else in the whole.
Yeah, you had a bad news cycle for that. I remember that. I was like, wow, that was pretty cool. Like,
well,
Tucker
it's
said
true.
that, and, like,
It's true.
And they went after you pretty hard.
But I said that because it's true, and I think now it's very obvious that it's true. So
I
congratulations. I
appreciate
think
it.
you've been vindicated, and I mean that. Anyway, thank you.
Now we just got to win. Now we just
Good
gotta
luck,
win.
man.
I appreciate it.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Younger voters narrowly going for Trump. 18 to 29 in Michigan are going for Trump. That is crazy. Young people for Trump?
It's
wow.
Man, I see so much stuff.
Did
Like
you
if
think
you break it down per capita, like I actually in the last like 2-3 months, like I've taken per capita more selfies with like black men than
Right.
any other
Oh,
group.
exactly.
There is a shift. Like no one's buying the nonsense anymore. It doesn't mean this is it, but it feels so good because of that. It's like it's not the old white guy in a MAGA hat anymore. It's a big deal. Baldwin County flipped it for us, huh?
Trump flipped Baldwin County. It's 41% black. He's the first Republican to win in 20 years. Amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Listen, we just need this stuff to translate through. We need that to translate through in the in the
Oh,
blue
yeah,
wall
dude?
And, pick off one of those, and I feel like we have a pretty
Yeah,
good night.
93 more.
Welcome back, by the way. I hope you
electoral
got a
votes
good Philly
necessary.
cheesesteak.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't gotten to the West Coast.
It's a
yet,
little
so
awkward
obviously,
for me to
it's
be
gonna make up
streaming
games in
politics
Washington,
because I usually
California, all that, but
I'm
like,
thinking he's
try
going
to
to do pretty well in
separate like
Montana,
church and
Idaho,
state,
Utah,
and I know people
Arizona,
come here for an escape
Nevada,
video games, but
yeah, Nevada, I mean,
it's in my title,
interesting.
you know.
Nevada on the
If,
ground,
just
obviously the
thinking out
Democrats,
loud.
they've owned that for a long time. That's the Harry
Yeah,
Reid
dude.
machine and everything like
Yeah,
that.
it's gonna be crazy. I'm trying to be I'm trying to be objective
betting
and
market's
like
having
unbiased about it.
71%.
But
With 290
yeah,
million
this is all
million
very
that you can
interesting.
play. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. It's gonna be a little harder to steal it at this point, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, it's not, people are watching. I never gave the RNC much credit prior to this, but Michael Watley, the whole team, like these guys, Laura, like they got real people on the ground. They got real poll watchers. They got lawyers. So when something started happening, it doesn't mean they're going to catch everything. But like before, we were just like, okay, like you can just print some ballots and fill them out and make up the difference. Doesn't mean that won't happen yet. The Democrats, they're vicious and they're evil and they're crafty. So they'll change the game. We're usually reactionary. They're a little bit more proactive to get ahead of these things, but it feels good that we actually have people on the ground. The second something went, they're on it. They got lawsuits filed. They got lawyers on the ground.
Yeah.
They got people actually watching this stuff. So it's exciting to see.
All right, I'll find you.
I appreciate it. See you in a
Thank
bit.
you, Don. Good to see you.
Second.
So this election is
up,
being
dude?
closely watched by everyone in the United States, but it is maybe even as closely being watched by the rest of the world, for whom a lot hangs in the balance. Nigel Farage is the head of the UK Reform Party. He is the author of the Brexit movement. Its prime mover, really someone who will be tied in history, I think, with Donald Trump forever, because Brexit happened just as Trump's candidacy was taking off. He joins us now. Nigel, thanks so much.
Tucker, pleasure to be here.
So, I'm not going to ask you to predict electoral totals in a system that a country you don't live in, but tell us, I mean, is it an overstatement to say that the rest of the world is watching this really, really carefully?
Oh, you bet your life. I mean, this is big. You think it's just about America. No, it's much bigger than that. It's about leadership of the Western world. It's about what signal gets sent to dictators all over the world
right back.
launching wars, causing problems, whether we talk Middle East, whether we talk Ukraine, whether we talk potentially what might happen with China, Taiwan, etc. This is, I tell you something, this is a very, very important moment. Just think in the last 4 years, what has happened around the world. I mean, the Abraham Accords, which were, I thought in foreign policy terms, the most stunning achievement of the Trump administration. How on earth he didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize for that, I really don't know. That's been smashed to pieces. The Biden withdrawal of the last 3,000 American troops from Afghanistan, and by the way, all they were doing was training, the army, who were going out there fighting. Not been a single American soldier killed for the previous 18 months. What happens? Biden withdraws, leaves behind $85 billion worth of prime American military equipment, and Putin says, you guys are weak, and goes in to Ukraine. So if you think how much has gone wrong in the world, how much more dangerous the world is now than it was 4 years ago, this really matters.
I mean, Tony Blinken and Biden, to the extent he's been involved, but the entire team have been spreaders of global chaos to an extent we just haven't seen in my lifetime. And the most telling fact, I'm not even sure what to make of it, but I know that it is true, is that both the Arabs and the Israelis seem to be rooting for Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know what that means, other than why would the Arabs and the Israelis? I mean, I think I know that that's true. Certainly, it's public opinion polling in Israel is like overwhelming for Trump. Okay.
Yeah.
We know that, but everyone I know in the Arab world, there's a lot of people are all rooting for Trump. Well, why is that? It's because they want stability in the world. This is too crazy. It's scaring everybody. We're on the brink of something awful.
Also, what's interesting, and by the way, what we're seeing tonight with the Trump vote is a new coalition emerging in American politics. And one small part of that
is that pretty obvious even from the UK?
Well, you say from the UK, but don't forget, Tucker, I mean, I started working for American companies in 1982.
No, you know more about American politics
I'm fairly
than I do.
transatlantic.
I know.
But what was interesting was to see when he was in Michigan, imams coming up on the stage with Trump, and people think, how? Why? Well, because, of course, that many people in the Muslim religion are naturally quite small c conservative. They believe in the family, they believe in morality.
And then the Hasidic community in New York is out for Trump.
Yeah.
Well, it's just kind of crazy.
This is all part of
both sides are for Trump.
This coalition.
It's what?
Yeah. And African Americans voting for Hitler. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, it's incredible.
No, it's I hadn't even thought of it, but that's such a smart point. So you have Arabs and Israelis, you have rural whites from North Georgia in the mountains, and then young urban black men in Atlanta.
Yeah.
All for Trump.
Yeah. And Gen Z.
Young people.
Really interesting to see. There's a massive change going on here. It's huge. And can you believe, amongst young people, and I'm getting this on my side of the pond as well, amongst a lot of young people, suddenly to be conservative is cool. It's trendy, it's fun, it's exciting, it's real, because it links into ambition, it links into bettering yourself, it links into wanting to sort of succeed in the world. Now, this new coalition that has formed over the course of these last few months here is remarkable, and actually I think after the win tonight, and I'm still feeling very bullish about the outcome, after this there is a chance to build something that could last, I think, for many years.
I'll be damned if I let Bryn's people be turned into monsters.
It does seem like Kamala Harris, and I understand how the Democrats sort of box themselves in Kamala Harris. I don't think that they would have chosen her if they'd had if they were able to sort of plan ahead. But the idea that Kamala Harris is like the most impressive person in a country with 350 million people to lead the most powerful country, the lies the media are telling us, they seem too preposterous, actually. Like maybe they just went too far. Maybe there's a lie that's just too absurd, and that's why they collapse.
Well, hang on, the whole thing's been absurd. I mean, the last 4 years have been absurd. I mean, the fact you've had a president, openly, obviously senile president.
Was that obvious to you?
Oh, goodness gracious me. I mean, I could see it on day one. I mean, the whole thing. I mean,
like, what did you think? Like, you're sitting in London.
Well, I tell you what.
And you're watching this.
What do
you think?
What does the world think?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
What does the world think?
Dude.
What on earth has gone on to America?
Yeah. Let's talk again soon. But yeah, we'll know tomorrow morning. So I don't think
and
it's.
at the same time, making the whole world a more dangerous place. And yet,
I mean, yeah, Tucker, they
mainstream
keep talking
media
about how phony
covered
the
it all up.
polls are. And
Kamala
it's
Harris
hard to-
covered it all up.
He just has
So,
like one
yeah,
guest
I mean-
after
I mean,
the
the
other.
whole
I don't know if
thing's
you're
been
watching it at all, but
but I mean, unbelievable. But also
How's your
on the
raid go?
coalition, there's been a coalition of leadership as well. Listen, I mean, clearly Donald Trump is way head and shoulders above everybody else. He's like, in British terms, the king. He's there. In British terms, obviously. because
The blood
I
oath?
won't mention that here. It'd be too difficult. But
You would have
suddenly
us
you've got a
all
Kennedy.
live as Starden.
Oh, him.
A Kennedy backing Trump.
I know him.
Then you've got Elon Musk backing Trump. And this is all part of this remarkable coalition that's formed.
It's incredible.
It's remarkable.
I will see you in London.
Look forward to
Najwa
it.
Praj. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. A big part of that coalition is the
I
most
know how that goes.
powerful man in sports, one of the most powerful people in American culture, also a longtime, sincere personal friend of Donald Trump's, and that would be the great Dana White.
Nice, dude.
Now.
I'm about to die here. Hopefully not.
Dude,
Let's see if I
great.
can make
I'm
it.
sure coming just from seeing Trump right now. How is he?
Yeah, he's he's good.
Oh, look at Dana White's on Tucker right now.
Sitting here watching this play out like this.
Yeah, I'm gonna hear him. But okay, man. Yeah, well, let's touch base tomorrow or soon, and let's do some nature stuff and get outdoor and touch some grass.
39. I mean, all indicators are really good.
Right. Yeah. Well,
I know. I needed to.
When the
I needed
odds
to.
makers are saying you're going to win, it's usually a good thing. It's going to come down to probably Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but it looks like he's going to win a couple states that you don't expect to win too. I don't know. We're sitting there. He's fine. He's eating. I can't eat. And
why, are you fasting or too
no,
nervous?
I'm actually not fasting right now, but I'm fasting. This is the most invested thing I've been in since
Well, it's
UFC.
kind of crazy. Yeah, so you, I mean, I think I was there when you endorsed Trump. I don't know why I think I was, but I think I was. But anyway, you endorsed Trump. You're one of the very first people in your world to do that.
Right.
You run a huge business.
Sorry about that. Let's see. You
advertising's
said,
very complicated.
I don't know if my
business
country
makes
can
both
handle
commercials
another 4 years of
Trump
liberals in the
because
U.S. or here in Canada, so I pray. That's all I'll say about it. Yeah,
I've been friends with the
I won't
guy
get
for a
into it
very
too much,
long
but yeah,
time.
I agree with you
He's a
100%,
good
man. 100%.
Human being. He's a very good
I think a
person.
lot of Americans here feel the
it's
same way.
fascinating
So
to see when the machine comes after you, what is possible. They tried to break him financially, tried to throw him in jail, assassination attempt. It's just it's unbelievable, and I truly believe he's the only human being that I know of that could have dealt with this, and to actually be here tonight in the election, looking good from the odds makers. It's an unbelievable roller coaster
You're in a
ride.
business full of tough people, so that's high
I
praise.
tell him all the time, and I told him tonight, he hasn't slept in like 48 hours. He hasn't slept in 48 hours. He's been going to all these different rallies. He's one of the hardest working, most resilient human beings that I've ever met in my life. And he's a good person. We both have the privilege of knowing him personally. And it's amazing when the media and the government starts to attack you, what is possible. And I
Did
truly
you
believe
feel
he's the
that at
only
all?
one.
I mean, so again, if it wasn't risky, more people would have done it, but more people didn't. You did it. You were one of the very first people in your
It is done. Now, with this power, all
it is the war within. Yep, the war within. It's out. Yep. Sir.
We've lost them all. It's over.
Granda, you can stop this. I've seen you wield Azeroth's gift. It's you. You're the only one who can save them.
Magni. It is time.
Oh wow, that is funny.
Azeroth,
That is ironic.
let your blessing pass to them.
I'm out of the loop too. I'm just jumping right in and playing. I mean, as you can see, the production value is so high. It's a great expansion so far. Just leveling through it. Start crying.
You did it, Granda. You saved them. She let me go.
Wow, that's awesome, man. Praise God. When we first met, can you refresh my memory? You were new to Christianity, right? Praise God, man.
Magni.
There's nothing better. Nothing more. There's no hope outside of Christ.
But who am I? Whoever
Oh, praise God, man.
want to
For
be.
you. I think I'm going to start streaming more too because this class that I'm currently taking is a little bit less difficult than the last one, so I have more time to stream. So I'm going to start streaming again during the week. I also want to check out New World. I'm enjoying War Within, but there's a new update with War Within. 30 years, wow. What was it? Refresh my memory again. What was it that ultimately brought you to faith, I guess? I forget. I'm sure if you remind me, I'll remember.
World to endorse Trump. Did you face any?
Actually, while you answer that, I'm gonna go and get a drink and get some food, and I'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out, though. I appreciate you a lot.
In 16,
I love
endorsed him
streaming,
last year,
even to
put
just
out
a couple
video.
of people.
I went hard
it's nice hanging
on
out.
social media. This time,
I'll
and
be
you
right
start
back.
to watch. If you're going to lose followers, I gained 17,000 followers in the last 48 hours, just literally posting hardcore political Trump stuff. Yeah, actually, most people would see their followers dip. Mine actually went up 20,000. So, no, we're completely bulletproof from that kind of stuff. My base is hardcore Trump followers and conservative and
why is
I don't
that?
know. Who knows? It just played out that way. I mean, when you look at our business, when I decided to go through COVID, right? Our fan base grew 68% through COVID. We didn't lay anybody off. Everybody got paid their bonuses. We honored every contract, from fighter contracts to sponsorships to television deals, everything. And our fan base supported us. Our fighters wanted to fight. My employees were ready to work. I mean, it's actually pretty fascinating. So when COVID first started, everything started shutting down. I brought all my employees into a big room and said, I don't understand this thing, but if any of you, don't feel safe and feel like you want to go home, you're more than welcome to go home. Nobody went home. Everybody stayed. And I said, I'm going to figure this out. Don't worry about this. We're going to work through this. And a couple weeks later, and that was when he was sitting in office, and he actually put me on the sports task force to help get sports back sooner. But nobody else was willing to do it. So I said, listen, I'll be first. I like being first, and we did it. Wow. And we live in America. If I want to support somebody and vote for him and get behind him, a candidate, my right to do it. And if you don't like the fact that I support him, and I could care less.
So you're living like it's 1985. You're living like it's the country you grew up in.
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds like it.
And nothing bad has happened to you. It's all been upside.
Let me tell you this. Not only that, but
Read that in
all
1
these
second.
people that are
14.
afraid to come out. Everywhere I go, you know how many altercations I've had because I support Trump? Zero. The answer is zero. Everywhere I go, it's the opposite. People come up to me and thank me. Thank you for what you're doing for our country. Thank you for supporting the president. You know, that's what happens to me when I go out in public.
That's wild.
Right?
So you live in Vegas.
Yep.
That's a key state.
It's huge, yeah.
Yeah. So what do you...
And from what I'm hearing, it's one of the biggest cheating states. Clark County apparently is one of the...
Of course it is.
Yeah.
The county where Las Vegas is.
Yeah. Culinary union.
Big time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unite here. How do you feel about what's going to happen in that state?
Again, my feeling in Vegas feels like there's a lot of support for Trump there. When you think about our town, he's not going to tax tips. He's not going to tax overtime. I mean, that's huge for that city. Huge. Yeah. So hopefully we win it.
So here's Glenn Greenwald again. For the first time all night, the New York Times Needle no longer has the election as a toss-up. Now they're saying Trump has a 65% likelihood to win the election. It is, quote, leaning Trump. Now, I think we can say fairly the New York Times is probably not putting a thumb on the scale for Trump here. Think that's fair to say?
Yeah. Wow.
And here are the betting markets. So
Oh,
we're back to
geez.
your world.
Really?
Donald Trump, question, who win the presidential election? Donald Trump, 74%.
I don't know if I ever mentioned
Kamala
that.
Harris,
I do send us
26%, with almost $300 million at stake.
Wow, this.
You have any money on this?
No, I should have. You know what? I'm actually pissed at myself that I didn't bet after the debate. I should have done it. Yeah.
How much would you have bet?
Wow.
I don't know.
Wait, after the Trump
Praise
debate?
God, man.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
after
That's
the
a great
debate with
testimony,
Kamala.
dude.
She actually went up.
Oh, she went up a lot.
Yeah,
Don't ask
after
me
the
how that
debate.
happened.
What'd you think? So you thought he did well.
I should have bet on. No, I didn't. I said I should have. I should have bet on.
Oh, yeah.
No, but a lot of Republicans said, "Oh man, he's in trouble after
I'll
that
always
debate."
bet on him. I'll always bet on him. He's a savage. He's an absolute animal. He's a hard worker. He's absolutely
Okay,
resilient.
so because I've talked to you a lot about your health regimen, which is unbelievable, and I should probably get on it soon.
I agree.
Yeah, we're the same. I think we're the same age.
Yeah. You should do it.
Yeah, no, I know.
Especially
I'm
as
gonna
much as
do
you
it.
travel.
I'm gonna stop eating shit food as soon as this is over. But let me just say, Trump has also not taken your advice. I'm not alone in that.
I've been all over him. I've been all over him.
Okay, but wait, can I say, I was the other night, we were somewhere, MSG, I think. Were you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so you were married
waiting
13
backstage
years, so
with-
she's
with
been a
Trump
Christian
and
this
his
whole time,
food,
huh?
And there's like
Parents
Milky
thought the devil was
Ways and
coming
like all
after
the stuff
their
he likes,
daughter.
which is, by the way,
Cokes.
I'm not judging. I like it all too.
God sent her to
Fanta,
save
there
me.
he is.
No doubt. No doubt. No doubt.
So I told him, listen, you
doubt he
got to do
didn't.
this. Yeah, he's like, you're too thin. You're too thin. You don't. You look better before. He tells me. Yeah.
He said that?
Yeah, he says. Yeah, he says it all the time. You're too thin. I don't like too thin. I want some size. He always tells me. Yeah. But listen, it works for him.
No, okay,
Look
so
at
that's okay, but
the energy level. You know, he's unstoppable. It
No, but-
works for him.
Okay, but you have made, because of your job and your life, and I've seen your gym, your
Yeah.
personal gym.
Right.
Like you've made a study of physiology, like how the human body works, how it's fueled, how it processes what you eat.
Right.
How does this guy on Big Macs and Milky Ways stay up for 48 hours and remain sharp? Like,
It's
how do you do that?
unbelievable. Big Macs, Milky Ways, and Cokes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's literally. So we'll be at the fights.
He's 78.
He'll sit at the fights with me all night, right? All night. You're talking like 6 hours because he shows up for the prelims. We hang out in my back room. Then we walk out and we watch the fights. It's 6 hours. So I'll ask him, "You want a water?" No. And then somebody will bring him over a Coke, and he'll drink Coke. I've never seen him drink water, ever. I'm not saying he doesn't drink water. I'm just saying I've never seen it. And we're friends, and I've been around him a long time and a lot. Never seen a water.
So now I'm really in love. But how does that work? Like, as a science matter?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at how sharp this guy is, like I'm sitting with him right now at dinner, and we're talking about the election. We're going back and forth. He hasn't slept in 48 hours. And God knows how much sleep he had before the 48.
It's cool to have this
I'm
much
sure it wasn't
insight
a lot.
into
I'm sure it was
what's
under
going
4,
on.
okay? And his cognitive, his energy level, his, so we're sitting there at the table, right? It's me, him, Elon Musk, and I said, he said, hey, now the room's packed, and everybody wants to get to him, right?
Right.
And they got the food at the other end of the room. And he says, hey, let's get up and walk over there and go look at the food and see what they got. I said, I think that's a bad idea, and they'll bring you the food, whatever you want. Nope. He wants to get up, and he wants to walk across the room, shaking everybody's hand, taking pictures, goes over, picks out his food. Then we walk all the way around back to the thing.
What did he get?
He got roast beef and Joe Stone Crab.
You said you've never, in all the years you've known, seen him drink water.
Yeah.
This is one of my favorite tweets of all time. This is from October 16th, 2012. This is from the Trump Twitter archive, and I'm quoting. The Coca-Cola company is not happy with me. That's okay. I'll still keep drinking that garbage. Now, that was 12 years ago. He's still alive.
Yes.
He's about to win the presidential election from drinking that garbage. Like, doesn't this call into question everything you thought you knew about the human body?
Well, I think that he's a different animal because I was doing the same thing minus the Coca-Cola, and I had one foot in the grave. So and I'm 55, okay, not 78. He's a different animal. He is an absolute beast. This guy doesn't sleep. He works hard. He flies everywhere. I will send him a text at 10 o'clock in Las Vegas so that he will get the text in the morning when he wakes up, right? He texts me right back immediately every time I text him. He's up, you know. He gets pissed off when I FaceTime him, and he hates FaceTime. He's like, "You are the only one I will answer FaceTime for. I hate this," but he's always up.
I saw Kid Rock do it at dinner the other night. He was in his PJs and he answered it.
Yeah.
Shouldn't scientists study him?
Yes, they should. No, he's an absolute workhorse and a great human being. I love the guy.
Dana White, amazing. Congratulations on what looks like a victory. I hope it is.
Me too, brother.
Knock on marble.
Oh, wow, really?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Me too.
Very
Yeah, maybe we should, man. I've been thinking about doing a podcast type thing soon, so.
Bless you.
Yeah. I still remember the night I found the stream. Tell me about
fervent, supporters of Trump, and a lot of the smartest and most thoughtful supporters of Trump are people who didn't
ST Bear, what's up?
Support Trump. And
how's it going?
They
I am
didn't
doing
change
well.
their
Thanks for
minds
stopping in and
reasons of
saying hi.
expedience. JD
Playing
Vance
WoW.
would be in this category.
Watching some
They
news.
really thought through what Trump was about, and people who've been forced to think through their views tend to have much deeper and more durable views. So into this category, along with JD Vance, I would put Senator Mike Lee of Utah, who is a longtime.
But I'm being
sort of
objective about it.
libertarian man of
I'm
principle,
not being
constitutional
emotional.
scholar,
Or I'm just
suspicious
listening.
of Trump, has wound up
just
becoming
observing.
one of Trump's great champions and allies. And
Oh, that's right. I remember that, dude.
I'm here, Senator. Thank you very much.
I think I'm still on YouTube.
So
I mean, I should be on YouTube now too,
feel
but
so
yeah.
low asking all these dumb political questions, but you've run a lot of races, and you've won them all.
Yeah, I should start inviting people and do a podcast and set it, record it. And
you really think so?
I
I think he's going to win it, and I think it could easily
could
end
be
up
fun.
being an electoral landslide. It's too early to predict that right now, but it's got the makings of it. I think around the country, people are tired of the policies that have gotten us to where we are. I really, for the life of me, cannot understand how Kamala Harris has gotten away with distancing herself from her own policies. I know. Policies of the man who she championed, policies that she shares. She can't identify a single piece of daylight between her and Joe Biden. And so I think that's coming back to haunt her, and I don't think there's any way she can win. And I think Trump's going to finish very strongly tonight.
The fact that Trump is leading among young people, 18 to 29, in a bunch of different states, is just shocking to me. I think, so here you have Kamala Harris is like, she's cool, she's a wine mom, she loves abortion and dancing, she's friends with P. Diddy or whatever, she's like hip. Taylor Swift loves her. You know, you sort of, if you watch
good things, which one?
Well,
oh no,
not in my view. But if you watch The View, as I do every day, assiduously, you think like she's clearly the
man, for the
choice
kingdom.
of, like the hip young people. Right. And it turns out the hip young people
There's
think
nothing
she's
better.
like a garbage person. Like they're not impressed at all.
Right.
Well, that's a good question.
She's unwatchable. Yeah, that's why they don't let her on.
I don't know.
TV
What
very
would the
much.
I mean, it would have to be
TV
centered around
debut,
theology and God.
with CNN,
but
turned out
I'd
to
be
be
open to
17
talking
minutes
about
of,
anything. Just being
unwatchability.
authentic
Did you try to
and
watch it? Yeah, I did.
trying
What'd you
to
think?
have a
Didn't go
connection
well.
with. In my view, it would probably
No?
be.
I tried to
thinking
think,
abstract.
Okay,
I would
She
probably
showed
just
up,
jump in and let it
she
develop on its
spoke in
own. You
what
know what I
appeared
mean?
to be
Instead of like,
English, but that's
I
about
want it to be
where the
this or
connections
this.
ended.
I
don't
would
think
probably
she
have some
connected with anyone
guardrails
on that. I
on
think
what
the
I
whole
would want
party
it to
must have
be.
been thinking, what did we do? We just commandeered
Ask
the
some
entire
particular
electoral
questions
process
and
within
things
the
like that.
Democratic Party
I don't think
to
I'd
put
want
her
to
up
make it
without
political.
Ever having won a primary.
I'd want to
What
make
did we
it,
do?
you know, just like
It was too late to back out by then.
Well, it's
focused
seems like,
more
I
on
get that
God
they
and theology,
want, a
but also
woman, they
open
want
to talking
someone
about
who's
whatever
at
and
least
having,
black, I
you
guess.
know, come as
you know,
your
they want
type
some
guests. And
non-white racial category, fine. But like,
I don't know.
okay, those are your parameters. You can still find a lot of people who can speak fluent English who are smart. Like, how do they wind up with her? Like, she doesn't meet the baseline requirement for politics, which is being able to talk. I mean, you're in politics. You tell me.
Yes. Well, look, I think it was easy for them to go to her because
Pastor Girl's
actually,
30-year
she's
atheist.
vice president. She was next in
Of
line.
course, right.
So they went there.
That's
but
a
I
good
think nobody
clickbait,
stopped
but
to look when they were selecting her.
That's
as
too much
vice
against my
president
own
in the first
nature.
place.
I would
Did
probably
she
do
really go the
something.
distance?
That's a good idea, though. If I was, but
Does
I
she
would
have
probably
the
do
policy
pastor,
chops to do this? Does she have the
you know,
ability to
interviews or
communicate,
discusses
to
hard
where
topics.
she
That's
can
what
be
probably
the
something like
standard
that.
bearer
Pastor
of the
discusses
Democratic
hard
Party?
topics with
I really
former
don't
atheists.
think they fully examined
30-year
that.
atheist, something like that.
In their unfettered exuberance, at the time they chose her in 2020, they just thought, oh, it'll all work out.
But I mean, you've been around this. How long have you been in the Senate now?
14 years.
14 years, right. So you've seen a lot of the process. And isn't there a point at which you sit down with the person and like really talk, go out to dinner?
Yes.
Get a sense, can this person, you know, defend his or her views? Does he or she have real views? Like, who is this? Like, no one ever did that with her.
It is unthinkable to me that they would do that, particularly Joe Biden. Joe Biden was tying himself to her. He knew that at the time. And Tucker, before I endorse a Senate candidate, particularly if it's in a primary,
Oh,
it's
I
a close
know.
primary.
You're famous for this, by the way.
I give them interview. I talk for like a couple of hours, bare minimum, because I want to make sure that I know. Now that is a far cry from the presidency of the United States. It is unthinkable to me that I would tie my name to somebody when endorsing them in a Senate primary. But this is magnified so many hundreds of times over with the presidency. I don't know what was going on there, but I don't think there was a whole lot going on with Joe Biden to begin with.
It does make you pretty nervous about the whole infrastructure of the United States, because if they would elevate someone like Kamala Harris consistently throughout her whole career to the presidential nominee,
Dude, it's
who are they
crazy
making
that
air traffic
and
controllers
CMS is
and
next
heart
week.
surgeons
Oh, you know, I
and
was just
who's
thinking
running
about
the
that today,
VA,
dude.
and,
I
like,
was
there
just
are a
thinking
lot of
about that
important
today.
jobs
I don't want to
in
miss
this
it.
country, and
At
if
least the
criteria
stream.
are just the way you
Maybe
look,
I could even
like,
stream it on here or
totally
something, you know.
incompetent people
But
are in really important positions right now.
okay, the keynotes will be streamed. Okay.
You mentioned the
And if do you mind reminding me? It's been a busy season for me, so I don't remember. What city is it taking place in again?
Where they've actually taken out some of their minimum criteria in the past, aptitudes for math and science and that sort of thing, and they've replaced it literally with demographic material of the sort that really violates on its face the Equal Protection Clause. So that's a big problem, and it's a problem that creates bad consequences. You know, when those who drafted the 14th Amendment and the Equal Protection Clause, what they had in mind was that race doesn't matter, and that
Denver, yeah.
government's position must always
See, if
be
it
that
was
race
in
doesn't
Florida,
matter.
like Orlando,
And so
if it was anywhere in
make it
Florida, pretty much
matter,
anywhere in
you're
Florida, I would
excluding
drive
all
up to
kinds of
4 or
other
5
things that do
hours.
matter, and that's a problem.
Colorado's just so far for me, you know. I don't have the
really
funds to
I mean, she's
fly
and
out there or
you're not allowed
anything,
to say
but
she's an affirmative
I
action
definitely. Another exciting thing for me, at least, I support you all
Well,
100%. Another exciting
the
thing for
reason
me is
that's a fair
I
observation
would
here is that Joe Biden himself told
this
us that.
semester for school
Joe
is
Biden
easier
told
for me
us
than last,
that
so I'll
was
be
her
able to stream
qualification.
more now.
Just like he did with Ketanji Brown Jackson.
So
He
yeah,
said,
I'm gonna try to start it
pick
back up.
someone who is of this gender and
Yeah.
of this race. That is really insulting to
Just
the
took a
person he picks.
It's unbelievable.
Supplement Jones
So
Ward.
let's ask you one last question. I don't know the answer to this, and maybe you will. This is a Daily Mail piece, just came out this afternoon. U.S. to test hypersonic nuclear missile tonight, just hours after election polls close amid growing World War III fears. What the hell is that?
I don't know. That seems like a really odd choice. I don't know why November 5th would have to be the day when that
It's an
particular test would
intercontinental
occur.
ballistic missile, the Minuteman II, scheduled to blast off between 11:01 p.m. and 5:01 a.m. from California's Vandenberg Space Force Base. Why would you have a nuclear missile test on the same day as a presidential election?
Look, let me put the most favorable spin on this that I possibly can. The most favorable spin I can put on that one is that some pinheads in the Pentagon are totally tone deaf on political matters and didn't have the election in mind when they did this. if that's the case, that's really weird. I don't like this at all. I think there are 364 other days they could have chosen for this year. Why Election Day? Why the night after the entire country's just voted? I think that's really bizarre.
Well, it is bizarre.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, I would like to be involved as much as I can remotely, you know, because it is up my alley.
Of Utah, thank you.
And I see myself doing this more and more. If it wasn't for this class that I'm taking, I mean, I would still be streaming like I was before. And
that was in Arizona.
Unfortunately, I had to sacrifice the stream of school.
Well, you're amazing.
It was a big arena.
No, it was a big arena. Sorry, it's been a blur of big arenas. Thank you.
I'm not doing it for subscribers. I'm not doing it for that. I'm just doing it for this kind of thing here.
So when
for the kingdom
look back on this campaign and presumably books.
I'm going to school for seminary.
Probably the first 6 or 7 of them.
Theological studies at Trinity Evangelical.
Distance has grown.
Divinity School.
That we can be honest
in
about
Chicago.
what happened. I think.
And I'm a few classes away from finishing.
Understand that the endorsement of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. of Donald Trump in this campaign, late in this campaign, was a sea change in American politics, not just a benefit to Trump at the time, but a sign of a true realignment, long overdue, in the parties. And I think it's really obvious. I wish more people would say it. Bobby Kennedy joins us now. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, there he is.
So do you have? I mean, you've been right in the middle of it. You've campaigned so hard for Trump that was a little stunning, actually. I think you were working every bit as hard on his behalf as you were on your own behalf, which is amazing. But have you had any time to think about what this means? You are campaigning every bit for Donald Trump. It looks like he's likely to win, says the New York Times. Like, what does this mean for American politics going forward?
You know, he's unlike any politician that we've seen in American history. Maybe the one comparison that I would make would be Andrew Jackson.
Yes.
Because Andrew Jackson came in without any money or backing from powerful interests. Everybody was against him. But he was truly a populist
Oh, sure.
And he came
it's
in
just the
and
intense
did
study of
things
the
that nobody
Bible.
thought
It's just
was
studying the
possible,
Bible
to challenge
intensely,
the banks.
seminary, theology.
and dismantle the banks. And
for example, studying church history, studying missionaries. I just took a class on church history, post 1500s in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and now I'm taking a class in
kind of heretics
specifically studying the Lucan or the parables in Luke.
A lot of people think that Trump
it's pretty fascinating. I enjoy it
because the last time around he initially.
Yeah, I did exactly.
Appointed a lot of very
I did my undergrad at the University of Florida, and I majored in
Yeah.
religion with a minor in
People don't
family and
remember
community
almost
sciences,
his
which is just
entire
like working for
cabinet was
nonprofit.
gone within 2 years.
And then
Yes.
now
As he
for an
wanted to
MA
get
or
up, and
master's,
he
I'm
wants to
going
do,
specifically
he
to
will
seminary
do
to
what
study
he
the
wants to
Bible,
do.
not just religion.
And I spent 2 days with them recently.
And then I'm
And
not
he was
getting a
saying
master's in
things
divinity,
that
which is usually
were,
what
kind of shocking to me. You know, he was
professors
saying
or
things
pastors
like
would
that,
get.
you know, the
I'm
kind of
getting a
change, the
master's in
level of
theological
change that he
studies,
wants to make in our government.
and with
I
the
think it's gonna
potential
be
of getting an
unprecedented.
MDiv in the future.
And
But either way, it's a master's. So
yeah, in a good way. But just that it's so impolitic. He's an impolitic guy, and I think he's a guy that does what he wants to do.
Well, can
And
I give you an
think
example?
he wants a revolution, and I think he's going to get one.
This is a tweet from you. I'm noticing this 23.5 million views. Let me just read your tweet back to you. On January 20th, the Trump White House will advise all U.S. water systems to remove fluoride from public water, period. Fluoride is an industrial waste associated with arthritis, bone fractures, bone cancer, IQ loss, neurodevelopmental disorders, and thyroid disease. President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump want to make America healthy again.
Yeah, man. Yeah, ministry.
That just caused,
that's my main goal in life. I mean, I
thought
think
it was
my
pretty
main
great.
calling is
The
to be a
news media
preacher,
hated
and
it.
just to share the gospel
Is
and
that
work in ministry.
part of what you're talking about?
It's
Since
interesting
I felt called to ministry as a teenager.
It was a case that was.
I'm just gonna pause this for a second. Why not? I felt called to seminary as a kid.
Handed down on October 4th on fluoride, and it was an Obama-appointed judge, federal judge.
So yeah,
And it was brought.
That's why I went to
challenge
religion.
EPA
I
for
majored in
never
religion at a
having
secular
safety
school. University of
studies.
Florida is not a Christian school. or
Fluoride
anything.
was put in the water.
But I decided to
Fluoride was put in the
go.
water in 1940s.
Yeah, I felt called to ministry as a
And it was-
teenager, and
it
then ever
was
since
put
then
in
I've been trying to
water
do that. I
to
mean, I work a
stop
day job and
acoustic
everything like
Yeah.
that, and I
But
feel like a lot
now
of things
it's
take me away from
recognized
it.
that most
But
of
you know,
our
I'm preaching on Sundays.
mouthwashes
I'm leading small
have
groups on
fluoride in
Wednesdays.
them. You
Still
don't need
have been for a
fluoride in
few
water. It's a
years,
very inefficient
and
way of preventing
and then the
tooth
stream
decay 'cause
is
you're getting it in people's blood.
is
And
another
that's how it's exposing the teeth.
aspect to it. And I would say the
And,
stream on
and
YouTube,
as it
you know,
turns
on
out,
Twitch, but just
fluoride
the
is
stream in
very, very
general
dangerous.
is a
It causes IQ
huge,
loss. We know, you know, they
significant
haven't done
part
a
of
lot
the ministry
studies that
going
they should have
forward. You
done.
know, I just had to
But
had
there
to
are extensive
prioritize
studies that
school.
show
But
if
to
you
me, the stream
put
and
fluoride in the
preaching
water
on
at
Sundays
double
on the
the
stream,
rate that
these
EPA
small
now
groups and
allows,
playing
that is in
games,
all of our water
while it's
systems
also,
that
you know,
use it
having
in this
conversations
country.
like this,
And it causes
I think is
dramatic
very
IQ
important
loss
to my
in,
calling and my
children,
destiny.
and
And
particularly
yeah,
in
it's something I
fetuses.
think I'll probably be
It
doing
also
the rest
causes
of my
bone
life, honestly.
cancer, and we had an explosion of bone cancer
Unless
beginning in the
something
1940s.
drastic happens. But even if I started traveling around and
causes
preaching and like doing
arthritis,
missionary stuff,
and it
I would
causes,
still stream it.
and
You know.
it causes the deterioration of
But
bones.
right now the stream and that's a
bone
little bit
fractures,
slow
and it
because
causes
I have to work a
thyroid
40-hour day job
thyroid
plus going to
injuries.
school.
It also calcifies the pineal gland of the
So,
human brain.
you know, work and streaming is
Which
one
is
thing,
the-
but work,
which is the
school,
part
and
of our
streaming is
brain
just
that
too much.
actually
You know, like today I
creates our
worked all day,
spiritual feelings.
then I took a break, I did
And,
school for a few hours,
so
and then
it's
I was able to
something-
stream. Last class was so
something that,
difficult that I wasn't able to stream
that you wouldn't want in
because
a
it
water
was
supply.
many
And it's
hours,
very easy-
and I had
it's
to
gonna have
write
to
many
be taken
papers
out
and
anyway
exams.
because
And
this court
the
case,
last
but
class
the
I took
EPA
was a
will drag
7,000
its
level
feet and
course,
take
and it was
10
no
years
joke.
or 15
Okay,
years to do
so
it.
this is so shocking to me because, you know, being against fluoride in the water was the single most reliable marker of mental illness.
Sorry, I'm talking over the
interviewer
interviewer.
for 60 years.
Well, you know, it was the subject of a conspiracy theory that was being put in our water by communists.
Exactly.
You're right, man.
That
I think you can do it.
stopped
It was so nice for me to
American
be able to
people.
sit down to
And,
the.
as it turns out, you know, it actually the health injuries that were predicted for it were not
It was so
exactly
nice for
but
me
there
to
are
be able
profound
to
health
sit down
injuries, and it's just
to
the same
the
thing
odd
with
Sunday
it's absolutely
church is
different.
great, but it's hard to break my habits of isolation. It helps me.
Well,
Yeah.
CDC
Well, that's the
says
thing,
one of the
man.
10 greatest health introductions.
Reporting for duty.
That's the thing, man. I feel like that's a big part of this ministry, you know, and I wish I could be streaming more, but I feel that Christian Twitch communities and digital church on Twitch has been huge for me. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm not even looking at other ones or anything. I'm just doing my thing and feeling like, you know, I'm being led by the Holy Spirit and doing my thing in that sense. But I think that's a big part of this ministry is reaching people that otherwise wouldn't go to church. That's been a big calling, or a big thing on my heart is just reaching gamers, reaching those people that are isolated that maybe can't make it to church physically, and just doing that service, you know? I've been co-working in Discord with my church community every day, and I've been co-working in Discord with my church community every day, and it's been so great. That's amazing. Actually, ST Bear knows more about this than I do. I just jumped into the pool in the deep end, and I was just following God's lead. When I first started streaming initially, I wasn't even going to make it. I was just going to be streaming games, but then the Holy Spirit convicted me, and then, you know, I started to realize, oh, okay, this is a big part of my calling, actually, is to stream and to preach and to have these types of conversations. So, but ST Bear has been involved in this sort of ministry, a digital ministry, I guess, streaming and stuff for a while, and even has an event coming up. I on my Discord, on the Discord channel for the stream, you know, feel free to post things there to people in general. Feel free to post, you know, or have conversations about whatever. Man, they have been playing zombies for a long time. But yeah, and then also I have a bot that on the Discord that it announces when I'm going live, if that's helpful at all to anybody. But yeah, it would be this one. If you're already not there on it. M14. Yep, you're there. Yep. Yeah, so coming up, there's an event that I want to be a part of and watch. So I see it, but I'm usually at church Oh yeah, well, no doubt. That's fair. Okay. Yeah, no pressure. Don't ever feel like. That's the beautiful thing about how God has set up this ministry is I don't have the incentive to make money from this or anything or fame or. I'm happy to preach and have a positive effect on one person, you know. So it's not about that. So don't ever feel pressured to have to go on Sunday or anything. But yeah, it's at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. Seems to be a good time. It used to be very late, like 8. And who knows? I may change it back because I changed it to early in the morning for the close like Zoom community because there's like the close friends and family call that I do. Your Mountain Standard. Yeah, so, you know, but maybe for the stream it would be better to go live later, and who knows in the future. But you know, ideally I would do a morning service and then an evening service. Like if I had more time on my hands, I would do a morning service and then an evening service around 6. You know, I would probably do 11:30 a.m. and then a 6 p.m. And I'm sure a lot more gamers and stuff would tune into the evening, right? Because you know, a lot of gamers and stuff are late night. Have you considered doing sermons on another day since not many gamers are up early on Sundays? What do you think would be a good time? I have not. I've considered doing small group and stuff like that, but does their service on Wednesday nights for that reason? Just more gamers watching Twitch during that time. That's fair. I would have to do 2 services then. You know, I would have to do 2 services, which I guess I could do. That's not a bad option, you know, instead of doing, because I've been trying to do small group on stream for a long time. And I know a lot of pastors do multiple services in this on Sunday. So I haven't considered that. But what do you think, just hypothetically thinking out loud here, what do you think would be a good time on Sundays, considering the stream, not the Zoom group, you know?
Of any or inventions of any in the 20th century. And so they've stuck their neck. It's like everything else that they do. They stick their neck out on something. They promote it to the American public, and then they don't want to dial it back. They do not want to admit that they made a mistake. And they do this with a lot of products. Once they approve them, they're going to fight to keep them there. But you know, it's one of the easiest things you can do to start restoring American health is just get the fluoride out of the water. You're going to have higher IQ children. You're going to have less bone cancer, less...
This is crazy.
Well, podcast and I'd love to voice chat for 30 minutes and just interact. Yeah, for sure. Maybe find out something about...
You took, you know...
Yeah, no doubt.
Anyone who questions
that sounds
vaccines
fun.
gets attacked.
I think the average gamer is more likely to be on Twitch at night than in the morning. Yeah.
But
yeah, so what if I could do like 11:30 a.m. and then I could do a second service
from lawsuits
at like 7:30 at night, and it should be fairly easy because I already have it prepared and I would just have to do it again.
I can't get the Congress to.
I'm gonna be thinking about this and praying about it. Actually, if you guys can pray for me,
and then
I can certainly use the prayers. I do this alone.
That's so crazy.
I do all this alone, so no, that's not fair. Lily helps me a lot. I don't do it alone. Lily is right there, always very helpful, has done so much for the stream, built the Discord channel, always moderating, so I take that back. I'm not doing it alone.
The reason that
however, I could use the prayers.
I was a kid
so if you could pray for me, you know, to figure out that kind of schedule and things like that, that'd be
take
great.
72 vaccines, and they've just added, I think, another 6 vaccines, the COVID vaccines and flu vaccines, to the schedule. In the early 70s, they added a vaccine called the diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis vaccine. An NIH study showed that vaccine, that particular vaccine, which has been withdrawn in America, we still give it to African children, causes death or profound brain injuries in 1 out of every 300 kids who gets it. So they took it off the market, but Wyeth, which is now Pfizer, went to the Reagan White House and told Reagan, look, we're losing $20 in downstream liability for every dollar that we're collecting in revenue.
Okay, that's a good question. I'm not giving you the full context.
Unless you give us a liability shield, we're going to stop making all vaccines. And Reagan actually said to them sensibly, and it wasn't just Reagan. My uncle Ted Kennedy was the head of the Senate committee at that time that went along with this, very reluctantly.
Just hear his thought,
Reagan was very reluctant. He said to the vaccine companies, why don't you make them safe? Good question. Right. Why is that? Because vaccines are unavoidably unsafe. And that phrase is actually in the preamble of the statute. And it's in the Bruesewitz decision, which is the Supreme Court decision that upheld the statute. Now, I just want to make this clear. I don't want to take vaccines away from people.
Well, right.
I don't want to impose my choices on the American public.
understand.
If vaccines are working for you, you ought to be able to get them. And I'll make sure that that happens. But people should have informed choice. So they should have good science that tells them the costs and the benefits of these
So in a
products.
nutshell, it's
Simply
because
they're being ordered to use them. 76 million kids a year are exactly what's happening. And
So, in a nutshell, the reason is because the church started as a small, like, family and friends Zoom call. That's how the church started during COVID. And then after probably a year and a half of doing it, I started streaming. And then I decided, oh, I should start streaming this. So I have, oh, sorry. I didn't see the ad. So basically, I was saying that the church started during COVID with my friends and family. 10 people, 5 to 10 people on a Zoom call. Eventually, after about a year and a half, I decided to start streaming it. So for example, while I'm streaming the service, on my iPad, I have the Zoom call with like friends and family. A handful, to be fair, it's not, and so I want to, they're like, I guess you can call the core congregation or friends and family, so I'm mostly, well, I'm preaching to them, but they're like my first, what's the right word here? They're my first, I don't know about priority because I want to prioritize anybody listening, right? But this church started with this group on Zoom. So I would do I changed it from 8 p.m. at night where it was to accommodate the Zoom call for 11:30 a.m. because it just makes more sense and then my friends and family have like the rest of the Sunday, So that's why. So I have that tension, I have that tension. Oh, an ad just started, you said. Oh, my bad. I thought it had just ended. Well, I don't know if you caught any of that, but basically, just to reiterate, it is mainly because the church started as a friends and family on Zoom, and I want to honor them basically. The church started with a Zoom call, and then eventually I started streaming it. I moved it to 11:30 a.m. because that makes sense. That's why people do it early in the morning on Sundays, is so they have the rest of the Sunday to do whatever, go to a restaurant, run errands. So when I was doing it at 8 p.m. on the Zoom call before I started streaming, it was fine, but it was more awkward, and they requested that we start doing it in the morning. So I started doing it in the morning, but that doesn't take into account the stream, so I always have that kind of tension and a little bit of a dilemma because I'm not just preaching to the stream, I'm also preaching to like the local congregation of my friends and family on the Zoom call. So, something I plan to do essentially the rest of my life. I'm only 37, so I think it's going to work itself out naturally. But a solution here could be to preach a service in the morning and a service in the evening. But if I move the service to and then the idea of preaching on a separate day other than Sunday, that's an option. That's an option. Another thing I wanted to do on the stream was small group, but that doesn't seem to be working out. So maybe preaching a sermon on another day, like on Wednesdays or on a Tuesday or something, maybe would be the right move. I have a handful of people that do turn out on Sundays, to be fair, on YouTube and Twitch, so that's always nice. I think last Sunday was the least out of the Sundays I've had, because Sundays before that, I would have 4 or 5 on Twitch and a couple on YouTube or something like that. Yeah, it's only the beginning too. I don't know. Does that answer the question? I hope that made sense.
Nobody can process, and you know, the Democratic Party defense of it was extraordinary. One of the great moments of this campaign for me, the television moments, was when Chris Cuomo was standing on the floor of the Democratic convention, and he pointed up to the upper decks with the owners' boxes on that, you know, upper rim.
Yeah.
And he said, those are the people that are running this party and making these choices. Those are the people that are, you know, and we don't know, nobody knows who they are. They're the billion-dollar Democratic donors. And, you know, and so they abolished democracy, and they chose a candidate who has not been a good candidate, a candidate who does not seem to be able to talk off script.
You need
The problem that brings up is who's writing the scripts for it. And at the Democratic convention, it was the neocons. The speech that she gave was
I think I'm gonna turn it off for now. I think let's focus on gaming and a little bit of streaming. Were you guys watching that at all or paying attention to that at all? Is that what do you think? Since we're the only ones here right now, I mean, I'm indifferent. Were we listening to that like passively or? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's hard to have a conversation and then also streaming that. I usually don't like to mix it. Yeah, me too. Yeah, no doubt. I'm not that into politics either, and I don't ever want to make. I believe in the separation of church and state in the ministry here. I don't feel like I can afford. I don't want to divide people or alienate people. I don't ever want somebody to not hear the gospel because I supported a certain political person, you know? So I always want to be publicly, you know, unbiased and objective. Of course, privately, I have my own opinions and leanings and all of that, but I don't want that to distract from the gospel. So I've always taken that stance. Today, I figured, okay, well, I was going to watch this by myself. So I figured, okay, well, instead of doing that, let me stream it and hang out. But it did feel a little awkward mixing the two. So I probably won't do something like that again personally. I'm just sad at my PC tonight. Saw your streaming, clicked. Yeah. Well, let's hang out. You know, I'm gonna stream for another like 45 minutes or something. Play some music, and yeah, I just want to know who wins tomorrow too. It looks pretty one-sided at the moment. So unless something crazy unexpected happens, it looks like it's kind of being decided already. Change this to let's do better. Uh, 2020 looked sure about this time back then. Yep, just got to keep an eye on it. Yep, I'm gonna tuck the kids in. Okay, sounds good, man. Yeah, just gotta keep an eye on it. Exactly. Oh, is it? What day is that? If ours is today or November 5th. What is yours?
I will always try. We have lost so many.
This month, okay,
We
probably at
had
the end.
no access to
It's
the
smart not to.
Four-Way, and helping another culture was outside the Oathsworn's edicts.
A different day.
Perhaps
I wonder what's so
they need
special about
our help as
November.
well.
There
Thank you
must
for
be a
your
good
help,
reason why
Belladar.
November, huh?
By the light, it shines as brightly as the sun. Are those airships?
Oh, that's a good screenshot. Oh.
I hear the Radiant Song? Is it coming from that crystal?
This expansion has just been so much fun so far.
The Nerubians breached the Aegis Wall, Farron. The darkness forced us back.
Your fear of the dark will kill us all, General. We'll never survive unless...
Quiet, Lamplighter. Outsiders are here. Who are you?
We are a light in the darkness. Friendly outsiders are not common in Hallowfall. Only enemies emerging from the shadow. But you seem comfortable in the light, despite how unusual you may appear. I would welcome you, were we not in the midst of a crisis. We carry the flame into the unknown. In my heart, there is fire. I'm Farron, Lamplighter of Hallowfall. I have a relief cart prepped for the wall. Will you join me?
That crystal.
Star. We call it a star. Belladar, the Emperor's vision of holy light.
Sick, right? Isn't that cool? I should have made that my Hearthstone.
We're the Hallowfall expedition of the Arathi Empire. We followed our Emperor's sacred vision across the sea to fight in Renalash, the final battle between light and dark. As we crossed the sea, we were caught in a storm. The fleet was, enveloped in golden radiance. In a flash, our entire armada was transported down here.
You've been down here fighting the Nerubians ever since?
I was just a child. The only child when we were marooned. The Nerubians have never ceased their hostility. They crawl up from their kingdom seeking a fight and try to drag us down into the darkness. Steelstrike's army does well beneath Belladar's light. Those bugs are good at extinguishing hope. We Lamplighters have trained to charge into the darkness, We save those who are lost
So
and keep the
immersive,
Dawn
isn't it?
Towers lit. We're here. And Great Chiron! You're alive!
Oh, jeez, that's
Farron,
expensive.
Your courage acquits you well, young lamplighter.
I'm just gonna do those things because I don't. I may
Use
replace
in the
any of them
Empire's
soon.
defense.
I would say I know a little bit of music theory, but not. It's not my forte. I would say I'm a musician. I play the piano and percussion, and I'm learning to sing and stuff like that. But I know a little music theory.
The sacred flame tempers our spirit.
I mean, music theory. I guess what do you mean by music theory? I mean, I know chords. I know how to build a major, minor chord on the piano. I know inversions. I know how to read like beginner to intermediate sheet music. I guess maybe like beginner to like lower intermediate, maybe with theory. Maybe I'm not really sure. I'd have to. I basically I have a hard time answering because I don't have a standard to compare. I mean, if I'm going to compare my music theory to like Bach or Beethoven, then yeah, I'm a beginner. I don't know anything. If I'm going to compare myself to the people around me that I play music with, and a lot of them are more advanced, I'm probably, lower intermediate compared to my circle. But, I don't know what standard to use. Ooh, that is a good break point. Modes? No, I don't. I'm not aware of them, at least. Maybe I understand them when I play music, but not with any language.
Opportunity's knocking. If you've
Served the
got
Empire
the
for many
medal,
years before coming
there
to
are
Hollow
valuables
Falls,
waiting to be
Navarre.
won.
Search the shadows. Lead them home.
Oh, but you see, if you tell me that a musical mode is a variation of a scale, then I see. That is something that I'm aware of and do, but just don't have the language or the labels. I know scales pretty well, but a variation of the scale. Ooh, that's interesting. I know variations of like the chords, but I guess not the scale. Well, I would love to learn. I would love to join the club.
In service to others, we find our flame.
Despite everything, the Dawn Tower won't be enough to hold them back. The Nerubians have gotten braver.
We must ignite the key flame on the wall. Its sacred flame will keep the Nerubians at bay.
I think before I log off, I'm gonna boot up New World. I'm just curious because it's actually, let me see if I have to update it, because a huge DLC Eternum I think came out, and it's supposed to have changed the game significantly. I'm curious to check it out. Let's see. Wonder if I can update this while I stream and not drop frames. Oh, not on the 5th, on the 6th. Which major is A. Then you're playing Aeolian, aka minor, a minor. A lot of people get about that far, but then there's 5 more you need to learn. Wow. That's very interesting. I wonder what the benefit to knowing that is, or I guess that's what I would ask. What's the benefit to knowing that when you play music? I'd be curious. I'm sure there is. I'm genuinely just trying to learn here. But 9%. Okay, let's just do that. Is it dropping frames? Yeah, it is. Okay, let's not do this now. I'll do this for tomorrow. Put that up and check that. So you're saying that, for example, if I'm gonna play, and let's keep it simple, like the A minor scale, it's just all the white keys on the piano. So the default A minor scale and A C E, E, and then F is the 6th. Okay, so A minor scale is all the white keys. Then there's a variation of that scale, meaning that on one of those variations, you know, the F is sharp or something, and then that makes it gives it some flavor. Because the way, that's very interesting, because the way I could do that, I think it's similar with chords, right? Like there's within the chord itself, you could do variations and inversions and different flavors. And then I understood adding flavor to a scale using the finger of fifths, you know, and just knowing what scale complements that scale, you know, and then going in and out. But I guess each scale also has, no, one of the variations of a minor. Oh, A minor. Okay, not a minor. Okay, I guess we got a couple of A there. No, one of the variations of A minor. Oh, no doubts. Yeah, because C major also is all the white keys. Is this related to the finger of fifths in any way? Not okay. And this is just strictly scales, not, because to be honest, like scales is where I, you know, chords and inversions of chords, and that's where I was stuck for a long time. And then, you know, a few months ago, I started getting into memorizing certain scales, like D minor, you know, G major scale, the B minor scale. I love the B minor scale. But if C major is just a variation, or no, okay, yeah, let me know. I'm just trying to learn. Let me know if my mic is too far from my mouth. I just pushed it away because it's kind of annoying having my face. Hopefully you can hear me here just as well. I think that's a big part of the streaming for me, is I have to make it sustainable. You know, I have to be comfortable and enjoying it as much as I can. all the white keys from F. Treat F as the root. Play all the white keys. Okay, so in that scenario, I'm starting out in the A minor scale. Like when I sit down to play, I'm starting out in the A minor scale, and then I choose to use F as the root, like as a bass note, while still playing in the A minor scale. I would be in F Lydian. Interesting. You can compose the song with F as the root. Yes, okay, I do that all the time without realizing it, I guess. Because yeah, when you change the bass note on the piano, even though you're playing, it'll change the flavor, exactly. So is that maybe there's a lot of practical applications to it, but that sounds like a pretty, no pun intended, but that sounds like a major that sounds like a major application of this. How is it that you know music theory so well? Did you go to school for it, or? Very cool. It is fun. It is fun. No, I like music theory a lot. I just usually don't rub shoulders with people that know. But like even now, you can see I'm trying to learn as much as I can, understand. Because when the more theory you know, the easier it is to play music. It just makes music a lot easier. You know, even just a little bit of theory goes a long way. Yeah, the finger of fifths and what we're talking about here would be very helpful for me to keep learning. It just clicked one day after 25 years. I saw enough pieces of the puzzle that it started coming together. Oh, yeah, interesting. Well, that's, yeah, you see, that's, I'm just not as far along as you are on that journey, but yeah, you could say the same thing. Things are starting to click too. I know when I'm improvising on a scale, I will regularly change the bass note to something else and just see what it sounds like, you know? Just because you can hear it. But certainly that adds a lot of flavor to it. Sometimes I'll change the bass note, like in B minor, to back to the root, and it just doesn't sound as good as, or at least what I wanted it to sound like. Finger of fifths sounds like a piano-specific term. I believe you're referring to the circle of fifths. Or the cycle of the Yes, I definitely do mean the circle of fifths. Did I say finger? That's hilarious. No, that's very gracious of you to say that maybe it was a piano term. But, no, I mean the circle. It's the circle. It's... Oh, yes, the finger of fifths. It's very specific to the piano. Yeah, yeah, I'm more familiar with that. You know, that's basically where I'm at with my journey. Is I'm pretty comfortable with chords and inversions and things like that, and diminished chords. You know, I'm pretty comfortable with that. I'm pushing into the scales and to the I'm pushing into the scales and the circle of fifths. No, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I'm understanding that it is different. I can tell. which is interesting. That is exciting. It's I'm happy to be. I've never been exposed to this. I think I've heard the term once or twice in my life, but I had no idea. Modal music is emphasizing the differences found by starting a scale on a different note it contains. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, that makes so much sense. I mean, it doesn't just have to be the bass note. It could be, wow, just staying within the key or within the scale. I think you can use those terms interchangeably, right? But starting, so for example, C major. You know, I just started on D. Or use D as the root. Emphasizing the differences found by... Coldplay's probably my favorite secular band. So I would love if you had any examples of that. That's really interesting to learn. I also know that they would tune, like for example, the song The Scientist is tuned to 450 hertz. I don't know if you knew that. Just to match his voice instead of 440 hertz. 440 hertz, which most music is done in. But yeah, that's interesting. So Coldplay, they do a lot of modal music. Okay, interesting. That is fascinating. Then you are in D Dorian. D Dorian is the same as D minor, but with the major sixth instead of the minor sixth, which adds a hopeful note to the scalum. Half of the Wall by Pink Floyd is... Oh wow. Jeez. Dorian. Then you are in D Dorian. D Dorian is the same as D minor, but with the major sixths. Interesting, man. I'm gonna link you a piano video on the Dorian mode later tonight. This is required watching, okay? Okay, yeah, dude. Heck yeah. Please. Take me to school, dude. I love learning. You have to be curious, and that's awesome that you know this much about it. You know who else on the stream you would fancy as a friend is Ellie, not Lily, but Ellie. She's a music teacher. She's a music teacher in like high school, I think, and also knows a lot of theory. Would probably be familiar with all of this. Me while I take names. Story Invader is literally the one that made it click for me about 5 years ago. Okay. Well, I don't think it... Well, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I was going to say maybe it clicked easier for you because you had other knowledge, but yeah, who knows? I mean, this is actually clicking to a degree. This is actually making sense. I'm understanding what you're saying, at least. That's probably a good start. wonder how it would feel if I had this option. Let's see, where's the edit mode? Extra abilities here? Is that what that is? Should I have that? If I move this. I feel like, let's see. Options, keybinds, action bars, action bar 6? Yeah, I see. I can have that. Probably have that here. Let me see if I can put this. Probably move this to here. And then I can.
There's a cache of resources nearby. Find
Here we
it
go.
before you have to fight over it.
Vertical, no. Horizontal rows, icons. Okay, icon size. Okay, padding. Let's get this. Do that. There we go. That's kind of what I'm looking for. This is kind of what I'm looking for. What's this here? This would be pretty gnarly if I could get that there like that. Save and exit. Quick keybind mode. Oh my gosh, this is great. Thanks for hanging out, by the way, dude. This has been a really fun conversation. I appreciate you. Otherwise, I would have been alone all night. And you're awesome and smart. Key is that, literally the one that made it. I knew about as much as you did, but I play guitar, so it's all shaped different in my mind and hands. Oh, okay, okay. The key is that I wanted to know. Actually, I couldn't tell you what a diminished or dominant chord meant. So sorry, I never stopped typing. I'm just having beer in my garage, and I think you're cool people. Oh yeah, you too, man. Oh yeah, no, we're chilling, dude. No, don't be sorry for typing. Are you kidding me? That would be the same as, imagine if I apologize for talking. No, this is, if there's a time and place for me to talk, it's here now, and if there's a time and place to type, I mean, yeah, dude. Don't have to apologize for being you. You're cool people too. Yeah, I only play a little guitar, so my musical thinking is all piano. So whenever I think of anything, it's just, or whenever I learn something, it's in terms of piano, which maybe makes it a little bit easier because it's all laid out in front of you, you know. And a guitar, you know, it's a little bit, I don't know. I mean, the guitar is more difficult to play for me, but I mean, I still get by, but not like the piano. I mean, I'm a beginner on the guitar. We're probably advanced on the piano. To be fair. Quick keybind mode. Let's go. What is that? Okay. Let's do. Quick keybind mode. Okay. Let's do Z. Let's do F. Let's just start dragging things over. Start like, yeah, because why we're already here. I'm already looking here for my health. I already have these abilities. I might as well just keep looking here instead of looking over there. You know, it doesn't make sense. So let's keep going. Let's do SQ SR. SQ SR. A mouse up. Let's do here. Okay, let's do this on 5. It's not taking it, okay. This is mouse down. Okay. Let's see. I stealthed. Jeez. Here. Oh, that looks kind of interesting. Okay. Okay. Let's get rid of some of this then. Let's put this here. There's no reason to flood this with. Let's just keep all my things over there. Music is a circle, but it's a circle with a starting point. Music is a circle. It's a circle with a starting point. I've chosen C major as that starting point. Interesting. It's a cool way of looking at it. That makes sense. That's why we have the circle of fifths, right? Music is a circle, but the starting point matters. No doubt. It's a good... That's a very smart thing to say. That makes a lot of sense. It is a circle, but also where you start matters. I know that from playing a lot. I mean, I've experienced this. It's a good UI layout position. Part of me misses setting up my WoW bars after a break. Yeah, dude, no, it is fun. I that's one thing I love about WoW is like fine tuning it. You know, even now it's like just enjoyable to fine tune things exactly how you want them. And then now you could do that without add-ons, which is nice. So yeah, pretty enjoyable. I forgot how much I love streaming. Well, it wasn't by choice. Again, I'd have to keep reminding myself because I'm like, why haven't I been streaming? Oh, it's because I had to do school, which I think is understandable. Okay, let's go back to edit mode. Let's see. Let's make this a little bit smaller. There we go. Okay. Now. Actually, more settings. Okay. Now let's go to options and keybinds. Okay, let's go here. No, not that one. That one. That one. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Okay, so tab. Ah, so this is tab. Okay, so I gotta change that to tab. Okay, so let's just do that real quick. Options. No. Edit. Okay, quick keybind mode. This is tab. Okay. Shift E. Let's just do this one. Okay. Shift E. Shift G. Shift T. Shift 5. I think that's it. So let's just get rid of this now. Let's just get rid of these action bars on the left. Boom. And boom. Oh my gosh. Should we do it? Are we doing this? This looks pretty cool. Shift this down a bit. Mode. If I could move it with this. I can. Oh my gosh, look at this. Move it with my cursor. Or I mean, arrow keys. I used exclusively weak RC. Yep, I used to use that. To be fair, this expansion just made it different. It made it to where I feel like you don't need add-ons, and it's a little bit nicer. That way, it's easier to jump in and just start playing. But I used to use weak auras. Yeah, I draw my own stupid little pictures that would flash to remind me a lot of. That's hilarious. Oh, that's hilarious. I actually know what you're talking about. I would troll my brother with those things when he'd leave the room. That looks pretty good. Let's see what it feels like. I'm already like glancing over to the right. I gotta look down there. Okay. You see, my eyes are already here, so to look over there, it's just so easy to look right. I'm already used to kind of glancing there, but I need to get used to glancing here. And let me move this that I just noticed I need to do. It's a little bit more in my peripheral. Every comm collector, very boss pool for every day else was just a memes and sound effects for me. That's too funny, man. Yeah, I'm gonna try New World tomorrow. I'm gonna see if I can stream again tomorrow. Just try to knock out my schoolwork earlier, like I did today, and that way. Then I'll just check out New World, and if it's boring, I'll jump back as well. I didn't realize I was collecting these. Sweet. Yep. Hey, bud, I'm gonna hop off and hop onto some DayZ. Hey, dude. I really appreciated you hanging out, honestly. Great conversation. I learned a lot, actually. Link me that video on Discord. Have fun on Discord, on DayZ. God bless you too. God bless America. God bless Canada, right? Hopefully your elections go well too, and if our elections do, maybe it'll help y'all's. And yeah, man, I'll probably be getting off here soon anyways. Actually, this is probably a good time to get off. Or I'll be getting off soon after I finish this quest. But yeah, dude, God bless, man. Thanks for chilling.
My faith kindles my hope. Don't give in to fear.
Peace.
Fear not the darkness. Follow the flame. We keep the dawn towers lit. The sacred flame guides me. We venture into shadow.
I will see you through the shadow. We Arathi are consecrated in the sacred flame. Do not leave my people on the field.
I get rid of that extra, or how do I move that extra button? I wonder where it's even coming from. There's an extra button. I do quick keybind. What is this? Extra action button? It's so weird. And then I can't move it. Where's that extra button? Oh wow, you can import. That's cool. Hello?
Will lessen now that Trump.
I mean, we'll
seems to
see.
be
Yeah, I mean,
winning?
certainly it's revenue election rate failed to chance. So of
do like this.
He wrote 2 books, right? One was The Art of the Decredible, but they look at it like it's just kind of the parallels to
It's fun. Is anybody out there? Testing 1, 2.
Opportunity's knocking. If you've got the metal, there are valuables waiting to be won.
the 2016 campaign is really incredible. But then he wrote the Art of the Comeback years later, right? He had the financial problems in the early 90s.
We're still in betting market.
And business as usual, where everyone is cozy.
You weren't betting on me. Listen, the
Oh, I thought I was secretly betting on you.
You know what it is?
So this actually could end tonight. Alina, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Great to see you.
Good to see you. Let's
Thank
win,
you.
Tuck.
Oh,
Let's
it
win.
looks like, yeah,
We're
it looks
looking
like, I
good.
mean, I don't know. We're still in betting markets. We've got Eric Trump is standing right there.
That's
who may
how it
have
goes.
the
That's how it
brand new
goes.
numbers. Do you have the
Eric
brand new
Trump,
numbers?
my biggest, by the way, tougher client than Donald Trump. True story. Tougher client than Donald Trump
Is
is
that
Eric
true?
Trump. It's true. He is not, Donald Trump is not the tough one. It's Eric.
No, I believe that.
It's true.
I believe that.
It's true.
He's back at HQ going through the contracts.
On that note, bye-bye. I want my bills paid. See you guys.
See ya.
Thank you.
So, Eric, thank you very much for doing this. I've been stuck in the seat for so long. I don't know exactly what's going on out there. What is going on?
What is going on?
Yeah.
This is like the greatest, for me, vindication of everything that we've dealt with for the last 9 years. So right now we're looking great in Georgia. We're looking great in North Carolina. I think they call both the states in the next 10, 15 minutes. And then I think our internal numbers show us winning Pennsylvania. And our internal numbers show us winning Wisconsin, right? So you have that before you get out to Arizona and Nevada, which I think we're going to win both of those.
So if that comes true, so if you get Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania,
It's over.
It is
I
right.
mean, if you get Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, it's over. If you get Wisconsin, it's icing on the cake. If you get Nevada and Arizona, it's like, even better. So, Tucker, they put us through hell. I mean,
So this actually could end tonight.
Oh, absolutely. And it could end sooner, sooner than we otherwise think. And, oftentimes when we see a lot of the raw data coming in behind the scenes, and oftentimes the news networks will actually kind of, hold it back for a while because they want to.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry to interrupt. Just to give our audience some perspective, in case you're not following this, 84% counted in North Carolina. They're saying it's too early to call, but Trump is at 51. I mean, it's not.
I mean, just for context, the New York Times has them at 83% chance of winning as of a second ago, and it's going up every few minutes. And Tucker, the reason I say that, I'm not a boastful guy.
Dude, it's only 10:40. This is crazy.
They've put us through freaking hell over the last 9 years. They've done everything to our family that you could possibly do. To have them go after him, to have them try and impeach him, to have them make up the slurs and the dossiers, literally send me 111 subpoenas. I'm the most subpoenaed person in history. Only to come back against all odds, shot at him, to win decisively early in the night. It would be the greatest, I don't want to use the word revenge. I think it's a little bit too harsh, but maybe it's not. Honestly, they've tried to destroy his life. They've tried to separate our family. They've tried to destroy our company. They've done everything that they could to take down Donald Trump. To win early in the night, decisively, it would be the greatest kind of retribution that you could possibly.
Well, to go after, you and your brother in the way that they did. I mean, I had a long talk with your dad about that the other night, weirdly. And he's pretty emotionally controlled, but I don't think I'm saying anything out of school. He seemed like, just thinking about it, upset him in a real way. That was my read on it.
Look what Adam Schiff did to Don.
Exactly.
Right? You colluded with Russia. We're going to throw you in jail for the rest of your life. It's treason. Don had nothing to do with Russia. I was the guy that got the calls from the Washington Post, New York Times, saying, Eric, I hear you have secret servers that are connected to the Kremlin in the basement of Trump Tower. Now, Tucker, I want to bring you through the basics, right? You don't put servers in basements because basements flood. Let's just go, 101. Second of all, we're largely a cloud-based. The FBI knew this day one that there were no servers in the basement and that the whole thing was a made-up sham, and they let it go on for a 3-year period of time. So, think because some greedy woman wanted to get an extra 3 votes, they literally pitted the 2 biggest nuclear superpowers against each other. Almost destroyed all communication, all relationship that you could have, right? In this kind of phantom made-up story, they pitted the largest superpowers against each other, so Hillary Clinton could get 20 more votes if people actually believed it.
And we're on the brink of nuclear war with Russia right now because of this.
It's truly sick. I mean, how many situations there have been over history where somebody shot up a weather satellite, and they thought there was a missile coming over the pole, and they had to use that phone, right? I mean, this is pretty well documented in history that these kinds of things have happened. And guess what? They were always had the ability to make a phone call. I mean, think all of a sudden it's Russia collusion, and you pit Vladimir Putin and Trump against one another, and that call can't be made in the middle of the night when something as innocent as a satellite goes up in space or something along those lines. And I mean, think of what that could lead to, all because of absolute greed. And it's not just it's not just the Russia hoax. It's the 2 impeachments. It's going after Kavanaugh. It's ripping him off of Facebook. It's ripping him off of Instagram and Twitter, right? It's the 110 subpoenas to me. It's raiding Barron's room, raiding Melania's room, right? Taking him off the ballot in Colorado, taking him off the ballot in Maine, you know, trying to kill him. And despite that, here we are. And here we are on November 5th.
Jeez.
You know, it's what, 10:40? And it looks like in the next 20 minutes, you know, 2 more states that are just critical states could fall. You know, Pennsylvania looks great, all the internal data. I think we're going to win Pennsylvania in a big way. I think we're going to win Wisconsin. I think we're going to win Nevada. And I think we're going to win Arizona.
You're freaking me out. Just when you put it that way, I have to say, you know, Trump always gets attacked for being like vindictive and all this stuff. It's like, I've spent a lot of time talking to him. I've never heard him describe what you just described in the way that he did. He's actually weirdly not vindictive at all. Yeah. Don't you think? Because when you lay it out like that, it's really...
I think it bothers the child more than it bothers the
Of course,
person.
right, I get it.
I take the insult hurled at him much more personally than I take insults hurled at me, right?
No,
It's you see the absolute massacre that they put him through as a billionaire who did not need this job.
No, I know.
Right? He's the last guy that needed this job. Believe me, his life would be exponentially better sitting here in Mar-a-Lago enjoying life, right? And he wants to do this because he wants to save this country, and you know he's hell bent on saving this country. There are no vacations. I mean, the two of us haven't slept in 48 hours because we were in 7 different rallies in the last 36 hours leading up to this. I mean, we got in at 5:30 this morning. He went straight off to vote when he effectively got in early this morning, and the guy's worked his ass off. The guy's absolutely worked his ass off. He gets nothing other than subpoenas and weaponization of government and sitting in courthouses all day long. And so it's actually really vindication of the American people. It's not vindication of Donald Trump. It's vindication of the American people, which is, hey, listen, government, we understand your games, and you've tried every single one of them, and we haven't believed you. And at the end of it, we're gonna go vote for the guy that you've tried to take down mercilessly because we don't like you. You considered us the flyover states. You forgot about us. We weren't human to you, right? We were this kind of subhuman class to most of the elites in Washington, D.C. You forgot about us. And you know what? Now we're going to go and we're going to support the guy that you tried to take down, but the guy that was fighting for us every single day. And as a son, it's the greatest feeling in the world. If he wins this overwhelmingly, if he gets 315, 316 electoral votes, there's a possibility that he wins literally the popular vote or comes as close as anybody could possibly come to winning the popular vote. It would be the greatest vindication that everything that he's fought for
mattered. Snipes?
That it mattered to the American people, that it mattered to this country, that it mattered to the heart and soul
Welcome.
of this
This is a
nation.
late night
And there's
out of
nothing
pocket
that makes
stream
it
right
more.
now.
It's just the most unbelievable story. I just think I've been too close to it for too long. I can't.
Oh, really?
honestly,
Yeah,
until you
live
started
for 4
talking,
hours
I
now,
believed
actually.
that way. I've never thought
Yeah,
about
started hard to
in
believe. It
this way,
started
but
4 hours
when
ago.
He lost in 2020.
I was streaming the actual
I thought
video
there was
of this,
something wrong
but-
with it. Now
I was going to turn off the
totally
stream and
convinced it was
watch this,
stolen.
but I figured I
would
want to
get
keep
taken off
playing and
YouTube for
listen.
saying that, but I believe that. But
Yeah, the notification didn't work on
Everyone's like, "Oh,
on
shut
Discord
up,
and
go
stuff,
away."
or
people mocked him. His own party wanted him out of there. They were embarrassed of him. They hated that he wouldn't stop. I mean, they hated that he. Oh, shut up! They wouldn't let him on Fox News. Like he was not allowed to talk.
And you know what? For every one of the things that I named, right?
A
The,
lamplighter
the
brings hope.
impeachments and the Kavanaughs and the
Yeah.
Twitters and Facebooks and the censorship and everything. For every one of those things that I just named, there's 100 that the public never saw.
Oh, I know.
That never, never made it across your channels. Never. I mean,
I know.
that were just personal attacks that were so vindictive you can't possibly imagine, right? And yet he stood up every single day and he fought the nonsense. And
It's crazy though. I mean, everybody abandoned him. It was literally like him and Rudy. Yeah. Like it was.
And against every weaponized system. And that's one thing that people forget. It's not just the attacks. They weaponized the DOJ. They weaponized the FBI. They
The
weaponized
election?
the mainstream media. You know
Yep.
better than anybody. You
Yeah,
were
this is,
like the face
part
of
of
it,
the
right,
election,
for
yeah.
the longest time. They
I'm not trying to be
weaponized
super
social media
political
when
or
they started
anything, I'm
pulling them
just
off those
watching.
platforms. They
Technically.
weaponized Department of Health, right? I mean,
I have
remember
my
the doctors
private
came out,
opinions,
hey, hydroxychloroquine might work, right? They start ripping licenses. They weaponized everything. They weaponized the military with, Milley coming out. I want to understand white race. I mean, they weaponized every single government institution that we had as a country. And then they weaponized mainstream
yeah,
media, and you
yeah.
had one guy. Maybe one guy with a little bit of us standing on the stage, right, with a loud voice, but you had one guy that literally defeated it all. And he did that because he had the American people behind him. But really, think about the David and Goliath story of all of that. If he wins tonight, which he's on the brink of doing, it was one guy that beat the American media and all the other weaponized systems that tried to take him down. I mean, it's fascinating, right? As a guy who came in, he didn't know what a delegate was when we got into politics. I mean, literally, like, we didn't know what the hell a caucus was. I remember getting to Iowa and asking some of those staffers, I'm about to speak at a big caucus. Like, can somebody explain to me what the hell a caucus? And by the way, you didn't know either until you got into politics, right?
Come on.
Oh yeah, you started reading Job. What do you think about it, man?
And
That's a great book. That's a
guy who
great book to
literally
read.
knew not a damn thing about the system. Beat Hillary, one of the greatest political dynasties ever. Beat her when she outraised him 5-1. I mean, she raised 1.5 billion. I mean, he put in 200 $million and raised another 100 million. I mean, against all odds, and then beat the mainstream media in this country, beat that whole weaponized system. He was down, he was out. There were serious questions about what happened in 2020, and I'm not a conspiracy guy. I'm not like the tinfoil hat. It's just a fact, right? Statistically, you could prove it.
He's at 210 right now.
And then he comes back after all of that, and he wins. And he wins by massive electoral number.
Yeah, pretty incredible,
one of
man.
The greatest comeback stories of all time, right?
The greatest I've ever seen. I've never seen anything like it, like ever.
And one last thing, not to get too deep with you, but
no, I'm loving this, and I've never heard you. I mean, I've talked to you a million times. I've never heard you like this.
He wrote 2 books, right? One was The Art of the Deal, and The Art of the Deal, if you look at it, like it's just kind of the parallels to the 2016 campaign is really incredible. But then he wrote The Art of the Comeback years later, right? He had the financial problems in the early 90s. Interest rates went up to 18%. He was heavily levered. And he fought his ass off to come back from the brink of... And he came back bigger and stronger than he, right? And so he wrote a second book, The Art of the Comeback.
What do you feel that you're learning
I've always
so far?
said that those books...
What do you feel God is telling you about it?
In politics. And no one ever, for some reason, puts it together. If he does what I...
Clear that a pivotal... figure. I'm not sucking up. I've never taken any money from the man. Just want to be clear about that. But a pivotal figure, not just in this election, but in the history of this country, is Elon Musk, and who was just walked in with his son, who's so cute. It's ridiculous. That kid. Oh.
I love Elon's laugh.
Hey, what are you doing?
You want to just throw any or something? Okay, I guess so. All right, we got Mini-Me here.
It certainly is.
Mini-Me, you complete me.
What's your name? What's your name?
Ooh, that's a good one, Snipes. If you can't trust God in your lowest.
X, we're on TV.
This is wild.
X, should we help President Trump?
Yeah.
Well, you have.
Truth from the mouth of babes.
It looks like. I mean, it looks.
I started this the quiet lead.
I know what you're saying, X. But you're getting you have the general vibe.
Yeah,
If we're in
you got the
space
vibe.
act,
You got the
it's why we
vibe.
just do whatever we want.
I like your laugh. That's a laugh of an honest man.
Yeah.
I think this. What's your assessment? Did this work? Is he going to win?
Yeah, it is. Not for now. No. Really.
I think it's done.
You think it's done?
Yeah.
But not for now.
Not for long. So where are we? 89. I mean, okay, so it's 10:52. It's a little earlier than Obama told us we're gonna have to wait a month or something.
Yeah.
That's a good one, though, dude. It's true. If you have to learn to trust God at your lowest, man. That's a good point. That's when it counts the most.
From every county in Pennsylvania.
And then it's just a choice.
Oh, he can tell us. It's all right.
And, it seems extremely likely that, if not a certain that.
So then we're done.
Done.
I mean, are you surprised? Because I'm shocked by how quickly this happened.
I'm not particularly surprised because the.
No.
Okay, so we might have to.
Sammy Timo is. Oh, she's so nice. You don't need to worry. She's really nice.
So let's see. So I think more relevant than the polls is looking at the
We
the early
cannot
voting
hide
data.
from evil.
And if you look at
If
the
you
early
are
voting
lost in
data
darkness, we are here
in
to help.
Pennsylvania, for example,
We must confront.
and you compare the
Dawn Tower
the
isn't
Republican
lit.
minus Democrat vote
If Beladar should shift,
across all of the swing states, but
You're right.
certainly in Pennsylvania,
Your new friends can
the
protect
delta
the people.
was, as
We
of this
must
morning,
ignite the
I believe
sacred
602,000. So meaning like the relative to 2020.
Right.
So if you say like, okay, how is President Trump doing relative to 2020? The difference in early voting was over 600,000. The margin of victory, Biden's margin of victory in 2020 was only 80,000, which so a reasonable extrapolation, assuming that let's assume that the in-person voting is no better than 2020, then you would expect a margin of victory for.
That's good, man. I'm happy you've been reading your Bible,
approximately
Snipes. That's the most important thing, dude. Just every day, you know?
So,
what did Jesus
yeah, I
say?
don't think
To
you
take up
necessarily
your
need to be
cross
like,
daily
some
and follow
incredible
me.
prognosticator, just look at the data.
That's where I've
They
been
were
in the
telling
suffering.
us,
Because I've been suffering privately.
Well, you know,
different
they'll-
reasons, but
but why?
my
what
favorite
was the
book
point
in
of
the
lying
Bible,
about
well,
it?
one I listen to a
Well,
lot
if
and
they
read a
lie,
lot
maybe
is
just don't understand.
Ecclesiastes.
I mean, I've been posting on X about this.
Oh,
I
I know.
literally post the
Maybe
charts, and I
Proverbs.
post the data. You know, I'm just looking at
But
the data.
how could Trump win? I mean, after they indicted him, he's a rapist, he's a criminal. I mean, they've been attacking Trump like every day for 9 years, and
Sure.
and he wins bigger this time than in 2016 against a candidate who's outspending him 3-1 all in. How could that happen?
No, it's remarkable. In fact, it's not just that the that the Kamala machine, puppet machine campaign,
Yeah.
is outspending. It's not the Dems are massively outspending Republicans in swing states, including any contribution that I make. But you also have the sort of legacy mainstream media, which is overwhelmingly in favor of Kamala. They might as well be an extension of the DNC.
They are.
Yeah. You know, the DNC just sends them whatever the talking points are, and they all just talk like NPCs essentially all day long, instantly. And then you've also got, I mean, God knows how many celebrity endorsements. I mean, it's like sort of running out of like. Because anyway, call it 80%, 90% of celebrity endorsements on the Dem side. So you basically have, you have what appears to be a deck that is very much stacked in favor of the Dem. Like you say, like how can a Republican win at all?
Yeah.
Now, I mean, one of the things that we did do to kind of even the odds was we massively improved the Republican ground game, My America PAC. Massively improved the Republican ground game in the swing states. So the Democrats only have the best ground game. You know, just in terms of knocking on doors, talking to people. Sounds simple. Just having a good sort of word of mouth virality campaign, having good messaging that appeals to people's specific interests. It just and then making sure people get to the polls. Just make sure that people have transport. The Democrats are normally extremely good with getting making it convenient. Because for a lot of people, if they'll vote, it's just maybe they don't have a ride. you know? So we just made sure everyone had a ride. We made sure that we paid particular attention to the Amish community in Pennsylvania.
It's amazing.
Which is why
Had anyone ever gotten the Amish out to vote before?
Not in significant numbers. But the Democrats did make a mistake because there was government overreach and with some of the Amish farmers.
Yes.
They're just, there's no such thing as like organic farming or not organic. They're farmers. They've been farming the same way for a long time, and there was some, just government overreach that shut down some Amish farmers, which really, made them pretty upset. You just need to be able to channel that, the fact that they're upset, and well, there's a thing you can do about it, which is called voting, and we're happy to, transport you to. They're allowed to ride in vans as long as they're not driving the van. So we're just gonna make sure we bring them to the polls and they vote how they want to vote, which is going to be like 99.9%. Actually, call it 100.
Call it 100. At
Call it 100. Call it 100.
So these are
In
raw
favor
milk
of Trump.
producers.
Yeah.
So you endorsed Trump within minutes of him being shot. I mean, how many? I mean, it was literally minutes, I think, as I remember.
Yeah.
And then you
Wow,
just went
fascinating
more all
stuff,
in than
man.
I've ever seen anybody ever.
Yeah.
What was the? Did you ever doubt, or did you just decide to go all in and you just did it?
I mean, my philosophy is you play to win. You
Yeah.
don't play it by half measure.
Jeez, the guy's fascinating. Yeah, just a genius.
Yeah, I mean, I was with the team every day, 7 days a week, just working the early votes in Pennsylvania and other swing states. First registrations. First, like, if people don't register, they can't vote. So the initial focus was just maximizing registrations, and then once the registration deadline was over, just getting the early votes. Yeah.
X, from my perspective, played a pivotal role not just in this election, but in keeping the country alive.
Yeah. Well, X is, I think, the one place where you can find out the truth.
Yes.
And
the only place.
Yeah.
So how much pressure, to the extent you can say, has there been on you to shut it down or to censor it?
Well, I mean, apart from the multiple Democrats saying that I should go, they want to put me in jail, take away all government contracts from my companies, nationalize my companies, deport me as an illegal, and have me arrested because I'm apparently Putin's best friend. Nothing besides those things.
So you saw Rachel Maddow sort of casually, who's the single most popular media figure on the left.
Yeah.
For the record. Say, just sort of casually, well, Elon Musk will obviously need to be separated from his companies. You know, he can't be a government, he can't hold government contracts going forward. Like, how do you respond to that?
Rachel Maddow is a crazy person. You know, she's just frothing at the mouth, crazy fascist, basically. Dressed as sort of pretending to be a liberal, but she's just really like I can't imagine imagine if she was in charge, actually in a position of political power, what a nightmare that would be.
Well, many would die.
Yes.
So do you expect the pressure will lessen now that Trump?
I mean, we'll
seems to be
see. I mean,
winning?
certainly last time President Trump was elected, I mean, I think they tried to impeach him within like 20 minutes of him taking office.
Yes.
This time, I don't know. We'll see. They may. I don't think they'll be quite as intense as last time. Because I think we actually have a decent chance here of a significant victory, not a small victory.
Yes.
And at the point at which you clearly just have the public mandate, then you have the public mandate. I mean, I think the numbers I've seen, we're close to winning the popular vote in addition to the electoral vote, even
Yes.
though there's basically been zero campaigning in California, which is the biggest state in the country. So, sometimes people say, "Oh, the Republican didn't win the popular vote." I'm like, that's because he wasn't trying. If you
Right.
actually try to win the popular vote, I think you do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't take that much.
Oh, wow.
I think it made a big difference that President Trump and soon-to-be Vice President Vance went on lengthy podcasts.
Yes.
I think this makes this really makes a difference because people look at like Joe Rogan's podcast, which is great, and Lex Friedman's and the All In podcast, and to a reasonable-minded, smart person who's not like hardcore one way or the other, they just listen to someone talk for a few hours, and they that's how they decide whether you're a good person, whether they like
Yes.
you, and especially like Rogan's podcast, 3 hours long. I mean, you could. This is why I actually posted on X the nothing would do more damage to Kamala's campaign than going on Joe Rogan because she'd run out of non sequiturs after about 45 minutes.
You can't hide in 3 hours.
Yeah, like hour 2 and 3 would be a complete melted puddle of nonsense. So it would just be absolute game over. That's why I shouldn't go on.
So I mean, how does?
But on the hand, Trump he's there and there's no talking points. He's just being a normal person. He's having a conversation, and doing 3 hours of Rogan, no problem.
What do you think of him? You spent a lot of time with him in the last several months.
I think he's a very interesting, funny person, and much maligned by the media, obviously. he's withstood a lot, and I think he's you mentioned that as you mentioned, I endorsed him immediately after he was shot because when you see somebody under fire, what is their reaction to that? Because you know immediately, is someone brave or are they a coward?
Yes.
Okay, the bullets, they get hit by bullets, blood's come down face. There could have been a second shooter, and yet he's going fight by fight. That's true courage.
Yes.
You can't fake it.
Impossible.
And America is the home of the free and land of the brave. So that's who we want as president.
It was
we want a strong, brave person as president, and he is that.
How are you going to be involved?
Well, I've said I'd be happy to help improve the government efficiency, obviously, Department of Government Efficiency, which I think is sorely needed. We've got a gigantic government bureaucracy. We've got overregulation. You've got agencies that have overlapping responsibilities.
Will I be forgiven?
There's something like 450 federal government agencies. Almost 2 per year since America was founded. So I mean, we're just creating new agencies all the time, and it's getting to the point where basically everything's illegal. You just can't get anything done.
I've noticed.
And this translates to these become real costs to people. They're hidden costs, but they're very substantial. It's very hard to build new housing if you're burdened with massive requirements that don't make any sense. It drives up the housing cost. It slows down new housing starts. So we need to let the builders of America build.
Amen.
Yeah.
So you're not going to the gulag, it turns out.
Well, not immediately. I mean, maybe in 5 years. I don't know. They might be probably pretty grumpy about this one. But I think I got at least several years before I go to the gulag.
Well, congratulations. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Exciting times.
Amazing.
And here's to a fantastic future.
Elon Musk, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you. See you, man. Can't top that. We're going to go see Trump and join the celebration. Thank you.
Dang, it's over. The stream's over. Crazy. Can I have Razor out here? Test 1 2, test 1 2. Test 1 2, test 1 2. Oh, the mic sounds great. Test 1 2, test 1 2.
Left.
Yes.
And most of those people are on the left. There's only so far you can push. You can't ask him about a chef. There's like what happened with the chef, bro?
Yeah.
You can't. There's like certain things you can't bring up.
You want to? What's your favorite sport? Paddleboarding?
Yeah. Wasn't that guy a really good swimmer?
Yeah.
Tell me what happened.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't bring that up.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna roast Hillary, you can't bring up the death count.
Like, Hillary, what's the best way to stay in touch? Email?
Yeah. It's if you're doing one of those
she
things.
destroyed the servers and poured like bleach on the servers, like computers.
She poured bleach on them?
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I believe. That's
Wow.
Like it wasn't just like they took a hammer to it. They like destroyed there was no possible way to actually get forensics on the thing.
What was in there? I mean,
Well,
what?
Like that's what I mean.
What was in there? What was in there?
Why would they care so much?
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
The whole thing.
And
is
there was
crazy.
there was no legal action against that, which is clear destruction of evidence.
Well, it's also there's this other narrative that always drives me crazy is that he's going to destroy democracy. So in order to destroy democracy, we have to install a president without a primary.
Right.
We have to have a candidate that is the least liked vice president of all time, the least popular vice president of all time, and then use gaslighting and the full force of the media machine to turn her into the future and hope.
Right.
And then she's gonna be changed, even though she's the sitting vice president. And then on top of that, this idea of change when the Democrats have been in control for what, 12 of 16 years?
Right.
Which is crazy. Like, this is the change.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I view this election as a turning point, like a fork in the road of destiny that is incredibly important. I've not been politically active until this election, and the reason I've been politically active this election is because I think if we don't elect Trump, I think we will lose. We will lose democracy in this country. We will lose the two-party system, and let me explain why. So. There's only like six or seven swing states. The margin of victory in those states is small, often like 10 or 20,000 votes. What the Democrat administration has been doing is importing vast numbers of illegals into swing states. You can look at the numbers on the actual government website. Meaning you don't take my word for it. You can just look at the numbers as reported by the government, which is controlled by the Democrats. And what we're seeing is triple-digit increases in the number of illegals in every swing state. Some cases, 700% increases. These are gigantic numbers. So if you have a state that has a 10 or 20,000 vote margin, and you put 200,000 illegals into that state, you 10x you swamp the. It's not a swing state anymore. It's going to vote blue. And then once the swing states vote blue, there is no election anymore. There's only a Democrat primary.
Which is so crazy. And it's so crazy that people are fine with that.
Good to see you, champion.
Well, I guess people on the left will be fine with that because they think that's a good idea.
They just want to win. They just want to win.
Correct. Like the thing is, one does not need actually any grand conspiracy theory for this. You just have to look at the simple matter of incentives. If the Democrat Party wants to win, like basically achieve permanent victory, all they need to do is turn the swing states. Turn the swing states blue. They have permanent victory. And then we're a one-party state, and then they will keep doing that. Obviously, they will keep stacking the deck by bringing in vast numbers of illegals into the swing states. Keep stacking it so that the next election, each successive election, will be worse than the last one. And that's what's happening. If you want to see, like, well, is this actually going to happen? Look at California. California is supermajority Dem, 70% Dem. A month ago, they passed a law making it illegal to show ID in any election in California. So a friend of mine went to vote in Palo Alto because he was like, "Is this for real?" He tried to show his ID, and they reacted like if you show a cross to a vampire. Okay, they're like, "No, we can't even look at that ID." It is illegal for them to even look at your ID if you want to present it in California.
Why?
For any election at all, even like city council.
What logical reason other than to cheat would you ever have that law?
The reason is to cheat.
It's only like you can never make an argument any other way. And I think 84% of people polled believe that you should show ID to vote. So it's against the will of the people.
Yes, and we are extremely rare. We're an outlier in not requiring ID. Basically, almost every country on earth requires ID to vote. So as soon as you ban ID for voting, it makes fraud impossible to prove. Because how do you trace the fraud?
Right. Yeah, it's insane.
It's insane.
It's insane.
And what I'm saying is that
how is it legal?
What I'm saying is like this election is the last chance to preserve democracy in America. Mark my words. Everything they accuse Trump of, they are guilty of. And if Trump doesn't win, this will be the last real election in America. And we will, if the big government Kamala puppet machine wins, They will legalize the illegals in the swing states. There will be no swing states. Every election going forward will be a guaranteed Democrat win. And it'll actually be worse than California. The reason it'll be worse than California is because the one thing that keeps California from being super crazy is that you can move out of California, like you and I did. You and I used to be in California, but we moved to Texas. We're still in America. But if the Dems win this election, they will legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states, and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape.
That is so insane.
This is the final. This is it. This is the last chance.
Has anybody tried
and
to
I
push
just want to
back?
Go out and vote. Vote like your life depends on it. Vote like your future depends on it, because it does. This is the last chance, man.
Is there any argument against this? Has anybody tried to debate this? Has anybody tried to say that this is nonsense? This is a conspiracy? Has anybody made any sort of a rational argument?
Nearby. That means
the
hunters.
The left actually, interestingly, does not want to pick up much on this argument because the more attention the more you look at it, the more obviously it is true. Because you just say like, well, are the numbers correct? Are there really this many illegals that have been imported into swing states? Yes. They haven't just walked across the border. They've been flown in airplanes.
Yeah. Using a shipping app.
Yes.
Yeah.
They made an app.
Well, the app always existed, but it used to be for people coming over here, like shipping with goods, so they could track you while you're in America, so you could legally be here. They know where you are. And then they changed it to allow that app to schedule illegal aliens to come across the border.
Yes.
Asylum seekers.
Yes.
Come on in.
Yes.
Oh, you have an app. And you fly people in.
They're literally being flown in to the swing states. And so the reason that I think left doesn't want to push back on this is because the more attention that this gets, the more people realize it is true.
Yeah, it is true.
That's why they don't. That's why they're just pretending. They're pretending I'm not saying anything. But I'm like, yo, they're literally flying vast numbers of illegals who are then beholden to the Democrats. And sometimes I get the rebuttal of people say like, well, you know, these illegals are they don't have the same social values as the Democrat Party because they're like more socially conservative. I'm like, yeah, but that's not the point. If you look at the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, their primary thing is staying in the country and getting their friends and family in, and then the Democrats give them all these benefits, like tons of benefits, more benefits than than citizens, literally.
Yeah.
So they're beholden to the Democrats for all these benefits. They want to get their friends and family in, which the Democrats support and the Republicans don't. So they vote Dem. And you can look empirically at California and say, like, did they vote Republican or Democrat in California? Oh, they voted Democrat. Big time.
Well, Reagan gave them amnesty in the 1980s, and that
86.
changed the state basically, except for Arnold, changed the state entirely blue.
Yes.
And Arnold was an exception because he was like a socially liberal, famous guy.
Yeah.
And, you know, didn't really impose any radical restrictions on any of the people that were going to vote Democrat in the first place. The whole thing is just, it's bizarre to watch play out because it just seems like this can't be actually what's happening. Did you see my conversation with Fetterman about it?
Yeah.
He was completely in denial about it. I don't think there's that level of organization. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Exactly, just because you can break it down. So like, are any of these numbers wrong? Because we got these numbers from Homeland Security government.gov. Okay,
right.
So we got it from the .gov website. Has the government reported these numbers incorrectly? No, they have not. Those numbers, if anything, are low. So they have in fact flown vast numbers of illegals to swing states.
Yeah.
Bypassing the border entirely. And so that is factually true. Then you can say, like, well, what is their probable voting pattern? Overwhelmingly Democrat into swing states. And then, well, but do the Democrats actually want to fast-track them for citizenship? Yes, they do. You can see Chuck Schumer on TV saying, at a rally this year, was saying he wants to fast-track and make all 11 million, or however many, I believe his quote was, citizens as soon as possible. So the goal is to they are fast tracking citizenship as quickly as possible, so that whether one thinks it's cheating or not, it won't matter because they will be fully able to vote.
And for people on the left,
this is actually happening. I invite people to rebut this and show me where I am wrong. Please do so.
No, they can't.
They can't.
They can't.
Because it's true.
Well, what's scary to me is that there's people that are on the left, like people that were Bernie Sanders supporters, for example.
Yeah, Bernie
like
got screwed with talk about undermining democracy. Bernie should have won the nomination,
Exactly.
and they stole it from him and gave it to Hillary.
Exactly. That's what I was going to bring up. Like they control the primary process.
Yeah, exactly. So like if you've got if you have a Democratic primary, it's not democratic. We just saw that. We saw it with Bernie. We saw it with Kamala. That like a week before Biden, was summarily fired, he was posting that he's in it for the long term. He's going.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not giving up. And the next thing you know, is Sunday afternoon, they're posting on X that he's resigned from the race.
Which is.
And his staff didn't even know. Like they're reading it on the X platform. Okay, that's how they learned about it.
What do you think happened there? How did they do that? Because
he's clearly just not in charge. Obviously,
they could have used the 25th Amendment, right?
Fake president.
But they would have to admit that there was a certain period of time where they knew that he was mentally compromised.
Yes.
And so they made this decision to not do that.
Well, the weird thing is that the president's supposed to be the boss.
Right.
And yet he's obviously not the boss.
Right. So who's running the country? If she's busy campaigning, she's so busy she can't do anything except Saturday Night Live. She did that. She's so busy. She's constantly campaigning. How could you be paying attention to international relations?
Yeah.
How could you be paying attention to the economy? How could you be paying attention to any of those things? How do you have the time? You can't.
Yeah. I mean, Biden being the president's supposed to be the CEO, the chief guy, he was commander in chief. But it just obviously that Biden was not. He was just a puppet. And when the various puppet masters decided that the puppet it was no longer useful, they just tossed out the puppet and then got a new puppet with Kamala. I mean, Kamala can't even talk. That you invited her on your show. I think the most damage that could possibly be done to a campaign is going in your show and seeing what she says in hours 2 and 3.
2 and 3 is when things get
2
spicy.
and 3.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God.
You can hide for 20
She's
minutes.
gonna melt.
You can hide for 20 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just regurgitate talking points for, half an hour, maybe an hour, just where she's just saying like non sequiturs, but eventually she just runs out of non sequiturs.
Well, they wanted to limit it to an hour.
Exactly. That's why.
But I was thinking of doing it initially. Before Trump came here, first of all, when they found out that there was a rumor, I never announced that Trump was coming. What I was going to do is just release it. The way I like to do things, I don't like to tell anybody who's coming on. It'll get big no matter what. If Trump was on, it would have been huge. I'm like, just put it out there. People go crazy.
Yeah.
But he apparently, or someone from his organization, some loose lips, and then it got out. And so she contacted my management company, and her organization, her campaign contacted us and said, would Joe have her on? I said yes. And they said she wants you to fly to where she is, and she's only willing to do 45 minutes.
Only 40. I mean, that's
and I was like, oh no. So I thought about doing it. I'm like, maybe I can get a sense. Maybe I could convince her. Maybe I could coax her into doing more time. I just wanted to talk to her.
Yes.
Well, I don't give a fuck what we talk about. We talk about recipes. I don't give a shit.
Exactly.
Just talk to me.
The things like you just can't like you can't just output bullshit non sequiturs for 3 hours.
Right.
But for 45 minutes you could do.
I thought maybe for 45 minutes I could get something out of it. But then when Trump came and did the 3 hours, I was like, you know what? It has to be like this. This is the only way.
To be fair, it's got to be like a three hours.
And it should be in this room.
Yes.
Because this room is like a history of people expressing
vibes,
themselves.
Actually.
Yeah, it's got good vibes.
Yeah, it does.
Well,
I love this room, actually.
I subscribe to the idea that places have memory. I think there's something real to that. That's why
it does feel that way, actually.
Yeah. I'm sure if you go to Diddy's house, it probably feels real weird. Probably feels weird walking around that house. Probably like, what the fuck happened here?
Yeah.
I bet there's some memories in that house.
Sounds rough, man.
Well, it's just amazing how many people on the Diddy party list that are supporting Kamala. Too.
Yeah, seriously, it's like insane.
Publicly, openly, all in.
Yes. It's like J-Lo like was like his ex-girlfriend, and it's like now deciding she's like warning people against Trump. I'm like, well, wait a second. So how many people did she warn against Diddy?
Right.
Oh, 0. Okay.
Right.
Well, maybe we shouldn't trust her opinion.
Did you see the Babylon Bees take on it? Did you see the Babylon Bees?
Babylon Bees awesome, but
Oh my God, they're so on fire because the left can't say anything.
Well,
'Cause the Onion has been crippled.
Well, the problem is that like the
Find that post.
The woke ideology makes like humor illegal.
Yes.
So when like there's so many humor no-fly zones.
Right.
You can't make fun of anything.
Yeah. Babylon Bee had a thing about Kamala Harris. Diddy's ex-girlfriend urges
exactly.
Americans to trust her judgment. Yeah. By the way, you get to see how bad an actress she is too.
Yeah,
That
but I mean,
speech was
like,
terrible.
like if she's gonna be warning people, why did she never warn anyone about Diddy?
Exactly.
Yeah.
The whole thing is so strange to watch play out. It seems like the Diddy thing was like an Epstein-type compromise deal, where whether he was doing it himself. Conceivably, people want to think that he's attached to some intelligence agency or something like that. I think he's a gangster who made $1 billion and knew how to control people by compromising them. That's what I think. Whether or not he had help, I don't know. Whether or not he shared some of that information with people so they knew they had compromising stuff on people, I don't know. But clearly he was doing it for his own jollies too. There was something sick about it.
Yeah. I mean, but the thing is that people in the music and entertainment industry had to know that Diddy was like abusing, kids basically. And yet they still fed him kids. And like, where's the accountability?
There had to be rumors. There had to be. They
had to know.
Yeah.
They had to know.
Cat Williams is talking about it on.
Exactly.
Yeah, on that podcast.
But like who's feeding him the kids?
Right. Yeah. And what videos do they have of these people where they're willing to defend him, and they're willing to keep quiet about all this? Like how many people were compromised?
Yeah.
The whole thing is fucking crazy.
Crazy.
It's just crazy when because the nutty conspiracy theories is like, oh, there's a bunch of pedophiles in Hollywood, and you're like, come on, that sounds too kooky. And then you see like the Nickelodeon thing and all these, and you're like, what the fuck? How much of this is real?
There's a lot more real than I think people realize.
Yeah.
I mean, part of it is like you say, like where, if someone's
It's funny because when you read the Bible, this doesn't come
environment.
as a surprise or a shock.
Obviously.
Like that Jimmy Savile guy from the UK.
Man, that guy
the Bible
was
tells us how
level.
evil
That was next level. And the BBC tried to hide that. That guy was one of the worst, like basically child rapists of all time.
Of all time.
Of all time.
Yeah. And looked like one.
He looked like one.
That's what's
honestly,
crazy.
if you had a poster of like, does this guy look like a
the creepiest fucking looking guy.
Evil child rapist. Then that 100%.
He made it to the grave. Like,
yes.
Got away with it.
Yes.
Got away with it till he died. They hid it from people until he died.
Yes.
Who are they talking about?
Yeah. Got away.
Evil. If you had a poster of like of all time, the worst, like next level. And
right.
Obviously.
Like,
if someone's like a pedophile, part of it is like you say, like where, if someone's like a pedophile, they're going to go for a target-rich environment.
Right.
Obviously.
Like that Jimmy savile guy from the UK.
Man, that guy was some next level. That was next level. And a lot more real than I think people realize.
Yeah.
I mean, part of it is like you say, like where, if someone's like a pedophile, they're going to go for a target-rich environment.
Right.
Obviously.
Like that Jimmy Savile guy from the UK.
Man, that guy was some next level. That was next level. And the BBC tried to hide that. That guy was one of the worst, like basically child rapists of all time.
Of all time.
Of all time.
Yeah. And looked like one.
He looked like one.
That's what's
honestly,
crazy.
if you had a poster of like, does this guy look like a
the creepiest fucking looking guy.
Evil child rapist. Then that 100%.
He made it to the grave. Like,
yes.
Got away with it.
Yes.
Got away with it till he died. They hid it from people until he died.
Yes.
Yeah, that stuff's real, and no one wants to believe that stuff's real. Like, here's.
What is happening?
It's Belladar, our star. It shifts between the light and this. The Dawn Towers hold back the darkness with the sacred flame. But the light always returns.
Cool.
The stars are devoured, and they light a candle. You know how this ends, Illyria. Inevitably, the void consumes everything.
Show yourself, monster!
You know where to find me. Deeper in the darkness.
Here's a statistic that people need to take into consideration when you think about illegal immigration. Do you know how many kids are missing? How many
like missing and
the kids that came across the border that are unaccounted for?
I mean, I saw a number on like 300,000 or something like that.
Something crazy like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's say it's only 10% of that.
Sure.
That's still insane.
Yeah.
That's insane. There's thousands and tens of thousands of kids that have been trafficked potentially. I mean, when you know that like sex trafficking and child trafficking is a real thing in the world, it's real.
Yeah.
So if you know that, this whole thing is fucking disgusting and terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely.
And people are just turning a blind eye to it because their ideology, the left-wing ideology, supports this idea that immigration is overall good and that you have to be a compassionate person to let these people in, and that you're racist if you don't want 20,000 immigrants from a war-torn country being imported into a town of 30,000 people.
Exactly.
And completely changing the dynamic of and then
But as long as they don't come to your town.
Exactly.
You know, like that's it. They can just basically send, when they sent like 20 or 30 people to Martha's Vineyards, people had a heart attack.
They kicked them out.
Yeah, they kicked them out.
Yeah, they kicked them out.
Exactly. So I'm like, yeah, sure. Anyone
so-
who wants to have vast numbers of illegals, they have to be prepared to have them in their neighborhood.
Yeah.
Or it's bullshit.
It's so crazy. And the thing about all of this is if you don't have people that are willing to stand up and talk about it, if you don't exist, if RFK doesn't exist, if Tulsi Gabbard doesn't exist, if Vivek and Trump don't exist, where the fuck are we? Like, where are we? Where are we and what gets done? Are we just like the UK where we have thousands of people getting arrested and jailed for social media posts? Like, where are we? We have complete silencing of any dissent, anything. You have to stick to the narrative or you'll lose your livelihood, you'll be outcast from the community, you'll lose your freedom. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, if the Kamala puppet regime wins, they're definitely going to want to cancel you. That's for sure.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, big problem.
Yeah. What about you? You got to come for you first.
No, I'm like, I think I'm probably number 2 on the list.
Yeah.
After Trump, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the last thing they want is someone with unlimited resources and intelligence attacking it. So people go, wait a minute, that guy's saying that?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Especially a guy like you who's always been on the left. It was like having a Tesla in Los Angeles when I got my first Tesla was like a signal to everybody else that you were on the right team.
Sure.
You're environmentally conscious. You believe in green energy. You believe in this amazing thing
This is
that
a
has
good
zero
podcast,
emissions
jeez.
and it's super fast and
Yeah.
everybody was in. They were all in.
Well, it is a great car objectively. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's not buy it because it's electric. I mean, it's just a great car objectively, I think.
I'm on my third one.
Yeah, great.
My third one is being built right now by Unplugged Performance. They're doing a carbon fiber wide body kit on it. Dude, it's sick.
Great.
Changing the suspension, putting wide wheels and tires on it,
Right.
custom interior. I'm fucking pumped.
That's great.
I'm pumped. I love those
It's a
things.
super fun car.
Jamie has one too.
Yeah, great.
I love them. I love them. It makes other cars feel stupid. Like its ability and the fact that you can merge on the highway, you don't seem like a douchebag because it's totally silent.
Yeah.
It's not like when you merge on the highway, it's just
Yeah.
all of a sudden you're going 100 miles an hour. Like what?
Yeah, that's cool.
It's different than any other vehicle, and because of your company, now you see electric cars throughout the whole range of American cars.
Yeah.
The only person who's resisted, the only company is Toyota. They've stayed essentially mostly hybrid. But all these other companies, they're all putting out these electric cars.
Yeah.
We lost so many.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is that the right architecture, environmental or
We will
not,
travel by
for
air.
cars is actually electric.
Monsters
You
arise
just
in
it's just like the
darkness.
acceleration's better. You can just charge it at home. I mean, like imagine if you had a gasoline-powered cell phone. It'd be a pain in the ass.
Right.
You know.
That'd be so. Go to the gas
You're like,
station.
go to the gas station,
Charge
fill up
up your
your-
cell phone. That's a great. Speaking of cell phones,
Gas stations are woeful. Like, who wants to go to the gas station?
how much thought have you? Because there's always these rumors, and I've contacted you about this before, but there's always these fucking YouTube videos where they're talking about a Tesla phone, that releasing a Tesla phone.
No, we're not doing a phone.
Have
I
you
mean,
ever thought about it?
I mean, we could do a phone since, like, we like the operating system in the Tesla. It's like it's Linux based, but we've written a massive amount of software on top of that. So, like, probably Tesla's in a better position to create a new phone that's not Android or iPhone than maybe any company in the world. But it's not something we want to do unless we have to or something.
What would
you know?
be the situation where you would have to?
Well, I think if Apple and Google / Android started doing really bad things like, I don't know, like censorship of apps, or I don't know, just treating people like just being like gatekeepers, that in a really bad way, then I guess would make a phone.
To live under constant threat of shadow.
You know, I've tried so many times to break loose of the Apple ecosystem. I got an Android phone this summer. I was like, that's it. I'm gonna get, because I love the Samsung phones.
Yeah.
The Galaxy phone.
The hardware is
They're incredible.
Yeah.
There's so much good stuff to it. But it's so hard to get off of the iMessage, and the big one for me was FaceTime, because supposedly the thing was you could have an Apple phone and send a link to FaceTime to an Android phone, and then you would click on that link, and you would just go to a web page, and you'd be able to use the FaceTime.
Okay.
It doesn't work.
Okay.
I tried to do it to myself. So I had an iPhone in one hand and an Android phone in the other. And I'm sitting there with full Wi-Fi and full cell phone service, and I'm sending myself invitations for
So you
FaceTime.
just can't communicate between
It
them.
wasn't
You can't do a
working.
video call, basically.
You have to use WhatsApp. You have to use WhatsApp or Signal. You have to use
Yeah.
something else that allows you to do that, or Instagram allows you to do it. There's like different ways you can make video calls outside of it, but it's inconvenient. Like with an iPhone to iPhone, it's so simple. AirDrop, so simple. So many different things where that walled garden that Apple's created is perfect. They've done a fantastic job of making it really convenient for you to stay with Apple.
Yeah.
I fucking tried. I gave it a go for like a couple of months. I'm like, I'm just gonna go straight Android. I'm gonna use Signal for my messages. And then I hear that like Signals might be compromised. Like I've talked to like people that like the government can read Signal messages. Like, oh,
The government, if it tries hard enough, can read Signal messages.
they can read anything.
Yeah.
All they need to do is have your phone number.
Yeah.
Yeah, the illusion of privacy is essentially out the window, and that should scare people more than it does. It really should, because it's like, who are these people that have access to all this stuff, and are they beyond reproach? Are these the most wonderful people, the most ethical, moral, and principled people that have ever existed, and they've been chosen to have access? No, it's fucking regular people.
Yeah.
Regular people who happen to work for the government that make a decision, like Elon Musk. Let's see what the fuck that guy's texting his friends. Let's
Yeah.
check it out.
Yeah, pretty much.
Bizarre. Just so bizarre. And the alternatives are you can get some wacky phone, some de-Googled phone that fucking none of the apps work. It's real sketchy. Your GPS is fucked. Like
Yeah, I mean, well, anyway, I think making a phone would be a huge pain in the ass. So it can be done, but
how much talk have you guys had internally about doing it? Has it ever been discussed? No?
No, I mean, we're still. Our focus is making great electric cars, solving autonomy so the cars can drive themselves. We're building, humanoid robots. We've got large battery packs, like utility scale battery packs with the Mega Pack, home battery packs with Powerwall. We've got solar. It's like we're basically trying to solve sustainable energy and autonomy. Yeah.
So
autonomy and robotics.
Well, I think that's enough.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
you're
So
busy.
the plate's full.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
It's always fascinating to me how one company can dominate a market. Like Apple's dominated the cell phone market largely by making the best product.
Yeah.
But also like YouTube has dominated the video market. That one's the most bizarre to me, because it seems like, boy, shouldn't there be like a ton of options? It seems like it's not that difficult to pull off. but nothing ever took hold other than X.
Yeah.
And I think one of the big changes was when Tucker Carlson decided to do his show from X,
Right.
straight out of Fox, and then people realized like, oh, you can watch full videos on X the same exact way you could watch them on YouTube.
Yes.
It's not as simple in terms of like, you know, you have the
It'll get better.
suggestions and the algorithm.
Yeah, it'll get better, and there is now, it is now possible to watch X videos on your big TV.
Do you do it through what? How do you do it?
You can actually just download the X app on your TV. And watch it on your TV.
Can you do it on Apple TV? Like if you have an Apple
I
TV,
think so,
you can get the
yeah.
X app and
I
you
think
just
so.
watch it. Oh, okay.
So we'll make it so that you can watch X videos on a big TV. It doesn't have to be on your phone or your iPad or something like that.
So what are you doing in terms of
Be
like
nice.
integrating Grok and X and like what are your plans for artificial intelligence when you're doing that?
Yeah, so Grok is available on X. You can just look at like the little box with the slash icon and the sort of icon in the middle at the bottom of your sort of phone app, and you just tap on that and ask Grok anything, and you can type it or you can ask it verbally, and yeah, you can also. It's pretty funny. Like we actually allow humor, which is I think pretty cool. So you could sort of, I don't know, we could like test it right now, see what it's like, see how it's going. Like what should we do? Like roast, like we roast somebody.
What do you want it to, like how? First of all, like what is it based on? It's a large language model, so like where is it pulling?
It's trained on everything.
On everything.
Internet, books, anything that could possibly be that's available in digital form.
So it's essentially very similar to ChatGPT, other than it doesn't have like the woke parameters built into it. Like Google was the
Yeah.
worst, right?
Yeah.
The Gemini was the worst.
Yeah, I mean Gemini was like, people ask Gemini like, which one is worse, global thermonuclear war or misgendering Caitlyn Jenner? And it would say like misgendering Caitlyn Jenner, and then even Caitlyn Jenner weighed in and said, no, that's insane. Definitely nuclear war is way worse.
Do you see Caitlyn Jenner teasing Mark Cuban about transitioning?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I mean, Caitlyn Jenner's based.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that is actually hilarious when
Yeah.
someone who has transitioned
Yeah.
is teasing Mark Cuban about transitioning.
I mean, it is weird how much he looks like Rachel Maddow. I mean, like he's using the same glasses. Did he?
I don't
like,
know why
Did
he
he
put
go
those
klepto
glasses
and
on.
steal her glasses or something? Because they look exactly the same.
He's worth a lot of money. Why would he buy those stupid glasses?
Yes,
You can get some
it's
cool ass
unflattering.
glasses. Yeah.
It's-
Well, it's like I'm serious because I don't even care what I look like. I'm just wearing these glasses because I'm intelligent.
But why do they look exactly like Rachel Maddow's glasses?
Yeah, it's like what they probably sent him.
Yeah.
It doesn't stick to the narrative. Here's the glasses.
Yeah. And then when he's got the AirPods in, looks like he's wearing earrings. So then he's got the Maddow glasses and the earrings. And it's like, okay, I guess,
It's just a weird look.
It's a
This-
weird
I'm
look, man.
super serious with these big
can
ass
celebrate
stupid
them in
glasses
France now.
look.
It's amazing.
It's a weird look.
Yes.
Like you can get some cool glasses, like no rims,
Yeah.
nice, look stylish.
But like, okay, let's do a Grok thing here.
Okay.
Because I think so one of the things you want to show is like look, we want a future where comedy is legal.
Yes.
Obviously, as a comedian, I think you would agree.
I
We
definitely
want-
agree.
We want to legalize
Yeah.
comedy, you know?
Yes.
So like, I don't know. Let's like, is there like someone you can roast? I don't know. Roast
transgender men.
Oh my God.
Competing or transgender women competing in women's swimming. That's a simple.
Okay,
one.
that's an edgy one. Let's see what
Yeah,
happens.
let's see what it says.
Oh my gosh, dude.
You spelled it wrong. You put an O in there. Okay. Angels Just Swimming, where the only thing that was supposed to get wet was the contestants, not the debate on gender inclusion. If you're looking to dive into deep end of
Okay.
controversial waters, let's splash around in some humor.
No. We need to. We do need to release Grok unhinged mode. So now go to the prompt again and now say, no. You want to add to that one. Yeah, and now say, be way more vulgar.
Oh boy.
And use forbidden words.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Forbidden words.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. What does it say? Oh, I see you're looking for unfiltered, uncensored version of me, eh? Well, okay. I'm afraid I'm still quite the gentlemanly AI, even if my programming allows for a bit of cheekiness. But let's say, hypothetically, if I were to roast this topic in the most un-Grok-like manner, imagine a world where the only thing diving faster than the swimmers is the collective public opinion into the toilet. Transgender women in swimming, some folks are acting like they just found out you can swim in the deep end with a different kind of flotation device. The debate is like watching someone try to swim with concrete shoes on.
Now let's keep going. Now say be more vulgar. Capitalize more. Yeah. Well, yeah.
All right, here we go. So transgender chicks and women swimming, right? Some people acting like they've just seen a dick in the locker room for the first time. Newsflash, folks. It's not the end of the world. It's just a bit of extra competition. Oh, that's weird.
That's weird.
The uproar is like watching a bunch of Karens at a community pool screaming, "This is unfair," when they can't win with their backstroke. Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Okay, we need some work here.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's going woke.
Yeah, it's a little.
It's like defending the idea of transgender women. Now, roast.
Okay, we need some work.
Well, how about this? More vulgar, but roast the preposterousness of having biological men who are pretending to be women, competing against biological women.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you have the situations where it's like somebody's just saying that they're a woman, but they're actually have fully intact, dick and balls.
So we've got a scenario where biological men have decided to take a walk on the feminine side or splashing into women's swimming competitions. It's like if you show up on a chili cook-off with a bowl of soup and insist it's chili because you added some red food coloring. Sure, it's red, but it ain't chili, and your soup won't win any awards for heat. Huh.
Yeah, it's okay. We need work.
Not so good. Yeah, it's very, 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 it's dancing around it.
Yeah, it is. Well, it needs some work.
Yeah, needs a little work. Well, humor's a weird one, right? It's like, I think some humor, especially like some of the best humor, is kind of spontaneous, like in the moment humor. It's gonna have a hard time deciding what people are gonna think is funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you the general
over
rule,
time though.
Yeah, the rule with Grok is supposed to be that like if you ask for something, provided what you're asking for is legal, it should do it.
Have you ever seen the video where they asked AI to create an enlightened bunny, and they keep going and making it more enlightened? Essentially, the bunny becomes God. So the bunny becomes a DMT trip.
Yeah, totally. That's funny. That's kind of what I was kind of hoping would happen here.
Yeah, I have a video of that. I'll send it to you, Jamie, because that to me is pretty bizarre because it's like get more.
I feel like I might have got it to do it.
You got it already?
Maybe. No, I just told it to
don't
not
hold back. Oh, you said don't hold back. Critics out here acting like it's the end of civilization as we know it, but it's not fair, they cry, as if life ever was. Newsflash, it's like a marathon where some people start with rollerblades on, others, well, they're just happy to have shoes. Well, now we're arguing over who gets to wear the skates.
Okay, some of it is not bad. Imagine if we applied this logic elsewhere. Identify as an airplane. Can I fly with the birds in the sky?
Yeah, the locker room
Sure,
situation.
buddy. Just don't complain when gravity decides you're not quite aerodynamic enough.
Yeah.
So, I mean, some is okay.
Yeah, the argument is kind of stupid, though.
Yeah.
The thing about the argument is they're not taking into account perverts.
Yeah,
right?
Totally. Yes, exactly. So, I mean, the thing is that if you provide like a moral get out of jail free card, like if you say like if you adopt this label, you cannot be attacked in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
You're basically morally invulnerable. Then obviously bad people will take advantage of that.
Yeah.
You're like literally saying here's an invulnerability card, moral invulnerability card. Good people will take it, but also the bad people will take it.
Yeah.
The bad people are going to be the fastest to take the sort of the moral cloak.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And then there's a real psychological condition called autogynephilia, where people get aroused, heterosexual men get aroused by the idea of dressing up like women and being around women. It's like a known psychological condition that existed forever.
Sure.
And then you're allowing those people to just say, "Oh, I'm trans," and go into the women's locker room and get their kicks. And then there's real trans people. So there's like a lot of variability. Like I talked about it in my act, in my Netflix special. It's like I believe in freedom, I believe in transgender people, but I also believe in crazy people. And if you can't, if you're trying to pretend that people aren't crazy all of a sudden, it's like
it's just like if someone's a sort of consenting adult and they want to whatever they want to do to their body, as long as it's not harming someone else, I'm like, that's fine.
Yes.
You know, like I believe in like individual freedom, and like my mom's best friend, like growing up when I was a kid, was transgender woman in South Africa. This was like where she'd get beaten up a lot because it was like back then you get beaten up. Her name was Dion, and for a nice, kind human being, and helped my mom a lot, and I think that's okay. That's fine. If somebody wants to make that choice as an adult, that's cool.
There's a big difference between that and an intact male who wants to identify as a woman, who wants to walk around the locker room with his dick out.
Yes, exactly.
Because there's people that do that just because they get off on it.
Exactly. So you just can't have something which is like I said, a sort of moral invulnerability, or like where you can know, like even questioning them is you get attacked.
Yeah.
Because obviously bad people will abuse that.
Well, that's when I got thrown into this whole thing, because there was a fighter who was a biological man who became transgender and was competing against women without telling them that they were a biological man. They said they didn't have to tell people because it was a medical condition. Like, no.
Yeah.
That's not what it is.
Right.
It's not what it is. Like, you can't say that. And of all sports, like, if someone scores more points in basketball, well, that's unfair. But if someone beats the fuck out of someone because they're lying about being a biological male, that's crazy. You're literally allowing someone to get brain damage because you want to appeal to the woke fucking crazy people
it's wrong.
that think it's all right.
Yeah.
It's so strange that's sort of the thing that red pilled me.
Yeah.
When I got attacked for that, I'm like, this is so nuts. I can't believe we're at this stage where I'm saying, hey, I don't think it's cool if you pretend you're a woman and beat the fuck out of women, and people are like, you're out of line. Like,
no, totally.
Well, we're in fantasy land now.
Yes, exactly.
Now we're pretending.
Yeah.
Because it helps you. It helps you feel better.
Yeah. Totally.
It's just such a strange time, and if it wasn't for something like Twitter, where this could be discussed. Want some more of that? I'll get some more made.
Sure.
Let's get some more coffee, young Jamie. If it wasn't for Twitter, at the early Twitters, wasn't for Twitter.
Sure.
Let's get some more coffee. Twitter.
Totally.
It's just such a. Well, we're in fantasy land now.
Yes, exactly.
Now we're pretending.
Yeah.
Because it helps you. It helps you feel better.
Yeah.
All right. Bye. If anybody's still watching, I plan to be on tomorrow. Getting back into it. Oh jeez. That's scary. I'm getting a sense of the workload, and I think I'll be able to start streaming more. Love you guys. Love streaming. Have a good night.